Hi, Erin. If you're with us, can you let us know if you can hear me?
Yes, I can. I am here. Good.
You ready? Okay. Good afternoon, everyone, and Happy New Year to all. This is the first Committee of Adjustment meeting for 2024. We look forward to a productive year. I'll just read the introductory comments this morning, or this afternoon. In accordance with Section 45 and 53 of the Planning Act 1990 as amended, this meeting of the Committee of Adjustment of the City of Toronto is called to order. My name is Larry Clay, and I'll be chairing today's session. Panel members today are Lois Fig, Phil Ghosh, and Aaron Chang. We acknowledge the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 of the Mississaugas of the Credit. Committee of Adjustment public hearings are now conducted in a hybrid, in-person and virtual format. Some applicants and participants will make their submissions in person, and others will participate virtually by electronic means through WebEx. The meetings are also streamed on this Toronto City Planning YouTube channel, and anyone wishing to view the hearing may watch on YouTube. Those who want to participate virtually have registered in advance and will be connecting with their computer, tablet, smartphone, or telephone, and have the option of participating via video or audio only. All virtual participants will be automatically muted upon entry. When your item is called, you will be unmuted by the moderator, one person at a time. We ask that you also mute your devices until you are called upon to speak. Those participating by video appearance will be temporarily upgraded to panelist when your item is being held. During this time, your camera will be enabled and you will only be visible during your 5-minute allotted speaking time. At all other times, your video will be disabled and you will be reinstated as an attendee. For both in-person and virtual participants, Committee of Adjustment staff will share presentations submitted in accordance with the written submission deadline. Those participating through WebEx are not allowed to use share screen or any other panelist controls during a video appearance. People attending in person today who want to receive a copy of the decision of the Committee on Application must fill in a decision request card, and those participating virtually need to submit a written request for a decision by email. Please ensure that you include your name, address, and email address because the Committee of Adjustment and Toronto Local Appeal Body will be sending notifications and updates by email. If you do not agree with the decision of the committee, you may be able to appeal the decision to the Toronto Local Appeal Body or in some limited circumstances to the Ontario Land Tribunal. However, the provincial government amended the Planning Act and generally removed rights of third parties to appeal Committee of Adjustment decisions. Only the applicant, the Ministry of Municipal Affairs, specified persons and public bodies as defined by the Planning Act are permitted to appeal decisions of the Committee of Adjustment. Appeal instructions are set out at the bottom of the decision of the committee. Today, I'll call each item in the order it's listed on the agenda. Where an application is uncontested, the agent or applicant may proceed with their presentation if desired. When the committee does not require a presentation, applicants are to advise the chair should they wish to speak to the committee. The committee may ask questions and or take matter into the committee for decision. Each speaker, including the applicant or agent, will be given a maximum of 5 minutes to address the committee. I'll comment when you're approaching your 5 minutes. Any presentation or other materials you wish to submit to the committee must have been emailed in advance of the hearing. Staff and committee members cannot accept materials at the hearing. When addressing the committee, please state clearly your name and address. Please remember to confine your remarks to the matters outlined in the application. The applicant or agent will proceed first and make a presentation to the committee on the application. And please note that the committee may not entertain revisions to proposals at the hearing today. The committee may decide to defer the application if substantially revised and to ensure the revised application is accurate and that all those entitled to notice of the application are informed of the changes. Then individuals either in support or oppose the application will be invited to speak. Generally, we first call on speakers in the hearing room and then those participating through WebEx. Committee members may ask questions of each speaker after they have finished their presentation, and when all speakers are finished, the applicant or agent has an opportunity to rebut those issues which were raised by the speakers. This will mark the end of the decision, and the application will then be taken into committee for a decision. Madam Deputy Secretary Treasurer, we don't have any deferrals?
Through you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, panel members, Mr. Chair. No, there's none this afternoon, no deferrals.
Great, thank you. Is there any declarations of interest today?
See none from staff.
Seeing none, then we can proceed. We begin this afternoon's proceedings with item number 18, which is 386, sorry, just getting my computer set up. 386 to 394 Symington Avenue. This is an application to alter the redevelopment plan for a residential building approved under site-specific bylaws 1156-2022 OLT by increasing the height and floor space index and reducing parking spaces. The committee has before it a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. A revised diagram 3 received November 19, 2023. 3 photographs of trees on the subject property. Covering letter from Michael Bissett, agent. Parking and loading supply review. A shadow study. A site services technical memo. Presentation materials from the agent. Site-specific bylaw 1156-2022 OLT affecting the subject property, order to comply affecting the subject property, and a building permit affecting the subject property. We have email correspondence from Community Planning, Transportation Services. We have staff reports from Metrolinx and another report from City Planning. And that is it. Sorry, do we have correspondence? Oh, we have a whole lot. We have correspondence from the Housing Secretariat, received January 15th. We have support and correspondence from Housing, Homeless Asset Sustainability and New Development, Wood Green Community Services, from Charles Soriol Elementary School. We have support from 168 McRoberts, 1547 DuPont, Alina Parkinson and Evan Boyce of no address provided. We have many form letters in support, and I will try to read them into the record. Should I read these into the record?
Through the chair, you can reference the street names.
Okay, we have several letters in from residents of Symington Avenue, Perth Avenue, Lawton Avenue, Wiltshire Avenue, Uxbridge, Adrian Avenue, Osler Street, Hugo Avenue, and Kingsley Avenue, and a 19-signature petition signed by owners, occupants of properties on Symington, Kingsley, and Perth Avenues. We have a letter of concern from 130 Uxbridge Avenue. We have opposition from 511 Perth, 12 Hugo, 572 Perth, 387 Symington, 196 St. John's Road, 1420 DuPont Street, 383 Symington, 18 Adrian Avenue, 494 Symington Avenue, and materials in opposition from the Perth Symington Residents Association.
And through the chair, just to add the supplemental information that came in terms of support letters, also from 168 McRoberts Avenue, 1547 DuPont Street, and Alina Parkinson and Evan Boyce, More Neighbors, Toronto, January 16th, 2024.
Great, thank you very much. Okay, do we have the agent here?
Just testing the microphone, Mr. Chair. Thank you. This is the first time in a long time that I have done this in person. My last name is Bronskill, Bronskill, first initial D for David. My mailing address just for committee staff, 333 Bay Street, Suite 3400 in Toronto. And I am pleased, in fact, to return to the Committee of Adjustment in person, in particular for this application. We do have a presentation that I will go through. At one point during that presentation, I may ask another client representative, Mr. Palacio, to step in, who has been handling community consultation. But I'm also joined, if required, by some client representatives, and Mr. Bissett is here from Bowesfields if there are specific planning questions that I cannot answer or that you would like to direct to him.
Great. Mr. Bronsko, welcome. It is good to see you in person after many years of hearing from you virtually. You are going to give us a presentation. There's obvious interest on this file. I'd like you to do the presentation overview, but also if you could address the order to comply, which is associated with this file.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I will have to check with the client just what that order to comply is, which I will do in a moment.
Okay.
It may relate to the ongoing construction, I'm not sure, but I will double check what that is.
Great.
And it may relate sort of, in fact, one of the points that I'll be making as part of this presentation is this is a project that is under construction today. And so it's an opportunity today when we talk about shovel-ready projects to be able to deliver 60 more homes, including 6 affordable housing units now. And I think that's an important thing at the outset to stress as part of this presentation. Our client, Tricon Residential, was founded about 35 years ago. They're a long-term owner and operator of purpose-built rental buildings. That is the building that is under construction at the site today. And they have a portfolio of about 4,500 purpose-built rental units in Toronto. They are, I would suggest to you, the leading provider of purpose-built rental housing right now in the city, or at least one of those. The site itself, if I can just orient the committee to it, the next page shows the area context. We have an aerial photo there for you showing the site, Symington, where the rail corridor bisects the city in a roughly east-west fashion. Davenport on the north side, DuPont on the south side. You can see the excellent parks that are in the area and the school directly to the west. And I would note the letter on the file indicating no concerns from the school. We drill down a little bit more on the next slide just so you can see the site, irregular in shape, abutting up against the CP rail corridor. Because this is a planning matter and there are some official plan tests in front of you, we have included on the next page the apartment neighborhoods designation. You can see then the surrounding designations within the area. We've also included on the next page the existing zoning for the site, which does include a site-specific zoning for the existing approval under construction today, which is the 8-story and 17-story buildings that are now under construction. This would be Tricon's 10th purpose-built rental housing project in the last 5 years. It is designed for families, over 40% of the units being 2 bedrooms or larger. The 17-story building under construction would house about 332 purpose-built rental units, and it is a LEED Gold certified building. On the next slide after that, we have an image of the proposal and just a comparison of how it's evolved over time. There was an original rezoning. 375 units that was going to be condo. Tricon took over the project. It became a rental project. You'll see that the number of family size units increased while the number of units decreased. That's because the units became larger. What's before you today now, you can see 398 units, so 66 more units. That's why I indicated to you it's over 60 more homes that would be able to be constructed now. The percentage of family size unit remains the same at 42%, and you can see 6 affordable units would be secured now as part of this variance approval if 23 stories is approved. Those are 6 oversized family-friendly units, 10% of the additional units. We've got a slide on the next page that outlines how those would be secured, 80% of average market rent, partnering with Wood Green, and there is the letter on file from the city's housing secretariat indicating support. Mr. Chair, the next 4 slides are intended to show you an evolution of height in the area. So a height map from April of 2021, you can see the site in the top left corner. The height context at that time, Galleria Mall down in the right-hand corner. We flip forward to January 2024, and you can see that both under construction, approved, and proposed projects have, I'm going to say, crept up around this rail corridor. And you can see increased heights on Galleria. You can see 26 stories approved directly across the rail corridor from the site, as well as 2 projects, 36 and 39 stories, directly across the rail corridor. The next 2 slides are then the axiometric views, showing you again April 2021, our project in orange. It looks a little bit lonely. And then now what's happened by January 2024, along these rail corridors, you can see the extent of development, including height. We actually, at 23 stories, I'm going to submit to you, actually look quite modest. I'm going to, as part of the overall proposal now, we do have a slide, and if, with the committee's indulgence, I would ask Mr. Palacio just to step up, because there are over 125 signatures from residents in support, as well as from the school. There is a suggestion in some of the materials before you that maybe those signatures were obtained with misleading information. I want to assure this committee that is not true. This has been a robust outreach to the community, beyond the 60-meter mailing, frankly, beyond what would go on in a rezoning, door to door, to engage people who are frankly sometimes not engaged in the planning process, door to door. That's actually, I'm going to submit to this committee, remarkable in this day and age when there's a planning intensification proposal like this. Not just a community meeting, but door to door so that people are aware and engaged.
Ronsko,
And Cesar, if you wanted to quickly just...
you've used up your 5 minutes. I'm going to allow this, but very briefly, please.
And then I was going to stop here just in case there are some other comments that come in, and I would address them in reply. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Cesar Palacio, for the record, Cesar, C-E-S-A-R, Palacio, P like Peter, A-L-A-C-I-O.
I'm going to give you about a minute, okay?
I'm a former Toronto City Councillor for Davenport, and I would like to say also that I do speak in favor of this application for TRICOM, and as well as on myself. I'm a property owner about 180 at 180 Osler Street. It's about 3 blocks from the development site. Is my children and my family grew up there, so I'm part of the community. And with regards to the petition and community consultation, before the end of the year, I spent about 6 weeks knocking on doors, going door to door, speaking to residents. The majority of them, they were very, very glad to sign the petition, because after all, it's going to be a rental development instead of a condominium. They like the design overall. For example, the residents or property owners on the west side of SYMINGTON, they were delighted to sign the petition. Why? Because they will have access to their backyards via a private laneway in the back. So that will allow them to park there, as well as perhaps even to build a laneway housing. And very briefly, that I would like to emphasize that the abutting property owners, north, east, south, and west, they did sign this petition, and no one of them refused to do that. One thing that I would like to bring to your attention is that with regards to the variances, that those of them that they were not too familiar with it, I left and I encouraged them to read the materials that I left, and also the petition that is with you as well, that notes the nature of the variances, and for them to read, to contact city planning, to contact the local councilor if they will, just to get involved with it. So and also if they are willing to sign, I will come back again, and yes, they put those petitions on their mailboxes. With regards to the variance, I was very clear. I mentioned to them that the building will be increased from 17 to 23 stories, 6 additional stories, including the 6 units of affordable that as my colleague here spoke about it. They were very happy to see that the 40% of units are going to be family units, with for within 2 and 3 bedroom units, and they were glad to see that finally. And they were glad, literally speaking, to talk to me, because they knew me and they trusted me as a reputable person. And I was there to inform them on behalf of TRICON, and also because I have a personal interest. I live there. This is my community as well.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Panel, before we move to speakers, is there anything burning you want to raise with the agent? Or can we wait until we hear from the opposition? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Bronsko. Okay, we have anyone in person speaking to this item? We have two folks over there.
Emily Shepard, please come to the table. We can put up any material that's already been emailed to us, but we cannot allow you to plug in your device to project.
That's okay. I sent it in advance.
Great.
Thank you.
Just hang on a sec and we'll call it up for you.
Thank you. Perfect. Thank you.
Is it?
Yep.
Okay, welcome. Your name and address, please.
My name's Emily Shepard, and my address is 20 Adrian Avenue.
Okay, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. So I'm here on behalf of the Residents Association, and I'll give you some context for how we came together in our position. Just go to the next slide. Our overview, listen, we appreciate the need for housing. We appreciate that density is a reality in a lot of neighborhoods that didn't used to have density. So we're not against that in principle. This just feels very rushed and very dramatic for people who've been involved with this from the beginning and who weren't consulted when we've been consulted all the way along. So our position is not exactly one of opposition. It's one of concern, feeling like this needs to be looked at further. Potentially there do need to be further benefits to the community in exchange for the type of density increase that we're seeing. So it could be brought back to the committee once that's done, and I think we would be satisfied at that point. I've given a summary here. We don't think the variance is minor. I'll speak to that. The precedents provided by the developer we don't find instructive to the committee. And I am going to speak to the petition as the applicant has done as well. So going down to the quick history, the original proposal here was for a 24-story tower. Just to speak to the door-to-door component, we also went door-to-door at the time. This is back in 2017. We had our flyer translated into Portuguese. We formed a residents association specifically to get involved as a party at the OMB appeal that was filed by the developer at the time, which was a different developer. And we were party to a settlement that led to a 17-story building coming out of that. And a park was removed from that proposal at the time. So initially with the 24-story, there'd been a park on Kingsley Avenue. The units went down in the tower and went up into that park space, and that was something that was exchanged when the height went down. So going to the next slide, you've seen a comparison from the developer. We don't disagree with that. The number I would just highlight for you here is the number of bedrooms in this proposal is the highest of any proposals significantly. And so again, we appreciate family units. We like family units. But it speaks to the density increase. It's not just a question of units, it's a question of bedrooms. And we're seeing a lot more people, over 100 more bedrooms, assuming a bedroom is a person, being brought into this proposal. Going down to the next slide, our position is the variance isn't minor. 6 stories on top of 17 is quite significant. I've looked at the height map of the developments in the area. I'm familiar with them. They are in a different context. This particular development is surrounded entirely by 2-story homes and a school. So it's not the same as something coming up along DuPont. Those buildings are along DuPont, which is much more sort of high traffic, less neighborhood style area. So that's our position on the other tall buildings. Going down to the next slide, I think this is important, and I welcome information from the developer on this. I'm not a planner, but the precedents identified in their submissions are all existing tall buildings. So a change from 51 to 60 stories is not the same as a change from 17 to 23, or a change from 38 to 42. Those are different increments. The only development, which is the second one in the area that's been identified, is 150 Sterling. I dug into the Application Information Center. There's no minor variance I could find at that address. The address is actually 181 Sterling, which was the addition of a half story. And I've included a slide at the end showing that the file number provided by the developer is the wrong file number. So again, if there is one at 150 Sterling, I welcome it, but that's not a precedent I don't think the committee can rely on today. Down to the next slide, I think part of our position is that there haven't been the revised studies necessary to look at what an increase in density would bring to the area. So a revised wind study with this kind of increase in height, I think, would be important. My personal main concern with density coming in, especially in this little pocket, is transportation. So the bus lines currently in this area, I think, are underserved. There's a lot of strange traffic that happens because of the narrowing of the road around the different rail lines. Like there's underpasses where DuPont goes from 1 lane to 2 and 2 to 1, and things get messed up in there. So I think a revised transportation study would be warranted. I am not familiar with our off-site park dedications, but I'm told by a planner friend that that corresponds to density, and I'm not sure if that's been revisited, so I've included that as well. Lastly, on the petition, so this petition was posted maybe a week ago. We don't have the capacity to go door to door to each resident to double check those signatures. I can speak to 3 examples. A neighbor told me she wouldn't have signed had she known that there was an increase in stories corresponding. She was only told that there would be affordable units added. Another neighbor went and asked me, oh, I was told that residents of the building wouldn't get on-street parking permits. Is that true? And I had to go through the work of checking that with the councillor. It's not true. And I was told, because the developer's rep came to my door as well, that the city councillor was in support, and I had to contact her and found out she's just sitting neutral on this one. So I do have concerns about it. Most of the letters of support that you see are actually a version of a petition, so they're a letter with a signature at the end. So I just encourage you to review those and see which are petition and which are individuals writing to you. And those are my submissions today. Thank you.
That's great. Thank you very much. Any questions, panel? Yes, Phil.
You mentioned right at the outset that maybe an ideal outcome would be additional benefits in exchange for this sort of a change. What sorts of things would you consider an additional benefit?
I'm a bit out of my depth on what's possible. I can say the 6 affordable units are wonderful. I believe 50% of them are 1 bedroom, so they're being advertised as family friendly. There may be room to increase what's being offered there. I know there's also sort of amounts that can be provided to the ward generally. The developer's been fairly generous with that, so I'm not sure if we would negotiate that further. I think it's just a conversation we wish we had had, and frankly didn't have time to come here with a firm position on today.
That's fair. Thank you.
Thank you.
I will also ask the applicant this as well, but I am interested in transit. You mentioned you spoke to transit in the area and sort of proximity, availability. Can you just give us a couple chapters on what the transit is like around this site?
There are 3 bus lines. So there's the 26 DuPont running east-west, the 127 Davenport, again running east-west, and the 168 Symington running north-south. In my experience, it's the 168 Symington that is always packed at peak hours. I think there probably will need to be a big increase in the 26 DuPont with all of the other developments coming up. And I haven't seen the city sort of look at that comprehensively, not that we're doing that today. There's a lot, I think our neighborhood has a lot of vacant sites, and it's seen as being close to the subway. It's about a 15-minute walk from Dundas West Station, so whether or not that's accessible depends on how you get around.
Okay.
And just on this, as someone who's in the neighborhood, so I know not to take it as Golden, you're not a transportation staff member, but what is the frequency of the Symington bus right now?
It should be like every 5 to 10. Sometimes it's every 15. They bunch up. Again, I live across from the stop, so this is just me kind of with my observations. But there's also the UP. I don't want to under-advertise that, but it, again, is about a 15-minute walk from the site.
Okay, but is there, so there's a bit of bunching of the buses, but you think there would be an ability to add more buses to that route? And
Again, you should check with staff. I believe it was cut with the round of cuts that came most recently. So I believe that's some of the local concern around that particular bus line. I think from what I've seen, it could be increased, but yeah, I would check that. Don't take my word for it.
Thank you.
Great. Thanks very much. And we will ask the applicant the same question if that's
Thank you.
okay. Okay. Thank you very much for coming down. Appreciate great presentation.
Thank you.
I think we had someone else? Yes. Hi.
I'm Mark Richardson. I'm a volunteer with HousingNowTO.com. We track affordable housing projects in the city of Toronto. I have not presented to Committee of Adjustment in about 17 years. We normally deal with bigger files than this one. So I didn't realize we had to pre-submit. I have a letter. Whether I can submit it later or not, doesn't matter. I don't need to put it up on the screen. I just want to sort of talk you through our context.
Sure, welcome. You have 5 minutes.
Thank
If
you.
you can squeeze it all in that would be great.
100%. First of all, it's important, I think, that the Committee of Adjustment here not only listen to hyper-local voices in the neighborhood. I just came from across the street from a lunch with, I'll call it Solving the Housing Crisis, a conversation with Canada's Housing Minister, with the Federal Housing Minister. You need to look at these requests with a citywide lens, and you can already see that the city is starting to change its targets, its goals, its numbers on rental housing, on affordable housing. The official plan and the zoning bylaws may no longer be fit for purpose to meet those targets. So I'd like you to think of this project in that context. So Housing Now TOs is a civic tech and affordable housing, a group of volunteers from across Toronto, East York, and all the districts of the city of Toronto. I have actively watched, as part of that group, the city planning processes for this property at Symington Avenue over the last 7 years, as far back as I remember it. And our volunteers have also reviewed every letter of support, opposition, and concern currently on file with the city as of 8 o'clock last night. Our volunteers strongly support the proponent's requested minor variance on this site and echo the letters of support already provided for this minor increase in height and density by the City of Toronto's own Housing Secretariat, the Wood Green Community Services, Toronto Friends Public School Board, More Neighbours Toronto, and a number of nearby residents in the Perth and Symington neighborhood. This is an excellent proposal. Our volunteers' opinion is that it answers all of the 4 tests you must use in your Committee of Adjustment with a strong and affirmative yes. The first question, maintaining the general intent and purpose of the official plan. This site is zoned as apartment neighborhoods in the official plan. A new 23-story building is consistent with apartment neighborhood zoning, and it is about 50% smaller at 23 stories than what is being proposed on other apartment neighborhoods in Toronto and East York, which are usually 45 stories and up. It is maintaining the general intent and purpose of the zoning bylaw. This site has been vacant for a number of years. It is designated as apartment neighborhood. It's not an apartment neighborhood right now. It's a vacant site. It is located in proximity to other tall buildings, including a cluster at DuPont and Lansdowne, which are about 27 stories. It is minor in nature, and this is where that citywide, nationwide, province-wide context comes into play. This proposal is only for 6 additional floors of an existing pre-approved purpose-built rental apartment tower. It's generating only 66 new rental apartments. In the last 2 months, Toronto City Council has approved a provincial housing target of 285,000 new homes within the city of Toronto by 2031. Why are we even asking about should we do 66 more here? Adding 66 new homes on this existing tower site is very minor in nature when you look at it in that citywide, province-wide context. Is it a desirable and appropriate development of and use of the land? It is clear from the fact that the City of Toronto's council has approved the provincial housing targets of 285,000 new homes by 2031, that our city is aware that both its official plans and its zoning bylaws in every part of the city will need to be adjusted to accommodate their own targets. Therefore, adding 66 new purpose-built rental apartments to this site is both appropriate and desirable when considered in that citywide changing context. But I don't know how long I have left, so I don't see a clock.
You about a minute and a half.
Perfect. Okay, so let's talk about the affordable housing numbers. The person from the Local Residents Association said they didn't really understand the affordable housing numbers and the context of it. All we've done as volunteers for the last 5 years is crunch affordable housing numbers to make these projects work for the city. The city's own Housing Now sites struggled because they didn't do enough height and density in their Wave 1 sites. In 5 years, we've broken ground on 1 Housing Now site at the city because every project has to pencil, the math has to work every damn time. So let's talk about this mix of units as offered. The original offering was that they were going to do 3 one-bedrooms, 2 two-bedrooms, and 1 three-bedroom, so 6 units in total for 25 years. We use a calculation in our organization called affordable bedroom years to value how many years. So if you take that mix of units and you multiply that by 25 years, that gets you 250 affordable bedroom years. Now, this new proposal has come back and they've extended it to 40 years. 25 to 40 years of affordability for Wood Green is a 60% increase in affordable housing delivery. So you now have delivered 400 affordable bedroom years on this project for 6 extra stories. I will bite your hand off every day to make that deal. This is an increase of 150 affordable bedroom years. This is how the sausage is going to get made on affordable housing in the City of Toronto. You repeat the same floor plate again and again. You supersize your fries on every site, as the city is doing on its own Housing Now sites. So once again, we encourage you to approve this variance and get used to getting lots of other variances like this coming across your desks if the city wants to reach its own affordable and rental housing targets. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Good presentation. Panel, any questions?
So I have one question. Is there a way to submit this letter we prepared afterwards, just for the permanent record?
I'll defer to staff.
Through the chair, you can submit it via email. It'll go in the very late folder. It just obviously hasn't been reviewed by the committee or staff.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I just wanted to have it on the record and as a public document for people to refer to, including the Residents Association.
Great. Thank you very much, sir. Okay. Do we have another speaker?
We have, through you, Mr. Chair, we have speakers on standby who are attending virtually. I'm unsure if there's a Madeleine Burley in the room or if there's anyone else present who is going to be speaking to the item. If you can just make yourself known, please. All right, then, with that being said, we're going to move on to the next speaker. Brent, you have been unmuted.
Brent, are you there?
I'm here. Yeah.
Okay. If
Can you hear me?
Thanks you. If you could just give us your name and address, please.
Yeah, for sure. So my name's Brent. I've been a resident at 511 Perth Avenue for 3 years now.
So your last name,
Brent? I mainly
Brent?
just want to echo. Yeah.
Your last name, please.
Brent Scheibelhut, SCHEIBELHUT.
Great, thank you. Okay.
So I appreciate all the other presenters. I submitted a letter to this panel, and I'm just going to kind of high-level, broad strokes it just to raise a concern. It's more a holistic concern with respect to the area itself. I'm all for building more houses. I'm all for, having more affordable rental units, but I just don't think Symington is a proper transit corridor. Dundas or Lansdowne, that makes a lot more sense. But specifically in this area, you have a lot of proposals that may not be known, but there's a lot of vacant lots around. So the mall just next to this one is going to be taken over by, 25-story buildings, and it's not on a subway line. There's the bus that runs very infrequently. It's constantly late. I personally use it. There's also a lot of choke points in the area. So with respect to the train lines, at certain times of day, they just don't function very well. And I don't know if there's a way to really improve that because of how the tracks are laid. So I would kind of want to reiterate that if there wasn't a transit study done, that there should be a transit study done. I'd also like to say that I think a lot of these are going up because there were vacant lots. They were underutilized spaces, and I'm all for utilizing them. But I don't think there was a holistic take done to view the area as a whole. And I just want to make sure that we kind of view all the other buildings that are going up in the next 3 years with respect to that, which I'm not sure has been done. Overall, though, I'm in support of the housing units. I just don't think that this transit corridor can support it. And that I think that, you know, it was referenced that the Galleria Mall has buildings that high, and I agree. Like that's a great corridor to build 26, 30 super high units. But this is just, over the past few years, I've noticed it's just been really dysfunctional in terms of transit, especially because on Symington, on the weekends as well, you have people who can park on Symington and the bus can hardly get down there because it has to like pause for a minute or two to wait because there's not enough space for the bus to come down. And it's actually kind of comical how poor the transit situation is in that area. So I think, yeah, I'm gonna stop talking, but I think my main concern is that the transit doesn't suit all the units that are going up, and it's not just this 6 stories. It's also the mall or the one, you know, right by the kind of Old Weston Road. So I just would urge the committee to take into account all the other buildings that are going up. Thank you for the time.
Great, thank you very much. Panel, any questions of the speaker? No, thank you very much. If we could have the next speaker, please.
Kyle Rappaport, you have been unmuted.
Oh. Hello, everyone.
Hi, if you could just give us your name and address, please.
Yes, Kyle Rappaport. I am a homeowner at 99 Miller Street, which is about a 5-minute walk from this site. This is my first time speaking one of these. I wanted to just be very brief and say that I am a big supporter of this plan. I think that this adds a lot of much needed housing to this area. I think that much of what has been spoken by some of the other folks in support, I echo, but I would also say, you know, another big factor is that, and I know this is systemic across much of downtown Toronto, and that areas like the one that I live on, which consists of a lot of semi-detached and non-apartment housing, have lost populations over the years. And we see on Davenport that there are a lot of boarded up businesses, boarded up houses. And I think that this represents a great opportunity to have more people in the area, and that will add more viable consumers to businesses in this area and can help thrive. And I know there's another developments also in this area, and I think that this will fit right in with what is being proposed in this area. So I just wanted to come on and voice my support for this, because again, I think, you know, with all of the affordability crisis in this city, anything to add is a benefit. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Okay, maybe we can go to the next speaker.
Simone Abel, you have been unmuted.
Hello.
Hi.
Simone,
Can
can you
everyone hear
just give us your name and address, please?
Yes. My name is Simone Abel. I live at 18 Adrian Avenue. I've been a homeowner since 2005.
Okay.
I submitted a letter of objection to this minor variance. It is the 9-pager letter, rather long, and I will be speaking to some points in that letter. Thank you for your time today. I am loosely representing multiple residents and neighbors on Adrian and around the corner on Symington, on the east side of Symington, south of Kingsley. Our homes directly face the 8-story podium building on Symington and the 17-story rental building component we are discussing today. So our view of the development is the Symington Avenue view. We represent the position that the requested minor variants do not fully and completely meet the 4 tests set out in the Planning Act, and that the proposed changes should not be approved. With regards to the compliance to the 4 tests, we do not feel they completely satisfy them. As to maintaining the general intent and purpose of the official plan, we would like to note that the Junction Malls and Emerson area is in the top 10 neighborhoods undergoing rapid densification. We also note that the Weston Pelham Park, Carlton Village, and Junction Triangle neighborhood is also one of the most densely purpose-built social housing areas in the city. We also note that a significant portion of the single-family semi-detached homes in the area now contain rental units, either basements or second stories, or have been converted fully into rental triplexes. Many of the homes in this area have apartments in them. There are plenty of social services in the area due to the demographics, and we are looking at a rapid densification in its totality throughout the area. Furthermore, the location sits outside of a major transit station area, being more than 10 minutes away. And we could not find any indication that this location is part of a site and specific area, allowing for exceptions. As such, we feel that the building A at 17 stories already meets or exceeds the general intent of the official plan. We feel it is dense enough. We feel that the development as such in its current state respects the scale of the low-rise residential surroundings, and that it is not, there is no reason to indiscriminately add further height. With respect to the general intent and purpose of the zoning bylaw, we do not feel there are any net new significant community benefits proposed by the developer to support these changes. It is a 35% increase to the height of the tower component that's being proposed here. Proportionately, this is not minor, it is major in our opinion. As such, as well, the family units, which are 40 to 50% of the footprint, may not be actually incentivized to buy or rent in this development because the schools in the area are already packed. The two public schools in the area are over capacity, are already over capacity. And the schools that are under capacity are Catholic or French, and those have both have special qualifications. They are not necessarily going to meet the needs of the new families moving in. The affordable housing provision we feel is not sufficient enough to be of a community benefit. 6 units, only 6 units could easily be provisioned within the existing 17 stories. And that's what we would argue for. In addition, there are other buildings going up in the area. There's a purpose-built affordable housing development going up on Lansdowne, just south of Wallace, near Lansdowne and Bloor. 6 additional units here are not the only units that could be found throughout the neighborhood, and it's a policy issue of the city and the province that new developments don't require to have a certain percentage of units. So we do not feel that this is a reasonable exchange for 6 stories. As to minor in nature, we do not feel that the change is minor. As well as what I've mentioned before, the shadow study also means that the residents to the east on Adrian and on the east side of Symington and eastward during the winter months will be in shadow from approximately 1:15 in the afternoon through sunset. This constitutes half the day. Shadow that moves off property within an hour or two is minor.
I'm sorry for interrupting, but I am going to ask you to wrap up, please.
Yep. Yes, thank you. So we do not feel that the shadow impact is minor. We feel it is major. And the sense of the height of the building is also compounded by the steep low-grade underpass, as well as the mechanical tower, the mechanical penthouse, which was not considered in the shadow study.
Okay, Simone, I'm
So
going to
we-
stop you there. I'm sorry for interrupting, but you've gone over your time quite considerably. Thank you very much. We got any more speakers?
Through you, Mr. Chair. Andre Visser, you have been unmuted.
Hi, thanks. Can everybody hear me?
We can. If you could just give us your name and address, please.
Absolutely. Thank you for having me. My name's Andre Visser. I live on Perth Avenue, 517 Perth Avenue, just north of the proposed of the development. I've been a homeowner here for 14 years. My kids go to the French school right beside the school. My kids play outside every day. Those are my kids. And I agree with Simone and Emily, my counterpart on the Residents Association, and Brent, who's my neighbor down the street. Not sure about the person who spoke on Miller Avenue, about 10 streets over west of Osler, which is kind of far away, but we are overwhelmingly, and I can speak, I don't have the stats, the recent stats to back this up because I haven't gone door to door like Caesar, but 5 years ago when we did this, overwhelmingly, they are not, I can speak on behalf of the neighborhood and on behalf of the Residents Association, the increase in height, I don't know who's sipping what coffee here today, but 6 stories is about 40%, and that is not, I don't know, I'll challenge anybody, that is not a minor variance. I know it's internal language we use. I don't work in housing or anything like that, but that is a major, major, major increase in density. And I can speak on behalf of the Residents Association, that is too high, it's too much. Don't get me wrong, we are for this development, and we have been, the Residents Association has been since day one. We're not opposed to the increase in height and density, but the proposal as of now to increase it by 6 stories is, like everyone who lives in the neighborhood will tell you, unless you're talking to Caesar, is too much. And I know Caesar, and I respectfully, Mr. Bronskill and Caesar, I know Caesar works for Tricon. I'm telling you, it's not what the neighborhood is telling you. It's not what the French school parents are telling me. And it's not what I'm hearing in the neighborhood. And if I have to go door to door again, which we thought we did 4 years ago when we were at the OMB in person, dealing with this issue already, and it was resolved. And now we're back here again, surprisingly, doing this all over again. We will challenge you again to say that we think this is too much, too fast. During construction, they're asking to increase it by 40 or 35%, whatever the percentage is. It's not, again, there's not enough studies to propose this. This is too high. Traffic here is a nightmare. Kingsley in itself, the road that everyone's going to be leading out of that condo, the only road people will leave that condo is Kingsley. It's a 1.5 road. It's not a 2-lane road. It's a 1.5. It's old Toronto here. This is one of the oldest parts of Toronto. Symington, as you know or may not, parking is at midnight, so it becomes a one-way right-of-way road. That's why Emily was referring to earlier. The buses have to stop for other cars to go through. DuPont from Lansdowne, I believe, right under the bridge going west becomes, instead of a 4-lane road, it becomes a 2-lane road. And traffic congestion here, as everybody knows, is very, very bad. I realize there's an affordability crisis, but there's so much more being built in this neighborhood that this proposed major variance, not minor, doesn't make any sense to anyone who lives here and who knows the neighborhood on a day-to-day basis. So I would challenge anyone on that. If I have to go door to door again, I will, to get some facts, because I know what I'm saying right now is hearsay, but believe me, this is not a minor variance. This is a major variance. Not enough studies have been done by this. And we would like to, as a residents association, we want to make that very clear to the esteemed panel here. Thank you very much for having me. I don't have anything else to say. I'm just a concerned citizen who lives up the street. So thanks for having me.
It's great. Thank you very much, sir. I think, is that it?
Through you, Mr. Chair, that is it for the speakers list. Just for the record, I've attempted to call Madeline Burley of 572 Perth multiple times to no response. So we can go back to the agent should you feel the need to.
Great. Thank you very much. Can we have Mr. Bronskill back, please?
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, if you can address as many of the comments that we heard today, that would be great.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So a few things in response, sir. First of all, that last submission to you in terms of access was actually not correct. There's a new north-south road or an extension of Perth Avenue coming down to a cul-de-sac that will have the access to the garage. So the suggestion was made to you that all the traffic will leave the development and go on to Kingsley and can only use Kingsley. That's actually factually incorrect. There is a new street being provided as part of this, an extension of Perth with a cul-de-sac at the south end. That's where the garage is. So yes, some traffic will come up that new public road and use Kingsley, but some of that traffic will also go north. Thank you. That's the plan. You can see it on the screen there. Thanks to staff. You can see the garage. So north would be to your right there. You can see the garage entrance sort of at the southeast part of that cul-de-sac. That's into the underground garage. So some traffic can then go north on Perth as well. In terms of the suggestion that there's a view unchanged from Symington, I just want to pause for this committee and say there was a lot of thought that went into these 6 stories, and I'm going to finish the presentation that I had to you before in response to some of these comments. The view from Symington is largely unchanged. And what I mean by that, and if I could ask staff's indulgence to put our presentation back up. And what I mean by that is, and if I could ask them to go, it's labeled as page 15, and it's got the annotated height map, where we take the heights and put some red on them just so the committee can see a little bit further with thanks to staff. That's the one there. So the view from Symington, that 8-story podium, that's not changing. The additional height that we're talking about here, the 17 to 23 stories, is in the southwest portion of the site, close to that new extension of Perth Avenue where the cul-de-sac is, closer to the school. It's very deliberately in that location to site the tower there. And the 23 stories is not something that was plucked out of the air, and I apologize to staff for having them bounce around. But the second last page of the presentation actually has a 45-degree angular plane drawing for you. Very common tool to measure the performance of a building these days in the City of Toronto, especially when you've got neighborhoods adjacent. The 23 stories, including the mechanical, comes well under that tested 45-degree angular plane. That's in the tall building guidelines. That's in many places in the city when testing the performance. So this isn't simply piling up all of the height and trying to maximize, but it's looking at what can be achieved while still having appropriate transition on the site. But the view from Symington I want to suggest to this committee, it's going to be 6 additional stories pushed west on the site. And I'm going to suggest to you that's an almost imperceptible impact in terms of 6 stories. And in fact, 5, 10, 15 years from now, we are not going to be asking ourselves the question, why is that building 23 stories? We're going to be asking ourselves the question, why did we not build more affordable housing? Why did we not build more rental housing? Why did we not build more housing in general? Why did we not build more family housing? That's the question we will be asking ourselves in 5 years, 10 years, and 15 years. Not why is this building 23 stories? And I think that's a really important test for the city right now. And I thank Mr. Richardson, who I've never met before, and this is the first time I've ever seen him in person, from Housing Now. Those are the questions we need to be asking ourselves as a city. And I thank him for coming here today to ask those questions, because it was the very same question that I was going to posit to this committee. There was a suggestion to you that Galleria, that we're looking at the same as Galleria. I didn't suggest Galleria to you as a they've got height, therefore we've got height. Galleria, and again, I apologize to staff, when you go back to the height maps that we had, 2021, when this proposal was initially going through, Galleria had heights ranging from 21 to 35 stories. Galleria now has heights ranging from 24 to 48 stories. It has gone up significantly. And that's the map you're seeing on the screen in terms of heights in general are going up. We look, I'm going to respectfully say to this committee, at 23 stories, so modest in that context. And why? We tested it against the 45-degree angular plane, and we tested it against the shadow studies. And contrary to the submission made to you, including the mechanical penthouse. The shadow studies include the mechanical penthouse, and we included them in the package of materials that are before you. And the shadows, in fact, are incredibly modest at the equinoxes. March 21, as we go through the shadow studies, at 12:18, there's almost an imperceptible change in shadows to the north. 9:18, when they're at the longest in the morning, they don't reach the Pelham Avenue playground to the northwest. Again, we tested a rationale for the height that's coming in before you today. So it's been very well thought out in my respectful submission to you. I want to end, subject to the questions you may have, and I'm going to, through you to the chair, just deal with the building permit last as well. I think this is a really important line to finish with. I'm going to leave out the fill in the blank. Blank recommends approval of the requested variances subject to the above noted conditions. Not Bousfields, not me, not Mr. Palacio, not Mr. Richardson. Community planning. That's the fill in the blank. That's a direct quote at the end of the staff report. And this committee knows very, very well it is rare for city planning staff in a staff report to say we recommend approval. I fight to get a non-objection, and if the committee sees fit to approve, impose these conditions. City planning staff recommend approval of the requested variances. That's the professional planning advice of city staff for you as the committee to consider today. On the building permit, sir, I can advise that that violation has been closed. The requisite information has been provided. The order to comply has been lifted as of January 10th.
Great.
Unless there
Thank
are
you,
questions,
Mr.
thank you to the committee for hearing me out.
Thank you, Mr. Bronskill. Panel, do we have any questions? Phil?
So the planning report actually is a good spot to go to because I have a question for you on that report, and it's sort of turning back against you the question you just posed to us of we're going to be asking ourselves why not more rental housing, why not more affordable housing? And the planning recommendations, and it's also what was throughout your materials, and I've also seen it in a few other places, have an inconsistency, which is the recommendation is that there be the provision of 6 new affordable rental housing units. B, the affordable rental housing units shall be comprised of 50% one-bedroom, 25% two-bedroom, and 25% three-bedroom. That's an impossible number to achieve in 6.
Yes.
Now, another thing that we've heard from some of the people who have stated concern, both in letters and in person with the proposal, is that, yes, there is a housing crisis and rental housing is important, but maybe this isn't doing quite enough. And so I'd put it to you that if you bump your number to 8 units, then the math would actually work. You could have 50% one-bedroom, 25% two-bedroom, and 25% three-bedroom. Is that something that your client would consider?
Math on affordable housing with community benefits is extremely tricky and extremely complicated. And through you, Mr. Chair, I don't mean to say that in a patronizing way. That's not my intention in how I said that. Essentially, the math is based on a GFA through the proposal that will be dedicated to affordable housing. And that's been detailed in the materials that are in front of you in terms of what that actually looks like, in terms of the overall GFA that would be achieved through affordable housing. And you see that, and I just had it in front of me. I just have to find it from the right document. What we've essentially done through this process is take that GFA, divide it up into 6 units. The unit mix then matches, and it's, yes, we're at a unit and a half for the 2-bedroom and the 3-bedroom. And I think ultimately, as that's finalized with the Housing Secretariat in Wood Green, that may end up being 1 2-bedroom and 2 3-bedroom, or it may end up being 2 2-bedroom and 1 3-bedroom to go along with the 2 2-bedrooms and 1 3-bedroom to go along with the 3 1-bedroom units being provided. 8 units just doesn't work on the math. It's more GFA. And it's not going to be something that, from a mathematical perspective, works in terms of the economics. This has been worked out with them. The 40 years has gone up from 25. That's a long time to secure. That math does work. This is a little bit, I'm going to say, like the old Section 37, where it's what's the GFA increase, what's the community benefit that can be sustained. Staff asked if we could go from 25 to 40, and that works. I don't think we've got the ability to go from 6 to 8 and make that work in terms of the math.
Okay, so if that is the case, and maybe I would like to hear from your client as well to confirm that there's nothing they can do in that respect.
I can go and check.
It would make it much easier for us if there were. But the idea of approving something that mathematically doesn't work and then saying we'll work it out with the Housing Secretariat, I'm not that comfortable with.
I understand.
So the alternative is I would like to, if we were to approve this, I would like to know, is it going to be 2 bedrooms and 1 3-bedroom, or, the preferable option of 1 2-bedroom and 3,
Yep.
or 2 3-bedrooms, just so that we can have certainty in this. I actually have several questions on this, so I'm going to jump into my next one if my colleagues will permit me. So one issue that I do think is worth exploring when we're looking at the addition of 66 units and desirability is also the livability for the individuals in the building. And I'm just wondering if there was any consideration about whether this would affect elevator capacity for those residents.
It has been reviewed with the architects through you, Mr. Chair. Elevator capacity is fine. Whether another elevator was required was reviewed. Amenity space through the bylaw also has to increase, so it's not going to be tragedy of the commons where the same amount of amenity space is then shared among other people. So all of those metrics were reviewed through the process to ensure that all of that continues to work. And the parking and loading study was done specifically to ensure that all of the on-site operations continue to work as well. Yes.
Do you know what the ratio is of units to elevators? Or?
I can tell you. And I may have to get the client to confirm, because the elevators are divided through the different buildings, through the proposed 23 and through the 8-story podium. I think there are 2 elevators in the 8 and 3 in the 23.
2 and 3.
Yeah.
Sir.
So 5 elevators overall, but divided between the 2 buildings.
And how many units again in total with the additional 66?
So we up to 398, and it goes from
80 units per
332.
elevator.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, that actually is compared
As
to a
rental
lot.
developers, we're very concerned with elevators.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that actually. Compared to a lot of developments, that's not bad at all.
And through the chair, can you just state your name, sir, just because you spoke on the record?
John English from Tricon.
Thank you.
Thank you, Steph.
So I'll just ask my last question.
Sure.
And then I'm wondering if you can address some of the concerns about the transit capacity in the area.
Yeah, we included the map in our presentation. I don't factually disagree with the transit that's in the area. It's about a 10 to 15 minute walk to the subway. It's about a 10, 15 minute walk to the Up Express. we, in the area context and the aerial photo, we do indicate the bus routes so they're there if the committee needs to see them. That includes the 26 route along DuPont, the 168 along Symington, the 127 along Davenport. My understanding in talking to both the client and the consultants is that the Symington 168 is intended to be a 5 to 10 minute. I think with all buses, it is what it is. I know my Wellesley bus at Cabbagetown and Parliament. I have the same experience as other people who live in the city, where sometimes I'm getting 2 or 3 in a row, and Castle Frank Station ain't that far away, and I am always perplexed at how they manage to bunch between Castle Frank and Wellesley and Parliament. The bus capacity is there. It is walking distance. We are not here telling you that we're within the boundaries of a protected major transit station area, but I also want to suggest to the committee, that's why I think when you look at the 3D image that we provided, we aren't as intense as other developments that are in greater proximity to subway. I think that actually reflects the appropriate hierarchy of how to look at opportunities such like this, as this. And I think it is a site that is large enough and deep enough, both in terms of the shadow studies and the angular plane, that indicate the type of density from a built form perspective can be accommodated. If City Council, in its infinite wisdom, seeks to expand transit capacity, which they should in this area and in fact in all areas, that's a good thing. And sometimes it is a bit of a field of dreams proposition, which is sometimes adding a few more people if you build it, sometimes the transit then comes. And I think if we wait to do the opposite, I don't think that's the right incentive either for housing in the city.
Okay, thank you very much. Lois, any questions? Aaron? Any questions?
No, I don't have questions. I'm probably the very odd person to believe that this building should be even higher.
Well, we'll get to that in a moment.
We'll get to the committee, yeah.
Mr. Bronskill, a couple of questions. Thank you for speaking to the shadow study, because I was going to refer to that, and I was going to ask for your assessment as to...
Sorry, sir.
No worries. I was going to ask about your assessment, the relative change from 17 to 23, but I think in your response you quite capably answered that question, and I think the impact is relatively marginal. The transit issue I'm very concerned about, but I think we are limited in just about any location in the city to what is currently being provided and what is being proposed, and to use a too well-worn phrase, it is what it is. I did want to speak about, I mean, you've used negotiation for community benefits to translate into affordable units, which I think is quite commendable, and I think everyone in this committee would thank you and the city for doing that. I think that's a good thing. Are you at all subject to parkland dedication in this site? Yeah. So can you just speak to what has been arranged or accommodated there?
Yes, and I also have an answer on the unit mix question, Mr. Chair, that I'll get to as well, if I can tack that on to the to your question. Yes, as with other applications, although there is a building permit that's been issued, and so the building permit would have triggered parkland, including cash in lieu. What the city will then often do, as is their statutory right, is say, okay, there are additional units now that are being provided as this. There is additional density. I don't want to mislead the committee, because the additional height does lead to just under 4,000 additional square meters of density as a result of that. That's one of the variances before you. That then enables the city to look at the parkland again and can trigger basically a top-up to the the cash in lieu of parkland. So there can be an additional cash in lieu, and I suspect, I don't know this because I'm not the Parks Department, but I suspect there will be that request because there is additional density or additional cash in lieu of parkland.
Okay.
And then through you, Mr. Chair, what we would propose in terms of cleaning up that condition should the committee see fit to grant the variances, and I'm just going to pull up the staff report, comprised of 50% one bedroom, we would go, and I'm in the committee's hands as to whether you want it to be gosh, I hope my math works here, 1/3 2-bedroom and 2/3 3-bedroom, or whether the committee wanted to say the 6 affordable rental housing units will be comprised of 3 1-bedroom, 1 2-bedroom, and 2 3-bedroom. I'm fine with either condition to make it clear. Through you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Gaucher had asked the question, would it be 2 2-bedrooms or 1 3-bedroom? TriCon is happy to go the other way with the 1 2-bedroom and the 2 3-bedrooms.
Okay. Is there a preference, Nicole, to how we should phrase that for the purposes of clarity?
Through the chair, yeah, in terms of phrasing, it should be in a percentage breakdown. So the same way that staff has written it, but if you're altering the numbers at all, then we would just be changing those numbers if the committee's inclined.
Yeah, can, Mr. Bronskill?
My math was terrible.
Yeah, you've got a whole raft of people there that look like they're smart, so why don't we tap into their expertise?
Mr. Chair, I'm going to say to you, 1 divided by 6 is certainly not 1/3 as I suggested it to you. So I think it would be 50% 1-bedroom, 16.6% 2-bedroom, and 2 divided by 6 would leave you with 33% 3-bedroom units, and that would get you to the 6.
That's fine. I think if Phil, does that work for you?
Yeah, I think if staff prefer it to be in a percentage, I think it's more precise as a number, but yeah.
I mean, it translates into what you want, right?
So that would be, yeah.
Yeah, okay. All right, those are my questions. Anyone have anything further for the Mr. Bronskill? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, we will take it into committee. Thoughts? I'll start in the absence of anyone. I was quite taken by Mr. Richardson's presentation. I think he illustrated the broad parameters of some of the challenges the city is facing and the unique way in which this application can support that kind of contribution, particularly on purpose-built rental and on affordable units. I was satisfied with the responses, particularly about shadowing and the impact, and the illustration that showed that the additional stories and the 45-degree angular plane resulted in no measurable increase in impact on the surrounding neighbors. It's also quite apparent that this site is positioned on the total property site as being close to the rail corridor and relatively far away from the existing residential stock, as I think the site will allow. I think as well that the corridor is now, just by virtue of being formerly employment lands and industrial sites, is a ripe site for introducing additional housing stock. Again, I'm thrilled to see this is purpose-built rental instead of condos, quite frankly, because I think that's where the need is sharpest in this city. So I think for all those reasons that this is supportive. I understand the residents' concerns, and I want to thank them for their contribution today. But I think the benefits of this proposal for the broader neighborhood, the broader community, frankly exceeds those concerns. And I think as a result, this is a eminently supportable application. So I don't know if my colleagues have anything additional to say.
I do. Just a couple comments to address some of the residents that were in opposition. I understand where the frustration would come from for those who were involved in a process 5 or 6 years ago and then see this as something else. But from the materials, that was with a different developer, and the context of the city has also changed. And that was a condominium, and now we're looking at a purpose-built rental as well. And I also just would say the form letters that we got 109 form letters in support, which is the most support that I've ever seen in terms of just absolute numbers in my short time on this committee. But the idea that these people were misled, a form letter is taken differently than a letter that someone has written themselves by hand. But the form letter itself very clearly does state 6 additional stories. So I have a hard time sort of reconciling that the people signing the form letter didn't know it was 6 additional stories, because it's right in the letter that they've signed. So yeah, I agree that it's supportable.
Great. Okay. And I'll look for a motion.
Sure, I'll move to approve it, subject to the planning condition as amended, as we discussed with the numbers. Through you, Mr. Chair, does...
We have the appropriate numbers?
Through the chair, if it's the same numbers that were stated earlier, then yes.
That's sufficient?
Yes.
Okay.
And there is also Metrolink's comments. Majority are advisory. However, the committee can consider the warning clause. Metrolinks is asking for a warning clause to be inserted into purchase and sale agreements. So that is something that the committee can consider imposing as a condition if they wish.
I would rather leave it, especially since it is called an advisory comment. I'd rather not impose a condition. I'm sure a developer like this is aware of what they need to do with Metrolinks. So I would move to approve it subject to the planning condition as amended per our discussion with the applicant.
Okay. Motion to approve this application subject to the planning condition and the revised ratio for affordable units proposed by or moved by Mr. Ghosh, seconded by Ms. Fig. All those in favor? You have your approval, sir. Thank you all. And thanks for folks coming down. Appreciate it. Okay, we move on to item number 19. 3484 Dundas Street West. This is an application to construct a new 6-story self-storage facility. The committee has before it a copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, arborist report. We have an email correspondence from Transportation Services and from another staff report from Metrolinks, and correspondence in opposition from 3477 Dundas Street West. Do we have the agent here or online?
Amy Shepard, you can unmute yourself.
Panel members, if I may, I'll make a brief presentation. My name is Amy
Hang on a
Shepard.
second. There, okay. Ms. Shepard, can you just give us your full name and address, please?
For sure. My name is Amy Shepard, and I'm a professional planner with Arcadis. And the Arcadis address is 55 St. Clair West, City of Toronto.
Great, thank you. We do have someone registered to speak in opposition, so we'll need a short presentation from you.
Okay, for sure. I'm representing Valtra Asset Management, who's seeking to develop a 6-story premium self-storage facility on the properties known as 3470 through to 3486 Dundas Street West. The property is currently vacant, but it was previously occupied by a gas station, for which my client Valtra has invested over $1.5 million in site remediation to ensure the safe operations of the site, as well as containing any potential contamination that existed that could have impacted other lands previously. The site is currently designated general employment areas by the city's official plan, and it is currently zoned commercial employment. Both the designation and the zoning permits self-storage. For the past several years, myself and other members of the Valtra consultant team have been working very closely with City of Toronto staff on a site plan application. At this stage, after our third resubmission, all city departments and commenting agencies are satisfied with the site plan application, as well as the supporting studies and reports. And city planning is in the process of drafting the notice of approval conditions. So the purpose of this application, this minor variance application, is to seek relief from bylaw 1-83 to allow for reduced parking and loading that will meet the very specific needs of self-storage, as well as to seek a minor relief to height. I have read the letter of opposition from the landowner from across the street, and I think that there's a bit of a misunderstanding in terms of how a premium self-storage facility such as this operates and why it is such a good neighbor in terms of generating very minimal traffic, minimal noise. It'll have state-of-the-art security. And there's clear guidelines from Valtra, who's a Canadian-owned operator with decades of experience in terms of what types of materials can be stored. I'll start with the parking. A total of 11 parking spaces are proposed. And on a typical day, a Valtra facility such as this will generally have less than 15 customer visits, and that's throughout the day. The visits generally occur in peak periods. There's some days that are even quieter, and typically there's only one staff member on site at a time. As such, it's very common for self-storage facilities to seek amendments for the parking requirements because most municipal zoning bylaws don't really set out a realistic parking requirement for self-storage. That I mentioned on a typical day might have no more than 15 visitors arriving by car. As part of our parking justification study that was submitted with the site plan approval application, we undertook proxy surveys where counts were taken at other similar sized facilities, and they confirmed that the 11 parking spaces is more than adequate to address peak parking. And in addition to those 11 parking spaces, 3 interior loading spaces are proposed. A facility such as this does not receive large commercial moving trucks. They tend to be personal vehicles or cube vans. You wouldn't have a moving company in one of those large trucks utilize a facility such as this. And under the new City of Toronto zoning bylaw, which this site is, it's one of those gray areas, it's not yet accommodated, the 3 proposed loading spaces is what is sought, and we're seeking to amend it to right-size the facility and to bring it in line with what the current zoning standards are for the city as a whole. From Valtra's vast operating experience in brand new facilities similar to this in Toronto and elsewhere in the GTA, they've never had a problem with parking, and obviously they want to ensure they're providing enough parking to suit the business needs of their own clients and to ensure a steady client base. With the height variance, Section 13.2 of the zoning bylaw sets out that in this employment zone that permits self-storage, a maximum of 6 stories or 20 meters, whichever greater, is permitted. We are proposing a 6-story building, which measures 23.75 meters to the top of the roof. And that's less height than the recently site plan approved XYZ self-storage, just a little bit to the west. They did not need to go through a minor variance for the height. This provision of the zoning bylaw in terms of whichever is greater has been interpreted differently by zoning officials at the city. So we've added it in here. The increase in height is very minor. It will have no major impact in terms of shadow impact. It will be providing a good barrier between the active rail station to the rear. And in my professional opinion, these 3 variances are minor. They're desirable and appropriate for the use of the land. They definitely maintain the general intent and purpose of the zoning bylaw, as well as the official plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Just for clarification, I'm not sure I heard properly. The recently approved self-storage facility just to the west, did you say yours is going to be not as high as that one? Okay.
It's a little bit less in height. Both of them are 6 stories,
6 stories, yeah.
But when you measure in terms of meters up to the parapet, our proposal is a little bit less.
Okay, thank you.
Tall.
All right, panel, any questions? Okay, then we have the speaker.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we had a Pete Healy of 3477 Dundas Street West registered to speak, but after numerous attempts to contact them, they did not respond.
Okay. Thank you very much. Okay, panel. We don't have anyone speaking in opposition. Do we have any questions of the agent? Hearing none. We're going to take this into committee. Amy, is there anything you'd like to add before we do that?
No, thank you.
Okay. All right, we're in committee. Panel, thoughts, comments, questions, motion?
Sure, I'll just comment. There's only certain uses that really are compatible with being so close to a rail corridor. And so, you know, if you're looking at intensification of the city, self-storage, to me, it's a decent use.
Or LCBO, which is right next door.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they could put a few more of those beside rail corridors. That might be poetic, actually. but I think it's supportable. I don't see it as large, especially for where this neighborhood is going. A 6-story facility there, so I would move to approve it.
Okay. Anyone else?
I think the agent explained well about the parking spaces and the typical use in a day, which I think addresses most of the person in opposition or the letter in opposition's comments.
Great, thanks. Yeah, I think this use, there used to be a gas station there, which I can only imagine was more active and more heavily used, and I think this site would be. So I think this is an improvement over what was there previously. I'll look for a motion.
Sure, I'll be the one to move it.
Bill?
Just move to approve. I don't see any conditions.
There is a Metrolinx, but it's just, I think, one of those warning things, right? Okay. Mr. Ghosh has moved approval. Do I have a seconder? Aaron? All in favor? You have your approval. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I need to take a break to pick up my kid, and then I'll be back very soon.
How long do you think, Aaron?
Probably 45 minutes.
Okay.
So you can't wait for me. Just join back. I think
Okay.
we still have 3.
We will mark you as absent while you're away.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Great.
Is anyone else okay? Does anyone need a break? We all good? Okay. All right, we move on to number 20, 558 Arlington Avenue. This is an application to construct a new 2-story detached dwelling with a front covered porch and patio, a rear ground level covered patio, east pergola connecting to the existing detached garage, the existing dwelling, rear glass sunroom, and rear yard gazebo will be demolished. The existing ancillary building will be maintained and unaltered. Committee has before it a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. We have a dwelling footprint comparison from the agent. We have staff reports from TTC and from Urban Forestry. Okay, do we have the agent online?
Wanda, Ellie, you can unmute yourself.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and panel members. My name is Wanda Ely. My address is 1067 Bloor Street West in Toronto, and I am the agent for the owners at 558 Arlington Avenue.
Great, thank you very much. Is there a speaker in opposition?
Through you, Mr. Chair, there is someone who registered to speak in interest, but I've attempted to communicate with them multiple times, no response. That was Chris Chopik of 30 to 34 Duncan Street.
Okay. All right, thank you. It appears we're not going to be able to reach that person. Panel, do you want a presentation on this one? No? Okay, I think Ms. Ellie, we're fine. We've read the material. We're comfortable with what is in front of us. We don't have any questions. Is there anything you'd like to add before we take this one into committee?
Thank you. I just wanted to add that these owners have been very proactive in their neighborhood. They approached all adjacent neighbors in person and addressed anybody's concerns that were brought up or issues, even when they had nothing to do with zoning. As our documentation, our supporting documentation presents, there is only, even though there is only one variance requested of front yard setback, our proposed house actually has improved setback to what is existing. And in my opinion, the variance requested is minor, maintains the general intent and purpose of the zoning code and official plan, and is desirable for the appropriate development of the land and building.
Great, thank you very much. Okay, we're in committee. Panel, I think it's a fairly straightforward application. Can I have a motion? Ms. Fig?
Mr. Chair, there is a staff report from the TTC with conditions, so, okay, just.
Are you making a motion?
No, I was wondering whether the applicant was aware of that and, it was agreeing to the conditions.
Through the chair, there are TTC conditions as well as urban forestry condition number 1.
Right.
But I think maybe Ms. Fink is to, we can put it as a condition, but were you wanting us to ask the applicant if they were aware?
It's too late now, but we'll put it as part of our.
We can, but I think we can assume that the applicant was either aware, but really doesn't have a whole lot of choice.
Okay, fair enough.
May I have a motion?
Yes, I will move that the committee accept this application with the conditions from the TCC staff report, and also, I'm sorry, Madam, you said?
Forestry number 1.
Number 1.
Okay, motion to approve, subject to TTC conditions and forestry number 1, seconded by Mr. Ghosh. All in favor? Your application is approved. Thank you. We move on to item number 21, 9 to 25 Dawes Road. This is an application to alter the development standards for a mixed-use building approved under site-specific zoning bylaw 235-2023 OLT by increasing the building height from several different heights. Won't read that in, as well as the total gross floor area and to reduce the building setback. The committee has before it a copy plan, survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. A revised site plan, floor plans, and elevations received December 20th. Revised diagram number 7 received December 20th. An arborist report, planning rationale from the agent, servicing memo, correspondence from the agent dated November 24th, presentation materials from the agent received on January the 10th, and site-specific bylaw 235-2023 OLT affecting the subject property. We have staff reports from Metrolinx and from community planning. You're here. If you could introduce yourself and your name and address, please.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Brian Doherty.
Is your microphone on?
Is that better?
That's better, yes.
Wonderful. So my name is Ryan Doherty, and my address is 3 Church Street, Suite 200 in Toronto.
I don't think we have anyone speaking to this item, but it is a complicated one, so I think we just benefit from a short overview of what you're proposing, please.
Sure. Wonderful. Thank you to staff for pulling up the presentation. So I'll be brief, and I'll just start by saying I'm here on behalf of Minto with respect to this site at 9 to 25 Dawes. The site received zoning approval in 2022 to allow for a mixed-use development containing 2 towers of 27 and 28 stories atop a shared 5-story podium. The request for variances would allow for an increase in the height of the south tower from 28 to 33 stories, reflecting a 5-story, 16.5 meter increase and a corresponding increase in the permitted density. This application also requests several technical variances, including a 1.3 meter increase in the height of the ground floor, a 1.6 meter increase in the height of the north tower, discrete adjustments to the front and rear main walls of the podium, and a small adjustment to the shape of the planned pops along Dawes Road. We have worked very closely with city staff on this application to land on a mutually agreeable list of variances, in addition to an appropriate Section 45(9) contribution. Those conversations date back to the summer of last year. And we also have an active SPA application on this site, which was filed back in August 2021. Community Planning have written a report recommending approval of this application and a Section 45(9) contribution that we are in support of, and we would respectfully request that the committee consider these recommendations. I'll just go through some of the other slides. If we could go perhaps to the height map. So the site is within the main Danforth area and is within one of the most transit accessible locations in the city. And my apologies to staff, the height map earlier on in the presentation showing the building heights. The proposed 33-story height of the south tower continues to fall within the context of tall building approvals within this transit node. You know, where we have existing and approved buildings of up to 39 stories, again, in immediate proximity to Danforth GO Station and Main Street Subway Station. If we could skip now to the list of variances, and I'm happy to answer any questions about the policy context as well. So a total of 6 variances are required. These include the height increase that I just mentioned, an increase in density of approximately 3,800 square meters, or 8.3%, discrete adjustments to the front and rear setbacks, as well as the adjustment to the shape of the pops. The proposed increase in height and density does not require any variances to amenity space, parking, bicycle parking, or loading. Next slide, which is the marked up revised diagram 7, where the red shows the proposed changes to the zoning envelope. The change to the front wall, you can see a portion of the front wall is being brought inward away from the street, which would increase the setback in this area from 0.8 to 5.7 meters. And then to the rear, there is an adjustment being made to the angled podium wall of the HT 21.0 element to align it with the existing podium wall underneath the north tower. The purpose of these changes is to, 1, reduce the depth of the cantilever in the front yard over the pops, and 2, simplify the building structure and effectively improve the constructability of this project. And the increased height for the podium and north tower, which is the 1.3 meter and 1.6 meter increase, are being requested to provide additional vertical clearance for structural transfer elements. If we could just go to the section which is this next slide after this. This is a north-south section showing both towers. What's shown in blue is the proposed height increase. We can go to the next slide, which focuses specifically on this south tower. This is where you can see the full increase that's being requested for the south tower. I just want to highlight that the top few floors continue to provide consecutive step backs on the east facade to limit the massing and the presence of the tower. These step backs have been carried forward from the existing zoning envelope, which is shown in the red color. We could go to the next slide. I'll just very quickly talk about some of the sun shadow impacts. Here we have the existing zoning envelope shown in red and proposed shadow impacts shown in yellow. The requested increase in height would have a very minimal increase in shadowing on sensitive areas as compared to the existing zoning approval, including minor shadowing on Coleman Park at 918. However, the shadows from the proposal would move off the park by 1018 in accordance with the as-of-right zoning. There continues to be no shadowing on neighborhoods to the north of Danforth or the south of the rail corridor. There's no increase in the overall duration of shadow on the neighborhoods to the east of Trent. And there is no increase in the duration of shadow on the North Danforth Avenue sidewalk. However, approximately 40 square meters of additional sidewalk will be in shadow at 10:18 a.m. So I will leave it there, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
That's great. Thank you very much. Panel, any questions? Phil?
For the south tower, which is where most of the density is being added, then am I right? The new units are all in the south tower. The north tower is just being adjusted for engineering purposes of slab heights?
That's correct.
So for the south tower, do you know what the elevator ratio is in terms of units to elevators, and was that considered?
I did look into it because the question came up. I also have Chris Black here from Minto, who would probably be able to answer that question as well. However, just looking into it on my own, there's 3 elevators per tower, which is a ratio of about 128 units per elevator. But I'll let Chris speak to that.
You can just identify yourself for us, please.
Absolutely, just making sure that I've got the mic on. Perfect. Chris Black, representative from Minto Communities. We continue to, when we look at these variances, have an elevator ratio of less than 100 units per elevator, which continues in all of our elevator studies to have adequate wait times as recommended by industry standard, so less than 80 seconds.
Okay, less than 80 seconds is in the study, but it sounds like there's, what you're saying in the number of units in the building doesn't seem to align. You're saying it's less than 100 units per elevator, but there's only 3 elevators.
I'm just going to double check my stats, make sure I'm not speaking out of turn.
It is possible that I got my 3 per tower incorrect. So
let's just make sure 772. It's been mixed up. In this application, we are continuing to show 3. I can back up and double check the exact numbers, but we do have elevator studies that confirm we absolutely want to maintain the level of service for all of the occupants of the building.
Okay, and just, I'm sure it was somewhere, but is this a condominium or a rental, or to be determined?
Currently, this is a condominium project, and that's currently how it's been contemplated.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
What's the unit mix for the additional floors? Are you? Sorry to make you dig here, guys.
Oh, no, it's okay.
Absolutely.
We have that number here. The overall unit mix.
Well, I'm more interested just for the additional floors.
I assume it would, do you have that number?
Would it be consistent with the mix for the entire building?
They are. We are continuing typical tower floor plates up into the additional floors.
Okay. Secondly, the POPs, so it's just reconfiguring, you're not reducing it, right?
No, the size is going to be maintained at 420 square meters.
Right.
Maybe we could go to the ground floor plan.
I'm just going to trust your verbal, don't worry.
Okay, yeah.
I mean, I just don't, you wouldn't want to see it reduced. That was my only concern.
Correct, yeah. So there's no reduction in the size. It's just to accommodate a revised entry vestibule.
Right. Okay, that's great. Thank you. Okay, any further questions? Okay. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. We don't have anyone speaking on this item, so we'll take it into committee. Panel, thoughts, comments?
So it's 122 new units, no new elevator. Usually 122 new units would be 1 to 1.5 new elevators to make it. But I take them at their word that they have their study, and they're the ones that are going to have to sell the units. So on the whole, greater density in this location right near transit is desirable, and I think the impact to the neighborhood not being so significant can sort of be seen by the lack of opposition we have here.
Yeah, I would agree. This is an ideal site for this kind of density along the Danforth subway. And as you point out, Phil, it's mostly commercial and retail around it. So there really isn't any negative impact on residential communities. So I think it's quite a supportable application as well. Now look for a motion.
Sure, I'll go ahead and move to approve it, subject to the planning condition.
There is a Metrolinx, again, another warning, but it's not a condition, so just watch out for Metrolinx. We have a motion to approve, subject to planning conditions. Can I have a seconder? Lois, second. All in favor? You have your approval. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, we move on to item number 22, 506 Glen Lake Avenue. And this application is to alter the existing two-story detached dwelling by constructing a two-story rear and side addition, a one-story front addition, as well as a front ground floor porch and stairs. The existing detached garage in the rear will be maintained and unaltered. The committee has before it for this application copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, one photograph of trees on the subject property, a cover letter from the agent, presentation material from the agent, 4 form letters in support from 499, 501, 507 Glen Lake, and 135 Glendonwan. We have opposition correspondence from 500 Glen Lake, and materials in opposition from 504 Glen Lake and 508 Glen Lake.
Through the chair, it's also come to our attention that we've received a very late revised site plan. It would be in the very late materials. So we can have staff pull it up and we can have the agent address this revised site plan and if any variances are changed as a result.
Great, thank you very much. Is the agent online or here?
Are you able
Online?
to hear me? Yes. Are you able to hear me?
Barely, you're going to have to speak up. We can barely hear you.
Okay, thank you. My name is Stephen Comiso. I'm with Lynch and Comiso Architects, and I'm the agent for the owner and reside at 570 Annette Street. What we are proposing is a relatively modest renovation in addition to this home, similar to many others we've done in Bloor West Village. I have provided a detailed synopsis of the variances requested, which should be in your binders. In addition, I've addressed in detail the concerns brought forward by the neighbor residing at number 504. We believe the impact to this property is minimal and is limited to 2 small stained glass windows high up in their dining room area. Although we have letters of support for this project, there are several objections to one particular aspect of the project from the immediate neighbors, the proposed front stairs and porch. Our client has spoken to the neighbors at 508 and believes they are generally fine with the proposal as long as the proposed porch is uncovered. Our client has offered to reduce the depth of the porch to address their concerns. The client has also reached out to neighbors at 504, identifying some variances, who submitted their objections as noted, and I've addressed those objections in the supplementary information. You'll also see that there's a letter from number 500 identifying some variances that might not have been accounted for in the zoning notice. I've reached out to the zoning examiner for comment, but I haven't heard anything yet. To address the concerns regarding the porch, I would like you to pull up the drawing SK001 we prepared that's in the very late materials folder. Our client doesn't see the need to keep the proposed porch as shown and wishes to mitigate any zoning issues created by the variances that were not picked up. They are prepared to reduce this element to a stair and a landing leading directly to the front door. We have designed an alternative solution that should appease the neighbors and is compliant with the bylaw. The general scenario is similar to what is built at number 500, which is one of the people that had a concern. And it's an enclosed one-story volume at the front of the house with a stair leading up to it. The only difference is that we include a code-compliant landing in front of the main door. If you were to accept this as a substitute for drawing A1A003, we believe that the variances in this notice would stand, and if you agree, this application could be approved. At this point, I look to your guidance for how to proceed.
So let's just clarify. You have submitted a revised site plan which removes the structure on top of the porch, so it's no longer a covered porch. Is that correct?
No, there was never a covered porch, but the neighbors felt that the porch projected too far, and they identified a couple of variances that were not picked up in the zoning review. What I have done is reduce the size this element. It's a staircase and a landing that leads to the front door now. So there's not going to be a place to sit down really on this porch.
Okay, so in terms of the variances before us, are there any changes to what is in the public notice?
No. If you accept this plan, we're good.
Okay. Did you have you had a front yard setback, but didn't you say you were reducing the projection on the porch?
I'm reducing the projection of the elevated platform, which is the stair landing, and pushing the stair closer to the house.
So that
Does that make sense?
that doesn't change then the front yard setback?
No,
Okay.
it remains the same. The front yard setback is to the corner of the enclosed vestibule.
Okay.
Okay?
Side yard setback. Okay, so all the other, what about your number 5, your front yard landscaping?
That is in fact going to get better. So if that one stays, we will meet it.
Well, I think,
That's not an issue.
are you able to calculate, if it's less, we should probably try and be as accurate as possible. Are you able to calculate what the revised percentage would be?
Okay, just a second. I'm just pulling up the drawing now, and I'll see if I can give you something. It's going to take 15 or so minutes to do something like this on the fly.
Through the chair, we could stand this item
Yeah,
down. and come back to
I think it's in all of our interest to be as accurate as we can. So if it's
Okay.
going to take a few minutes, maybe we can proceed to the next one and then circle back to you. I do know we have someone standing by, do we, to speak on this item or not?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I have 2 people in the room to speak on behalf of the
they're
item.
here.
I believe so.
Would you mind if we took just 10 minutes or so to recalculate this so that we have accurate numbers? Okay, thank you very much. So we will stand this one down and proceed to the next item. Mr. Comiso, if you could do that calculation for us and have it ready when we come back, that would be great. Okay, we move on to 44 Roseheath Avenue. This is an application to alter the existing 2-story semi-detached dwelling by constructing a rear 3rd-story addition. The committee has before it a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 3 photographs of the subject property, staff report from Metrolinx, and a 3-signature petition in support from 4246 Roseheath and 89 Bastido Avenue. Do we have the agent?
And through the chair, we have no registered speakers for this item, but I just want to check with the room because there's some new people that walked into the room. Is there anybody here in person for item 2344 Roseheath Avenue? No, seeing none. Thank you. We'll move to the agent.
Greg, you can unmute yourself.
Mr. Davidovich.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'm going to attempt to call this person back again. They are in the virtual hearing. They're just not responding to us.
While we're doing it, it's been 2 hours. Would we like to take a 10-minute break while all this stuff kind of gets sorted? Why don't we do that? Okay, we stand adjourned for 10 minutes. Exactly. Where were all these people this morning? Okay, we're reconvening.
Hey, I'm here now. I'm back.
I don't know who that was, but
Oh,
we
sorry.
are, I think we were dealing with Roseheath, right? Okay. So we were having.
I'm on the call. I'm on the call now.
Hi.
Hi, Greg. Could you just stand by for a second? We'll call out your item, and then you can speak when you're asked to.
I've read this into the record, I think, haven't I? Yeah. I think I did. So, yeah, we can call on the agent now.
Hello, Greg.
Hi, good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Yes.
Mr. Davidovich,
Yes, yes.
if you can
Yes, sir.
introduce yourself and your address, please.
My name is Davidovich, GTA permit. My address is 101 Robert Hicks Drive, and I'm the agent acting on behalf of the application for 44 Roseheath Avenue.
Okay, I'm just going to ask, hang on, there's no one registered in opposition for this application, so I'm just going to see if my panel needs a presentation. Guys, how fairly straightforward? Okay, we don't need a presentation today, and I know we've waited for a while. But before we go into committee and make a decision on your application, is there anything you'd like to share with the panel?
The only thing that I would like to share is that we did speak to planning as well as the neighbors. There was no objection to the file. We do believe that it passes the 4 test, so I will leave it with you. I don't want to take up too much time.
That's great. Thank you very much. Okay, we're in committee. Panel, need a motion on this application? Ms. Fig?
I will move that we should accept this application. The 2 variances are very minor in nature, and all 4 tests are met.
Okay, we have a motion to approve this application. I need a seconder. Mr. Ghosh seconds. All in favor? You have your approval, sir. Thank you very much for waiting. We will circle back. Can we circle back to 506 Glen Lake?
Stephen Camiso, are you there? Can you unmute yourself?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, we were going through the variances, and you were going to amend, I think, variance number 5. And have you been able to do that?
Yes. Yes, we figured it out.
Okay, can you share with us what the new percentage is?
Okay. We're in variance number 5, where it says 26.66. It should read 25.54.
Well, no, that's actually the bylaw. You're referring to the requirement.
Yes. It's 46.7 is number 5. So it went from 31 to 46.7.
Oh, okay, fair enough. So a minimum of
It's getting
50%
better.
or 26.66 meters is required to be landscaping. You're changing that to,
25.54 because we have that reconfiguration. So
Okay.
it's slightly different there. So the second number, 31% is 46.7%. And where it says 16.44 square meters, it's now 23.83.
okay, that's good.
Okay?
Thank you very much.
On numbers, wait a second, I got to do number 6 too, because number 6 is affected. Where it says 20 square meters, it's now 19.16.
So just let me hold it right there.
Okay,
In both
sure.
those instances, you appear to be changing what the requirement is.
It's because the size.
Because the size
of
has
the
changed?
yard itself is changing.
Right.
and Therefore, yeah.
Yes, correct, because the footprint
it just
of
took me a
the
minute to work
stair
that
and the
through.
landing has changed, yeah.
Yeah, see, you're right. I'm sorry. I'm the slow one here. I apologize.
It's all right. Okay, so where it says 32%, it's now 37.5%. And where it says 8.56 square meters, we're now going to have 10.7 square meters. That should take care of all the landscaping in the front.
That's great. Thank you very much. Okay, and
And through the chair, just for the record, so this is amended variances. So the applicant, in essence, this would be like a waiver. The applicant is taking responsibility. This is not a zoning review anymore.
correct.
Correct.
We don't have to change the purpose, right? It's still front, ground floor, porch and stairs. That doesn't change.
No, everything is the same.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Okay, is there anything further you want to add with respect to this application?
Nope. I've pretty much covered everything in the documents I send you in our presentation. So
Okay.
if you want to hear from the neighbors, that'd be great.
That's great. Thank you very much. Do we have someone in person here, so if you want to come up. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
If you could give us your name and address, please.
Yes, my name is Maria Restivo Pantalone, and I live at 504 Glen Lake Avenue.
Okay, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity to address you regarding the application for variances for my immediate neighbors at 506 Glen Lake Avenue. I live at 504 Glen Lake Avenue, which is adjacent and to the east of the property under discussion. While I support my neighbors' wish to expand their personal living space, I am deeply concerned about the breadth and scope of the expansion, which I believe will have a drastic negative impact on the amount of sunlight inside and outside of my home, as well as changing in a negative way the look and feel of the neighborhood. The size and impact of the proposed expansion does not meet the planning test by which the Committee of Adjustment is guided, because it is not desirable, and by changing the streetscape does not maintain the general intent of the zoning bylaw. Because the property is directly west of me, and because our street does not exactly align east-west, the sun in the afternoon comes from the side where the expansion is taking place, both in the front and in the back. The expansion in the back will cast a shadow on most, if not all, of my backyard, and thus the sunlight coming from my back window will be greatly reduced. It will also impact the plants in my backyard as I grow vegetables in the summer. This expansion also impacts on my carbon footprint. I don't use the clothes dryer in the summer. I hang my clothes outside on a clothesline, and in the winter, I hang them in the furnace room. My home already has limited sunlight coming in mainly from the front and the back windows. And I refer to pictures 1 and 2, which I labeled, if you guys don't mind. So number 1, that's the living room front window. And then number 2 will be the window at the back. Number 2, no, yeah, there, number 2. So that's the back of my house. And that's the window. And the expansion will be to the left side on the picture. Contrary to what the application implies in variance number 2, whereby a variance is being requested on the minimum required side yard setback of 0.45 meters where there are no windows or doors, on the west lot line, there are in fact windows. I draw your attention to photo number 3. There are 2 windows there on the west side which perform their function of letting light into my dining room. If anything, the distance should be expanded rather than bringing the wall even closer as to make those windows useless in achieving their purpose. The side expansion brings the wall 2.5 feet closer and will reduce the light which can enter the middle part of my home. I don't believe it is up to the agent representing the neighbors to minimize the impact the lack of sunlight will be coming in from those windows. The next point I want to make is regarding pictures now number 4 and 5, 3 and 4. Yeah, 4, okay. I use the basement as a habitable space, and only sunlight is from 2 windows, one facing the street and one facing where the proposed expansion is to be. That's the interior view, and the other one was the exterior view. And that in fact is my neighbor's driveway, 504 Glen Lake. This front yard expansion will also darken the only room in the basement that has sunlight and doesn't need electrical light during the day. As you can see, this room has 2 windows, one on the front and one on the side. I believe this expansion would reduce the light by approximately 50%. Furthermore, this proposed front expansion, as it projects more into the street, will change the streetscape appearance of the whole street. Presently, all the homes are aligned with the sidewalk, which with each house to the east protruding slightly from the one to the west, as you can see right there. Thank you, you guys are great, you're ahead of me. See, every little house that's to the east is a little bit in front. And I think somebody designed that purposely with bearing in mind the light and how the sun moves. Okay. This extension in the front will be an eyesore against the current architectural design of the street and the homes. Now, and in this front expansion is also seeking a variance of more than 50% of the soft landscaping in the front yard. Even with the way the agent has now changed it, it's about 50% variance. Because I'm retired, I spend a lot of time in my home. And I know this is not only about me, but I am concerned about the impact of the reduction of sunlight will have on my own psychological well-being. Like many people, I am affected by light or lack of it. The next point I wanted to raise, which I've just added, is the agent spoke to how they have neighbors supporting. I'd like to point out that the only neighbors that have supported are from across the street. It doesn't impact that flow of that side of the street where we are all even numbers. And the neighbor also talked, the agent also talked about the property at the neighbor at 500 Glen Lake who wrote in opposition. And he says that he's done something similar to what they're proposing. That is blatantly false. What those neighbors at 500 have done is enclose the porch, that existing porch. They did not build out and then have a landing. They just enclosed the existing porch. So they didn't affect the flow of the street. Lastly, I just want to say that I am in favor of my neighbors increasing their personal living space so that they can enjoy their home. But this needs to be done in such a way that is desirable or at least not negative to the neighbors and the neighborhood.
Okay, I'm just going to, I've let you go on a little bit long, so I'm sorry, I apologize. I'm just going to have to cut you off.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't realize I went over.
That's okay. Maybe if you've got any concluding statements.
Yes, just 2 sentences. What I'd like to suggest is that perhaps this matter be referred, and then, so then that they can maybe come up with a better design that will not impact on all of us. And I would be happy to help them. And I'm wondering if it's reasonable to request a light shadow impact. Because
the agent will respond to that when he gets his chance to rebut.
Thank you very much.
Was there anyone? Thank you very much for coming down.
I don't know if any questions.
Just
You have a question?
Just a very quick one about the photo that's up on the screen right now where it says view from the front porch. Is this your front porch?
Yes.
Towards, and they're the next house
Yes,
over
that's,
where we
and I would be
currently
looking at their building.
I see.
Yeah.
Okay, and your thought is that there will now be an encroachment of that porch in front of the porch.
There will be the extension that they're proposing, and then their porch.
Okay, and the other question, I said one quick question, that was the question I was thinking of, but actually it now occurs to me, so you heard the new proposal, they have to shrink that into just a landing with steps.
But it doesn't take, yes, I heard that.
What's your thought on that?
Yes, I think that's a good consideration for the neighbors on the other side. But for me, the concern is also the extension that they're coming out in the front. They're going to be building a wall, and then there'll be the landing. So I think that's a good compromise, so it's not even bigger. But the concern is that front part expansion.
Okay.
On all the light and all the stuff that I mentioned.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. Do we have anyone else here? That's it. Do we have anyone online?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes. Bart McLean, you have been unmuted.
Hello, my name is Bart McLean. I live at 508 Glen Lake Avenue, which is the house on the western side of the site or 506, which is what we're talking about. So I don't know if you want to bring up my slide deck there, but I think we can probably just start with just the first slide. It's it's not this one. It's it would be opposition 2, or I don't know, whatever it was called.
Through the chair, Bart, when did you submit this piece of opposition?
I think it was on Monday, or it might have been, was it Monday? Hold on a second. It says January 15th, correct.
It's in this supplemental 22H3D, I think.
It's this one here, yeah. So in this first slide, you can see I live at 508. I'm at the house right at the top there. You know, from what you can see, I've highlighted that front porch, which was going to be the main focus of what I discussed. With the new revised site plan, to be fair, I have very little to complain about. You know, they're extending their house. Our backyard is impacted by the proposal. You know, there's other houses in the neighborhood that have also extended the back of their house, which, you know, to me means they passed the Planning Act at some point. So with the revised site plan, assuming that is the plan going forward, I don't think I need to continue my presentation.
Okay, that's great. So you're not opposing any longer?
Correct, yeah. It's, I think the revised site plan looks really good. And it doesn't stand out on the street like it used to. So that was the main, you know.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Panel, any questions?
Thank you.
No? Okay, if we can have the agent back, please.
Hello.
Mr. Davidovich?
No, this is Stephen Comiso.
Sorry, you're right. Pardon me. I'm looking at the wrong spot on my sheet. Pardon me, my apologies. Thank you, Mr. Comiso. If you can respond back to what we heard, that would be great.
Okay, so I think there's probably some issue in reading these plans regarding number 504. If you go to the sketch that I put up, the revised drawing of the site plan, there's where the dimension at the bottom says 14 foot 2 7/8. There's an indication that says line of existing porch to be demolished. So the line, it's a dashed line. That's where the current porch is, very close to where it says average of adjacent. Do you see that little dashed line corner? That's the current porch. So what we are doing is taking down that current porch and essentially building it with the same dimension and sliding it over towards the center of the main building wall. So the effect on the 3 windows of the living room, the basement, the 2 basement windows will be better than it currently exists. The main impact, I would say the only impact is that there's 2 smaller high windows, as is typical in Bloor West Village houses, that are in the dining room. They're stained glass, they're further back, and they look, they'll be looking at our new side yard addition where we have our entry into the ground floor. The other thing we did is to cut back the side yard extension at the backyard so that we could, there you go, right there, and so that we could get into the backyard a little bit easier. That also relieves any visual clutter from the rear window of the living room of the occupant of 504. In terms of overall size of the project, our building length, the main building length, the main two-story part is about 46 feet. The house number 504 is 50 feet, and house number 502 is 56 feet. So in terms of those three houses, ours will be the smallest building length of all three of them. I think that's pretty much it. I really believe if you look at the renderings, even of the prior one, the concern around the stair and this porch I've never encountered this in all the times I've been at Committee of Adjustment. So I think it's relatively minor, and the client's willingness to minimize the stair, I think, should in the end satisfy all the neighbors that our building will be in keeping with the rest of the neighborhood. Thank you.
That's great. Thank you very much. Panel, any questions? Bill?
Yes. So looking at the, yeah, this is great. We see the side addition, and there's the existing garage at the back.
Right.
And that's wholly within your client's property. There's no right-of-way issue to doing this side yard
Yes.
addition? Okay.
Correct.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. Thank you very much. We'll take it into committee.
Thank you.
Thoughts?
I actually thought the initial concerns about the porch had a bit of legitimacy because this neighborhood does have a lot of enclosed porches, but that's sort of all that's done at the front, and the idea of fully enclosing it to the extent that it's part of the house and then putting a full other porch in front, I can see where the concern was. I think they have addressed that with the change. And then in terms of the sunlight to the neighbor, I thought her presentation was really well done in showing photographs that actually show the impact on her own property. So I wish everyone would do that because it helps us assess. But the fact that the side yard will be coming closer to her dining room windows with the stained glass, it's only a 12-centimeter variance there, so they would, as of right, be coming almost as close as they are. And at the rear, it actually is within the as of right because there's no variance for that. There might have been some loss of light from enclosing the porch that had existed because that would be a wall rather than an open porch. But I also am satisfied by the agent for the applicant saying by pushing it, that mitigates that. So given all, a long way of saying I understand the concerns, but I think when you line them up against the variances that are being asked for, I think it's a reasonable application.
Yeah, I would agree. There's no, I mean, I totally appreciate people's concerns about a larger structure being built adjacent to them, but the side yard setback really is quite modest. The rear addition is notched out to allow a little bit more light to come in. There's no height variance, there's no depth variance, there's no length variance. As you point out, Phil, the agent has, or the client has reduced the size of the front yard or the front porch, increasing the soft landscaping, which again is a very good thing. So I would agree with you. It's a supportable application. Look for a motion.
So I'll move to approve it, but I would like to, as amended per the discussion we had earlier, to amend the numbers contained within variances 6 and 8, as advised by Mr. Camiso. And I would also like...
I think let's just check the numbers there.
Sure.
I think it was 5 and 6.
Oh, it was 5 and... Yes, my mistake. Yeah, Is it 5 and 6? No, it's 6 and...
No.
You can have staff put up the notice on the screen.
Yes, it is 5 and 6, my mistake.
5 and 6. Nicole, did you guys get the revised numbers, or should we state them again?
It would be helpful for the record to state it again if we could.
Did anyone write them down? Oh, there. Lois, if you could state the revised numbers for variance number 5?
It was 46.7%, and that was 23.83 meters. And 6 was...
I think he adjusted the 26.66 down, too. That was my...
It was the requirement that I don't think we caught.
Maybe we need to.
Why don't we, let's to be sure, let's go out of committee and ask Mr. Camiso, maybe you could, if you're listening still, could you refresh our memory on the revised numbers for variance 5 and 6, please?
Yes, I can do that. Where it says 26.66, it should read 25.54.
Okay.
Where it says 31%, it should read 46.7%. Where it says 16.44, it should read 23.83. That's variance 5. For variance 6, where it says 20 square meters, it should read 19.16. Where it says 32%, it should read 37.5%. And where it reads 8.56 square meters, it should read 10.7 square meters.
Okay, thank you very much. Phil, do you want to
You're welcome.
restate your motion, please?
Sure. So back in committee, I would move to approve it subject to those the numbers being amended to the numbers that have just been stated by Mr. Camiso.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Ghosh recommends approval of the amended application. Ms. Fig, are you going to second?
Yes.
Okay, seconded, and all in favor? You have your approval, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you for coming down today. We move to item number 24, 405 Main Street. This is an application to construct a one-story ancillary building containing a garden suite at the rear of the lot. Committee has before it a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 3 photographs of trees on the subject property, an arborist report, email correspondence from transportation, and a staff report from urban forestry. And do we have the agent here online?
Hi, my name is Ozren Stambuk at 15 Moreland Road.
Okay, Mr. Stambuk, thank you very much. Panel, do you need a presentation on this one?
No, and
Hang on a sec.
Mr. Chair,
Hang on a sec. Hang on a sec. Oh, I'm sorry. Hello, Aaron. Welcome back. Pardon me. Sorry, I thought it was the agent speaking. Thank you.
No, it's myself. Sorry, yes. I just wanted to let you know I'm back. Yeah, I'm ready. Thanks.
We are on item 24.
Yep, I've been watching, yes. 24,
Okay.
yes.
Does anyone need a presentation on this one? Okay, hearing that. Mr. Stambuk, the panel has read all the material on your application. We don't really need a presentation. There's no one registered to speak to this item. Before we take it into committee, would you like to share anything with the panel?
No, Mr. Chair, I'm here for any questions, and thank you for your time.
Okay. Anyone have any questions? Not hearing any questions. Okay, thank you very much. We'll go into committee. Anyone have any thoughts on this application? Looks fairly straightforward.
Yeah, I agree that I think it's straightforward. A garden suite is the kind of thing that we encourage being created and built. The 3 variances seem minor to me, and I would suggest, I move that we accept this application.
There is a forestry condition.
Through the chair, urban forestry condition number 2.
Yep.
Including, urban forestry condition number 2.
Okay.
I would be happy to second it. It's a one-story garden suite that looks like it will have minimal impact on neighbors and a positive impact on the neighborhood.
Yep. Okay, we have a motion from Ms. Fig to approve this application subject to forestry condition number 2, seconded by Mr. Gauche. All in favor? Okay, you have your approval, sir. Thank you very much. We move to item number 25, 81 BINSCARTH Road. And this is an application to alter the existing 2.5-story detached dwelling by constructing front and rear third floor additions and a rear basement walkout. Panel has before it a copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans and elevations, presentation materials from the agent, staff report from Metrolinx, and 3 form letters in support from 89 BINSCARTH and 65 and 75 BINSCARTH. Okay, do we have the agent online? Mr. Dewson?
Hi, William. Can you just unmute yourself? We see you, but we don't hear you.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we do hear. If you can give us your name and address, please.
Yeah, William Dewson, agent and architect for the owners. Address is 174 Bedford Road, Toronto, Ontario. M5R to K9.
Okay, you're just seeking a single variances. Hang on a second, panel. Does anyone like a presentation on this file? Okay, I'm not hearing any need. We've read all the material you've submitted. We're comfortable with what the application involves. Before we go into committee, would you like to share anything with us?
No, I think it's fairly straightforward. I'm here to answer any questions if you have any.
Okay, thank you very much. Panel, any questions? I don't see any questions, Mr. Dewson. Okay, we will take it into committee. Anyone have any thoughts or a motion?
The law is pretty deep and is pretty appropriate.
Yeah. Do you want to move a motion, Aaron?
Please, I will propose to approve this application. And then I think there is there's a tree, in my note, there's a tree. Is there any?
No, there's no
forestry?
conditions. There's a Metro advisory memo again, but there's no conditions associated with it.
No condition. Okay, yes, so that's it.
Okay.
I'll
Mr. Chang moves approval of this application, a seconder. Ms. Fig, all in favor? You have your approval, sir. Thank you very much. Okay, we move on to item number 26, which is 623, 625 Queen Street West. This is an application to alter the existing 3-story building by constructing a second tenant space on the second floor. There's a single variance with respect to parking. The committee has before it a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. Decision number A0043/10TEY affecting the subject property. We have email correspondence from transportation. Do we have the agent with us?
Yes. Good afternoon, members of the committee. I'm not sure if you can hear me. I'm Kathy Garrido. I'm the agent for the owner. My last name is Garrido, Garrido, and my address is 1724 Queen Street West.
Thank you
I
very
can
much.
very quickly explain this application.
Yeah, sure, that'd be great.
This is simply to legalize an existing condition, whereas this is a commercial building on Queen Street West that was originally built in 2010. It was built with no parking. At the time that it was built, it was proposed as ground floor commercial with residential units above, which is why in your files you find an older committee of adjustment hearing granting them 0 parking spaces, because at that time the residential units didn't require any parking. Later, that original owner who built the building decided to use the rest of the building as commercial space and needed additional parking. He chose to lease himself parking for that building on an adjacent lot, but has since sold the building. My clients, who are the current owners of the building, discovered when we went to subdivide the second floor retail space that the lease that owner had for parking on an adjacent lot had since expired. And in order to issue a building permit for the demising wall, we would need to go to committee of adjustment to get a variance for the parking. Because because the zoning requires with that type of use 8 parking spots. This bylaw was actually changed in 2022. So if we built this building today, 0 parking would be required, but it's not retroactive to existing buildings. So here we are before you asking for a variance to legalize the situation. There's no room on the lot for parking, so it's not an option for us to provide it.
That's great, thanks, Ron. It really shouldn't be this complicated.
I know.
Thank you very much. Any questions, panel? I think it's pretty straightforward what
And
they're...
through the chair, I'll just note for the record, there is no open order to comply violation on this property. So the purpose does not read to legalize officially because there is no open violation on the property.
Okay, thank you. Great, thanks very much. We'll take this into committee. Does anyone have a motion on this one? It seems quite straightforward.
I can make a motion.
Thank you, Aaron.
It's very straightforward, reasonable to have parking for Queen Street West is very common nowadays. So I would like to take the approval. And there's also on the note, there's no objection from transportation as well. So everything is, and I make a motion to approve it.
Great, thanks very much. Do we have a seconder? Ms. Fig, so motion by Mr. Cheng to approve, seconded by Ms. Fig. All in favor? It's unanimous. You have your approval. Thank you very much. Okay, we move on to item number 27, 10 McKayfield Road. This is an application to alter the existing one-story detached dwelling by constructing a complete second-story addition, a rear two-story addition, a rear ground floor deck, front and side porches, a new shed in the rear yard, an undersized parking space on the south side of the dwelling. The existing rear detached garage will be demolished. The committee has before it a copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, one photograph of a tree on the subject property, email correspondence from transportation, staff report from urban forestry, and a 17 signature petition in support signed by owners occupants of McKayfield Road. Do we have the agent? Yes. Okay. Hello.
Hi, Trevor. Can you unmute yourself? We can see you. We just can't hear you.
I've done so now. My name is Trevor Gain. I'm the agent on this application. My address is 10 Celebrity Place in Markham.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gain. We have some people registered in interest, so if you could give us a presentation, that would be great.
Yes, absolutely. So the application, as you mentioned before you, is to build a two-story rear addition to an existing one-story house, complete with a second floor right across the top. The variances that we have, we believe, are fairly minor. It's pretty much typical to what's happening all over this area of East York. Unfortunately, there's a very low zoning standard in this area, 45% for floor space index, which kind of translates into an as-of-right house of about 1,500 square feet. So in most cases, that doesn't even accommodate just a second floor on top of some of these bungalows, where our existing floor area is in the 846 square feet. So able to, for any typical family that's looking for a 3-4 bedroom house plus family room and amenity space, we're sort of forced to go to the Committee of Adjustment to seek these variances. Recently, there were sort of some changes in the determination of these zoning bylaws, specifically to side yard setback. In the past, we were always allowed to go back on and up on these existing setbacks, but they sort of worked on the wording of this, and now since it's a bungalow, we can go back on that existing setback and we can go up on the existing bungalow, but we have a variance, which is part of variance number 1, and that is the second floor portion of our rear addition on the north side. So, and able to avoid that variance, we'd have to push our wall into the as-of-right setback, which is like 0.9 meters, and we're asking for 0.57. The other variances are fairly in keeping as well with the increase in coverage. We're not doing, like I said, the garage is coming down, so we're maintaining the parking space in front, which is sort of substandard when you look at the site plan because of the property line stops short of the adjacent house, even though it's paved right across, and it sort of does that as you go up and down the street. So because of no garage, we're just proposing a small shed in the backyard just for shovels and lawnmowers and any other outdoor amenity space, and that adds about 1 or 2% to our coverage. So all in all, we have the letters to support. The neighbors are long time in the area. They have a bunch of support from neighbors, and we think this application is minor.
Thank you very much. Any questions, panel? Nothing? Do we have our speakers online?
Through the chair, I believe we have somebody here in person.
You're hiding
please.
behind the pillar.
Yeah, please come to the podium.
Hi, good afternoon.
Afternoon.
And you can just turn on your microphone, please.
I got a red light. Okay.
Hi, can you give us your name and address, please?
Good afternoon. My name is Jody Armstrong, and I'm the homeowner of number 12 McKayfield Road, which is the property just directly north of number 10. The proposed 2-story, 16-foot extension of number 10 will leave me without direct sunlight on my backyard patio for most of the day, leaving it in shade until late afternoon, at which point it will then be filtered due to other homes and trees. My back bedroom will also now be without sun. I purchased my home with 2 things in mind: a private driveway and a west-facing backyard for the sun exposure. I have lived here for 30 years, and after recently retiring as a registered nurse, I installed a small in-ground pool to add to the enjoyment of my backyard. Needless to say that from late spring to early fall, the majority of my day is spent out there. The trees, the plants, and garden are all reliant on the amount of sun exposure they receive and thrive on. I also use the sun as a natural heat source for my pool. With the amount of shade that will be created by this 16-foot 2-story extension, this will no longer be possible, and will have a negative effect towards the enjoyment of my yard. My other concern are homes like these which max out all building variances, and in my particular case, being built too close to the property line. This requires the builder to access my property to construct the build. I am watching in real time a home of much the same size being built directly across from me. They actually have 3 feet to the property line and have on numerous occasions damaged the adjacent property because they didn't have enough access for equipment and materials. This disrupts the day-to-day living enjoyment and poses serious safety hazards. Fencing is being placed over property lines to allow for more space and access, making it dangerous at times for the owner's children to even play basketball in their own driveway. Why is the expectation on me to provide use of my property for this build? I am now on alert on my own property. I also have a border collie who will be at risk in her own yard, as my gated driveway serves as a dog run, and weather permitting, my dog enjoys being outside from 7 a.m. to almost nightfall. While I am not opposed to the upgrading of this home, I am opposed to the length of the extension. In closing, I find it puzzling as to why the enjoyment of my property is being placed secondary to theirs. As this build has no benefit to me, I am bewildered as to why I should be made to be an active participant to something that has such adverse effects on my right to enjoy my property. Their patio and deck will have the sun that this 16-foot extension is going to be taking from me. I don't know if anyone has ever actually stood in the yard of one of these homes that has the extension to the south of them, because it's literally a brick wall. And the amount of sunlight that comes through or is allowed to come through is minimal at best. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Panel, any questions of the speaker?
Yeah, just one. Looking at the plans, the side yard variance doesn't have to do with your side, it has to do with the other side. Were you aware of that, that they're not going to be building, and there's an extension at the rear, but it's just at the same depth as the current wall, right?
Right, they're going straight back.
Yeah.
Yes. I don't understand what your question to me
I
is.
was just wondering if you misunderstood that they were actually going to build closer than their house is right now. They're not doing that.
No, but it's close, I think they're actually, it's too close to the property line on my side, was what I was.
Is what you're saying, the existing, to construct back at the same depth as on the same line as the existing house is too close to your house, that's your concern?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Well, to the property line, yes, and to the access that I have to my backyard.
No, I just thought maybe there had been a misunderstanding because I've seen those situations before, but it sounds like you understand the application, and so that's good.
The 16 feet is actually going from the corner of the house right to the corner of my garage. So it's literally a wall.
Okay, thank you so much for coming down. Appreciate it. Is there anyone else speaking on this one?
Through Mr. Chair, we can move on to the next speaker, Vincent Hong, who is attending virtually.
Okay.
Vincent, you have been unmuted. Can you hear us?
I wasn't speaking. I'm just in attendance listening.
Very well. Also, through the chair, I've attempted to call Gloria Ma. Gloria, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Oh, there we go.
Hi.
Hi, Ms. Ma. Can you give us your name and address, please?
Gloria Ma at 7 McKayfield Road.
Okay.
We are directly across the street, or kitty corner.
Okay, then if you wanted to share your thoughts with us, that'd be great.
I have no comment. I just wanted to attend the meeting and listen to what's happening on our street.
Okay.
Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. That's it?
Through Mr. Chair, those are all the registered speakers.
Thank you. If we can have the agent back, please. Mr. Gain?
Yes, thank you. Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll address mainly number 12 McKay's. I guess that's the only one in opposition. So first of all, we are not entering her property. The proposed setback on that north side is just shy of 0.6 meters, 24 inches. And as one of the panel members said, yeah, we are going straight back on that existing setback, which is sort of an ongoing situation for numerous years. And up until about maybe 2 months ago, like I mentioned in my presentation, the interpretation of what you can go back up on and back on and up on have been changed. So we are seeking a variance on the north side for the second floor portion of this addition only. The ground floor portion of this addition is as per bylaw. Regarding the sunlight, we do not have any building length variances. We have no height variances. We have no wall height variances. And I will note that the spatial separation between my client's house and her is over 3 meters. So I find it hard to believe that we're casting that much shadow other than kind of an as of right height and building length that will dramatically affect her yard. And I think that was the main three concerns: sunlight damage to her property, and in the interpretation of the setback being too close. I'm open to your questions.
Okay, thank you very much. Panel, any questions? We don't have any questions, sir. Thank you very much. We will take this into committee. Panel, some thoughts, comments?
Yeah, I'll start first. So I think the coverage seems reasonable, especially we don't have any reduction of soft landscape. And then the GFA, oh, sorry, the maximum permitted floor space also makes sense. There's no rear setback required or any cut plane problem, or any of those main walls being too high at the front, intruding into the public space on the street. So overall, I think it's pretty reasonable. And I understand that the neighbors have some concern about the building is extending along existing wall. But unfortunately, that is his right, his as of right to continue the distance between his house to your house. There was no variance about that. So unfortunately, we couldn't use that as an argument to vote against the application. So that's my comment, and I'm happy to support it.
Okay, in the absence of anything contrary, would you like to make a motion?
Yes, happy to make a motion to approve the application. And then
There is a forestry advisory memo on this file.
forestry advisory, right?
Yeah, so we'll just note that.
Yeah, we'll note that. There's no specific number that we have to follow.
Correct. Okay, do I have a seconder?
Sure, I'll second that.
Mr. Ghosh, so motion to approve, subject to the forestry advisory memo, moved by Mr. Chang, seconded by Mr. Ghosh. All in favor? It's approved. And thank you for coming down and sharing your thoughts with us today. Okay, we move on to item number 28, 75 Harvie. And this is an application to alter the existing two-story detached dwelling by constructing a rear second-story addition that will be cantilevered beyond the existing ground floor level to provide a covered open space below. The panel has before it a copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, and 3 photographs of the subject property. Do we have the agent with us?
Vincent, you have been unmuted.
Hello. Hi, if you could just give us your name and address, please.
Hi, my name is Vincent Nguyen. I'm at 39 Annie Craig Drive.
Okay, we have a couple people registered to speak on this, so we'll need a presentation, please.
Okay, so my client at 75 Harvie is looking to extend their current house on the second story. Their existing depth is 13.29 meters. The permitted depth is 17 meters, and they're proposing to do 17.86 meters, which is about 2.5 feet extra. There's not going to be any changes to the front or the height of the building. There's going to be no change to the look or feel of the neighborhood. They're just looking to get a bit of extra space on the second floor to accommodate some bedrooms. Other than that, yeah, I think it's a fairly straightforward and small change we're requesting.
Okay, thank you very much. Panel, any questions? Okay, thank you. Do we have a couple speakers listed? Sorry. It was a very quick presentation. We're moving to speakers.
Of course. Marcos, you have been unmuted.
Hello.
Yes, hello.
Hello, Marcus.
Yes, good afternoon.
Hi, can you give us your name and address, please?
My name is Marcos Zambrano, Marcos Zambrano, Z-A-M-B as in Bravo, R-A-N-O. My address is 77 Harvie Avenue.
Okay.
I'm on the north side of the lot in question.
Okay. You have 5 minutes to share your thoughts with the panel.
Actually, just to listen and hear any details about the construction, and I have no further comments.
Okay. Thank you very much. Do we have Christine Wu?
Through you, Mr. Chair, Christine Wu is the owner. The agent is speaking on behalf of her.
Ah, okay. Great. Okay, thank you very much. So can we get the agent back?
Yep, here.
It appears that there is no one in opposition. We don't have any questions. We're ready to take it into committee. Is there anything that you want to share?
Sorry, through you, Mr. Chair, there's actually one additional person. There's a Lisa Curvin of an unknown position and unknown address registered to speak for this item.
Here on?
They're registered virtually.
Okay. My apologies. We have one final speaker.
Lisa Curvin, you have been unmuted.
Hi, this is actually her husband, Craig Dameron. We both live at 73 Harvie, so the property just south of the property in question.
Great. Thank you very much. Sorry for the confusion. If you want to share your thoughts with the panel, you have 5 minutes.
Great, thank you. Similar to Marcus, mainly just wanted to hear if there are any details, extra details to the construction. I think initially our main concerns were around the roof line, and the builder, I think, agent spoke to that. The other main just issue I had with the drawing of the aerial view, the one that's up right now, actually, I don't know if it really reflects the depth of, I think, Marcus's property. I think that his saying that was one sort of existing two-story building going all the way back to the sort of beyond where they're proposing. I believe it ends where it sort of juts in there. So there was another overview or aerial view of it in the original package that got sent out that reflected it, I think, a little bit more aligned. And then the other comment I had was just around just ensuring that there's nothing done kind of in the basement from a underpinning perspective. I think it seemed like there was some work done a while ago on that, just because our foundations are only about 3 feet apart. And then just because they're basically building right on the existing property is right on the property line, just ensuring that the extension didn't have a window that sort of overlooked into our backyard, which I don't think it does. So I think we're good there.
Okay, thanks very much. We'll ask those questions of the agent. Panel, any questions of this speaker? Okay, great. Now we'll go back to the agent.
I can hear it.
Hi, you heard a couple questions from the previous speaker. I wonder if you might try to address those.
Yeah, so there's going to be no windows that face either one of the properties. The principal source of light is going to be at the rear. So we're not going to be looking over into anyone's yards over there. And in terms of the underpinning, I can't speak to that exactly. I don't think they're going to be doing any underpinning, but if there is, all the precautions will be taken to verify the angle of repose and structure, all those things. But as for now, there will be no underpinning.
Okay. All right, thank you very much. Panel, we'll take this into committee. Any thoughts?
Yeah.
Mr. Ghosh?
Thank you. There's only one variance. It's only to increase the depth by less than a meter. It's a very small house, so I can see why they want this bit of extra space. And the concerns of the neighbors seem to center more around construction, which isn't really the ambit of this committee. It's an issue to be addressed directly with the contractor or with the building department or an appropriate city official as the construction is going on. So I support it, and I would move to approve it, and there are no conditions.
Okay. Moved by Mr. Ghosh to approve. Do I have a seconder? Ms. Fig. Seconded by Ms. Fig. All in favor? That's unanimous. You have your approval, sir. Thank you. We move on to number 29, 53 Hepburne. This is an application to construct a new two-story ancillary building containing a garden suite with a front second-story balcony and a west side second-story Juliet. Committee has before it a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, a revised site plan submitted January the 12th, 4 photographs of trees on the subject property, 1 photograph of the northeast view of the laneway from the subject property, correspondence from the agent, 3 correspondence dated January 5th, January 10th, and January 12th, email correspondence from transportation, and staff report from urban forestry, letters of interest or concern from 53 Hepburne, correspondence in opposition from 636 Dover Court, 628 Dover Court, 630 Dover Court, 638 Dover Court, and 632 Dover Court. So, do we have anyone here or online?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have the agent and 1 person registered to speak, all virtually.
Thank you. If we could have the agent, please?
And through the chair, perhaps the agent can address the revised site plan that was submitted and received on January 12th, 2024, and just elaborate if any variances have changed as a result or what those changes to the plan were.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
Thank you.
Hi there.
Yes, thank you. My name is Joseph Mazzatelli. I'm the architect at 608 Oriole Parkway.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. If you want to take us through this application, please.
Yes, please. So originally we designed a laneway house because we are at the end of an existing laneway. During that process, the zoning examiner altered that, and for some reason he called it a garden suite. Since then, I have found further information, and I sent you a map which is map 1 in the supporting documentation from Transportation Department. And that, as you can see right now, that indicates that the green lane continues to our property at a slight angle, and that truck that you see in the bubble, that is actually our property. So we have direct access to the lane. So I would ask that you consider this proposal really as a laneway house.
Well, I'm just going to stop you right there. I'm just going to stop you right there. You know, we don't have that information before us. It's not classified as a laneway suite. In fact, the bylaw requirements differ between laneway suites and garden suites. So we have to consider this application as it's presented before us. If you want to consider it a laneway suite, your only option is for us to defer it, and you go back to the city and negotiate the appropriate designation for this proposal. Otherwise, we have to treat it as a garden suite, and the bylaws apply as if it were a garden suite.
But I would also make another comment, if you were considering that. As part of your application, we do have the survey. Surveys that are very old can be difficult to read, but the city's lines and property lines from that transportation report that you mentioned and this old survey both seem to align that the lane doesn't quite reach you. There's a gap of just a couple feet that is a right-of-way. And this isn't the first almost laneway suite that I've seen before the committee. I've seen one other. When it's a private right-of-way instead of a laneway that reaches it, the only way to consider it is a garden suite. So I think the chair's comments stand that you could go back and we could defer it if that's what you wanted, for you to go back to the zoning examiner and explore that issue. I just wanted to maybe mention my interpretation of the documents you've submitted, that you might not get the answer that you want even if you do that.
So I'll ask you the question, how would you like to proceed?
Well, the owner would still like to proceed. It's just that I wanted to explain that, yes, there is a small area beside the lane between our property that is called the right-of-way. And we can't alter that at all. And the zoning examiner has not responded to my request to review it. So we still would like to proceed with the variances that we have. And we are also prepared to reduce them and to remove some of them.
Okay, so you have submitted a revised site plan. So if you're changing the variances, let's take the time now to go through them and make whatever adjustments you're proposing right now, if you could. So is the purpose of the application changed at all?
No, the basic dwelling is as proposed, and if I can explain all the variances and what reductions we'd like to make.
Okay, if you can go through them in order for me, please.
Yes, I will. So firstly, in my opinion, this is a reasonable development, and it's in keeping with the requirements and the encouragement of the city to provide affordable housing. It's rather a unique lot and a unique situation. The middle of that block is actually open right now. It's a U-shaped lane that reaches our property at the end. Now, transportation has no objections, and we understand forestry will have the usual requirements of us, and we will meet those requirements regarding any trees on the property. And very importantly, the city planner does not object. So without any objection letter from the city planner, I would hope that this could be considered appropriate. In terms of variance 1, we would like to improve that, and we would like to increase the figures for the proposed soft landscaping to increase from 25 to 35%, and to increase the area from 33.5 square meters to 46 square meters. So that would increase the landscaping, the soft landscaping.
Okay.
For item 2, it's required that we have a 1.5 meter distance, and currently, if you are designed at the rear, because we're beside an existing garage, once again, because of the weird situation that we're in, we don't have the 1.5 meters. And we think that having 1.5 meter between two bare walls is not really accommodating anything positively. So we ask that you keep that variance. For variance 3, likewise, if we do have a variance as a side yard, when this is considered as a garden suite, if it had been, viewed as a laneway suite would have been permitted to be 0, and that would not have been a variance. For variance 4, likewise, we would like to keep that variance because as a garden suite, it does require a setback. For item 5, for variance 5, we would like to keep that, so that has to do with the sloped roof. And since a laneway suite is allowed to be a full 2-story, we're asking that you would allow that. That's on the front, and no one is objecting regarding that. For item 6, we are willing, because the neighbors are objecting on the east side, we were asked that could remove that variance so that we would provide the 45-degree slope that is required of a garden suite. And in doing that, since we are asking to remove that variance, if you consider it reasonable, we would ask that you do permit us to allow one dormer in that side elevation. For variance 7, once again, that's on the west side, and we ask, since there's no one objecting, we ask that you allow us to have that variance. For variance 8, a laneway suite is allowed to be 0.3 meters taller, but since we are not permitted that, we would remove that variance completely. So variance 8 would be removed. And for variance 9, we would like to make the property, the house smaller, so that the 35% that we are achieving, we'd like to reduce that to 30%, which would be what if a garden suite, if a laneway suite was permitted, they're at 30%. So if we could reduce that number to 35%, and the area of 80.01 would be smaller, so our proposed house would be smaller, and that number would be 67.44 square meters. And also for variance 10, which is similarly to control the size of the house on the rear lot portion, we would like to reduce that from 61% to 51%. So we would reduce that by 10%, and we would reduce the 80.01 meters squared to 67.44 square meters. So then for 9, and 10, we remove 8 completely, and we ask that 8 and 10 be made smaller. So we would have to make a smaller building. 11 and 12 both have to do with parking and access. So once again, from that transportation map that you saw, we obviously have access to the property because the lane does lead to our property. So in terms of that, currently we're asking that we do not have to provide the parking space. The owner actually does not, no one parks there, no one requires it from his tenants. And in the future, he will be renting to users that do not require parking. So we would ask that if 11 and 12, if you would agree to that situation as well.
Okay, thank you very much. So I'm just going to recap. So variance number 1 is changed. I think you said, was it 37%?
35, please.
35% and 46.9?
0.0 square meters.
0.0. Thank you. You're keeping number 2, you're keeping number 3, you're keeping number 4, you're keeping number 5. You are eliminating number 6. You are keeping number 7. You are eliminating number 8. You are changing number 9 to 30% or 67.44. Number 10, you are amending to 51% and 67.44. And you're keeping 11 and 12.
Yes.
That's all correct? Okay. Is the dormer showed on any of the revised plans?
No, there's a permitted dormer on the one front, but regarding number.
And you don't need, do you need a variance for that dormer, or is that as of right?
It's not as of right. It's only one dormer is permitted per garden suite or laneway suite. And I don't know if you could make that as a condition that you would permit us to do that.
I think it's a little difficult. It might have to be at their own.
No, so the challenge is we're allowed to, we can capably amend variances where the impact is reduced. We can't, in front of committee at this time, add an additional variance because you haven't provided full notice to all the neighbors of all the changes that you are proposing. So if you want that dormer, we would have to defer this application, and you would have to include that in your application and recirculate it.
Yeah.
So
well, thank you then for at this moment, since we're so eager to get this, hopefully I will forfeit the dormer.
Okay. Thank you. All right.
I just want to that you are free to come back again if you get approved today. So you don't have to rush and put everything into one.
Well, since the zoning examiner hasn't answered my request, I don't think anything would really change from his point of view. So we would like to hopefully get this designed and approved as it is.
Okay. So let's proceed. We've taken up a considerable amount of time. I think you've explained your application reasonably well. Is there any questions that we have of the agent?
Possibly after we hear from the other speakers.
Okay. All right. Then we will move to speakers on this one.
Catherine Mavrakakis, you have been unmuted.
Hello?
Hi. If you can give us your name and address, please.
Yes, my name is Catherine Mavrakakis. Hello to everybody on the committee. I'm the owner of 632 Dovercourt Road.
Okay, you have 5 minutes to share your thoughts with the committee.
Okay, I presently live at 632 Dovercourt. My property is on the adjacent street just east of the lot for which the variances are requested today. My backyard faces to the west, backing directly onto the south part of the proposed property. I have lived here with my extended family over 50 years, and I believe that good planning and development should not be overlooked. Although I agree there's a need in Toronto to build new homes, my objection is what is being presented today with the proposed variances and how they will affect my neighbors and I. The proposed two-story garden house will be bigger, longer, and taller than what is permitted. The structure would significantly impede on, not just totally block any view I had to the west of my property from our backyard, where once we can see the sky, we will now look at a wall. It will also completely block any sunlight, as the existing garage is in line directly at the end of my backyard, which is small to begin with. Currently next to my house to the north is 634 Dovercourt Road, where Mr. Benedetto has already constructed an extension to this property, which has already reduced any view to the north. I really feel boxed in by the historical development. The proposed structure would only make this issue worse, and it would significantly affect my well-being from obstructed sunlight and shadowing for my family and neighbors. Along with the potential issues of sunlight and views, the letter submitted further go into detail about the issue of privacy, along with tree protection and potential damage of said trees given to the proposed increase of the structure. The issue of stormwater management and improper drainage was also addressed in all the letters of opposition submitted. Given the proposed increase in the GFA by 544 square feet, the impacts of removing more green space is clear, and I don't feel the need to go into further detail about this. The issue of parking and the removal of required spots was also addressed in all of the opposing letters, and indicates the level of concern. This has a tremendous impact on parking availability. The proposed removal of parking in this application will only add the existing parking problems and congestion on the street. Lastly, it should be noted that none of the 12 variances being asked for are minor in nature. When considering the significant change in size and the intended use of the structure, there's a link between these variances and the increased risk of fire and the potential for a second unit in the garden suite. The plan and bylaws in place allow for single-use garden suite to be built. These variances being asked for clearly show that the building will be used for more than one suite. Hence, ask for a longer, taller, wider building with no parking. I direct your attention to the right-of-way in the laneway. This is typically used for vehicle access to a garage, but now the proposed ask is for entry into the rear of the building, evidenced by the door on the plans into a rear unit from the laneway. This is not its intended use and clearly shows the need for 2 points of egress into the proposed structure of a potential of multiple units. The gross increase in ground floor area across 2 floors being requested also clear and further points to having more than one unit in the proposed building. The increase of the roof line, no garage and no parking is further evidence of this, and is not only a concern for a visual aspect, but also from content and fire perspective. This significant requested increase in GFA yard setbacks and property line encroachments and the resulting reduced access by the fire department will also increase the potential risk of fire and the spread of fire to our properties in the event that this happens. There are no provisions put in place on the proposed building plans such as sprinklers to accommodate the increase in GFA and mitigate any increased risk of fire and spread to the adjacent properties. If a garden suite of this size.
I'm sorry for interrupting, but I'm just gonna ask you to wrap up, please.
Yeah. I kindly ask the committee to strongly reconsider this application and the variances being asked for. It's clear that it completely goes against what the intention of the garden suite was meant for and what the zoning bylaw permits to construct. The building is too big, long and tall, and not appropriate for the land or the neighborhood. It sets a dangerous precedent for the area that is already riddled with multiple illegal apartments and units and dwellings. I thank you all for your consideration.
Great, thank you very much. Any questions? No questions. Any further speakers? Okay, can we have the Mr. Mazzatelli back, please?
Yes, thank you. Well, firstly, in response, the trees will be protected by forestry, and things like rainwater will also be protected by the entire building code. So all those things will be done to code. In terms of the building itself, it obviously makes sense to have an entrance at the front and the rear, so that there's multiple access throughout. So that's the reason for doors at the front and the rear. Unfortunately, sunlight is not, we are west of these properties, so any sunlight that is decreased by our structure will be negligible. And as well, there are trees on there that provide complete shade in the summer, much more so than our building would. So overall, I think we've reduced the variances enough and removed enough of them that I hope that you consider this as appropriate. And once again, I think the planning department would have objected if it was inappropriate. So there is no objection from the planning department. Transportation is not objecting, and we ask for your support.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions, panel? Okay. We have no questions. We're going to take this into committee. Panel, any comments or thoughts on this application?
Yes.
Phil?
Thank you. I think the thing that is the most substantial to me is the removal of variance 6, so that it has a 45-degree angular plane in the direction of the neighbors trying to locate myself here, on the neighboring street. Is it Dovercourt? Dovercourt. Because not only the speaker that we heard from in person today, but also some of the letters of concern referenced that loss of light in those rear yards, and that I think that maintaining that 45-degree angular plane mitigates that and makes it much more approvable to me. It is legally a garden suite, but I do understand the idea. It'll have a door on the right of way that leads to a laneway. It'll function as a laneway suite, so I do understand that argument as well. To me, that's sort of neither here nor there. It's good as a garden suite. It's good as a laneway suite. So I would say removing variance 6 was a big one for me, because that does address some of the neighboring concerns.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? I was initially quite concerned about the coverage on this one. It was very long and ate up a substantial portion of the rear yard. And when you have a structure of that size, then I think it does have a measurable impact on the adjacent properties. With the reduction in coverage, and as you say, the elimination of the angular plane, and the height is, for 2 stories, is only 6.3 meters, which is frankly, comparable to what's allowable for a laneway suite. So I think with those mitigating factors, I appreciate the neighbors' concerns, and I'm sympathetic to them, but I think overall, given the changes and what is being proposed here, I think is supportable. I might want to come out of committee because I forgot to ask a question about the balcony. And maybe with your indulgence, I wouldn't mind asking the agent about the balcony. If we can come out of committee for a moment. Thank you. Too much paper. Hi, is the agent here?
Yes,
Mr.
I'm here.
Mazzatelli, can I just ask you about the, you have a balcony projecting, I think, towards the principal residence?
Yes, we do. Once again, that is one of the hopeful wishes from the owner. If you object to that, we can remove it. The other thing I forgot to mention is that now that we're making these reductions, the 7.5 meter rear yard requirement from wall to wall will be increased. So we will be providing more than the requirement between the 2 buildings.
Yeah, no, I get that, and I'll leave it to you. Would your client like to remove that balcony?
He's asking that we please keep it.
Then what kind of screening do you have around it?
It would be the usual 1.5 meter opaque solid privacy screen.
Okay, that's what I was wondering. I wasn't sure from your drawings what the treatment of it was. So if you have screening on it, we may, do we have revised plans before us? We don't have revised plans?
Through the chair, I believe we just have a site plan. I don't think we have the revised full set of elevations. So it may not be prudent in this case to tie to a plan, but you could impose a condition.
Yeah, which they're prepared to meet anyway. So, okay, thank you very much. We're back in committee.
I have it privacy already.
We're back in committee. Anyone have any further comments? I'll look for a motion then.
Okay, I'll bring the motion. We'll see if I've got all the numbers right. I'll move to approve as amended, subject to forestry conditions 2 and 3. And through you, Mr. Chair, does the Secretary Treasurer want us to run through the numbers? I did take them down.
Through the chair, I think we did a careful recap of the numbers. So in this case, it's fine, just specify it's an amended application.
Okay, so to approve as amended, subject to forestry conditions 2 and 3, and also subject to a condition that any balcony have privacy screening to a height of, is it usually
1.5 meters.
1.5 meters on the east and west side.
Two sides, yep.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, we have a motion to approve the amended application, subject to the conditions that Mr. Ghosh has indicated. Do I have a seconder? Excuse me. Seconded by Mr. Cheng. All in favor? Okay, your amended application is approved. Thank you. Okay, we move on to application number 30, which is 54 Salmon. And this is an application to alter the existing one-story detached dwelling by constructing a complete second-story addition, a rear two-story cantilevered addition, a partial front one-story addition, which is a bay window, a rear ground floor terrace, and a basement secondary suite. The panel has before it a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 3 photographs of the subject property, covering letter from the agent, presentation materials from the agent, and a staff report from Metrolinx. So can we have the agent join us?
Hi, Matthew Lawson, agent on behalf of the owner, residing at 11 Watkinson Avenue, Toronto.
Great, thank you, Mr. Lawson. We do have someone registered to speak, so if you wanted to give us a presentation, that would be great.
Sure. I believe staff have the presentation materials on file. They could bring that up now. Great. So I'm ready to start whenever we are.
Yep, go ahead,
The existing property has a single-story dwelling on a suite that at certain points, as been in this photo, has significantly greater density. The proposal is for an extensive renovation and full second-story addition, as well as a very slightly cantilevered rear addition, as evidenced in the site plan here, as well as incorporating a basement secondary suite with a separate side yard entrance. We're seeking relief from the zoning bylaw and minor variances for the following. Side yard setback on the north. We can keep it on the site plan here. That's a good place to illustrate this. We're following the existing side yard setback on the north for the entire extent of the second floor and rear cantilevered addition. I believe this variance is being triggered primarily given the fact that the building and the property line are not entirely parallel, resulting in the noted side yard setback of 0.17 meters, where the required is 0.9. Again, that's largely the result of an existing condition. We're seeking a variance for lot coverage, where 35% lot coverage is permitted. We're proposing 44%. Given the size of the site and the fact that we're primarily following the footprint of the existing structure, we feel that this is minor in nature. We're seeking a variance for front yard landscaping, where 75% is required. We're proposing 60%. We'd note that while this is a deficiency, given the extremely small size of the front yard, the absolute variance is really quite minor, on the order of 1 meter squared. And finally, if we go to the next slides, we're seeking a variance for main wall height. And this is really exclusively at the rear for the cantilevered portion that's evident in the drawing attached here. This is for approximately 50% of the width of the rear elevation, We'd note that the entirety of the front elevation complies with the main wall height requirements, as does the remaining 50% of the rear main wall. If we go down further, again, just confirming that the front main wall entirely complies with the requirements. The dormer is within the permitted allowance, as shown here. And on the next slide, just illustrating that, sorry, the next slide here. Oh. Again, just illustrating that within the context, certainly the front elevation matches the two-story context that's occurs along the street. And on the final slide, just illustrating that in addition to the immediate context, the variances that we're seeking are well within the kind of recently approved and kind of contextual numbers for the area in terms of FSI, in terms of side yard setback, main wall height, and again, we feel that this is the variances that we're seeking are minor in nature and meet E4 tests. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Panel, any questions? We can go to Ms. Dingman.
Through Mr. Chair, I've tried reaching Catherine Dingman of 134 Woody Crest multiple times to no response. She was listed as being an interest to the application.
Okay, thank you. All right, we don't have any speakers. Is there any questions of the agent from anyone on the panel? Okay, I don't hear any questions. We're going to take this into committee for a decision. Panel, any thoughts, comments, observations? Aaron, what do you think?
Yeah, I think it's supportable. Again, I think the coverage is okay. We're not eating in any landscape. And then the setbacks is on the side yard, and there's no complaints from the neighbors. I think it's acceptable. The height is also very minimal, less than 15%. Fixed over doesn't look that tall. If you just not, if even when at the numbers, look at the scale of the building, it makes sense as well. So yes, I think it is again affordable. The front yard landscape is reduced, to put it that way, but it's not like bringing down to 0 under 50%. So not good, but acceptable.
Okay, do you want to move a motion?
Anyone have other comments? If no, then I'll make a motion to approve the application.
Okay, motion by Mr. Chang to approve. Do I have a seconder? Mr. Ghosh, all in favor? Your application is approved. Thank you very much. We move on to item number 31, which is, do you want a break? Okay, we'll take a short 10-minute break. Thank you very much. Sorry, we've been going for a couple hours here.
And we do have a large number of speakers for the next item.
There you go. Okay.
to the other one. I don't know how close we are.
Ten minutes. It's going.
I'll just have to put that when we introduce you. Yeah, no worries.
Aaron, are you there? Aaron, are you there?
Hi.
Yes, I am.
Okay, there you are. Okay, we're going to get started again. The next item we have before us is number 31, and this is 5 Kimberley. We have consent to sever and some variance associated with the resultant 2 properties. So the purpose of this application is to attain consent to sever the property into 2 undersized residential yachts and to create new easements and rights of way. Nicole, do you want me to read in the rest of this?
Through the chair, just go through kindly the materials list in terms of what comments we've received.
Okay, there are, okay, we have, the committee has before us a draft, copy of draft plan of survey, copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. We have email correspondence from community planning and transportation services. We have staff reports from engineering. We have staff reports from community planning and from urban forestry. We have correspondence and interest from 7 Kimberley Avenue. We have correspondence in opposition from 3 Kimberley Avenue, 53 Beaufort Road, 7 Kimberley, 9 Kimberley, 24 Lyle, 22 Lyle, 16 Osborne, 11 Kimberley, 18 Lyle, and 2 Kimberley, as well as 21 Kimberley, 44A, 4 and 4A, 10, 2 pieces of correspondence from 10 Kimberley, 8 Kimberley, 18B, 16, 18C, Kimberley, 30 Lyle, 28 Lyle, 20 Lyle, and 6 Kimberley. So we have the agent with us today. Hello, good evening, and welcome.
And through the chair, just to state for the record, so this is a consent application with associated minor variances that can be heard together, but in terms of if there are any conditions, we'll just have to specify which pertain to the consent and which pertain to the minor variance.
Great, thank you.
And as I understand, the agent had submitted some revised plans in the very late materials folders. So if the agent can just kindly explain if any variances have changed or what the intent of those revised plans are.
Hi.
Hi.
So welcome. If you could give us your name and your address, please.
Yeah, certainly. My name is Billy Tung with KLM Planning Partners.
Okay.
The address is 64 Jardin Drive, Unit 1B in Vaughan.
Okay. I'm going to ask you to go through the application, but is there anything at the outset that has changed?
So through you, Mr. Chair, nothing in the application has changed. So none of the variances have changed due to the revised drawings. The revised drawings really addresses 2 matters. One being we know from our correspondence and discussions with community planning that there is a requested condition for privacy fencing on the 3rd floor balcony. So The plans have been revised to reflect the privacy screens on that third floor balcony. And then in addition to that, my client has decided that, seeing that there's some of the concerns and commentary about the walkout basement in the back, although it isn't a matter that requires a variance, they are deleting that walk-up basement condition.
That's reflected in the
That's
revised
reflected in
plans.
the revised set of plans.
Great, thank you. Okay, that's helpful. If you could take 5 minutes and walk us through this proposal, please?
Yep. So if I can have the presentation material. Okay, next slide, please. So this slide illustrates the proposed development plan. I've just highlighted where that walk-up basement was deleted, just for everyone's clarification. The proposed development pertains to the creation of 2 lots severed from an existing semi-detached lot with a very large side yard to the south. So the severed lot will be about approximately 4.28 meters wide, and it is proposed to be redeveloped for a single detached dwelling.
Sorry, did you say semi-detached?
Single detached.
Single detached, pardon.
Dwelling, yep. The existing retain is a semi-detached.
Right.
Through the zoning review by the zoning examiner, they've identified 4 variances for for the retained and severed properties. I can walk through the nature of it. For the retained portion of the site, it may be easier if we flip to the next set of drawings. I can walk through the variances. So the variance pertain to the proposed new dwelling with respect to the side yard setback reduction from 0.9 meters to 0.45 meters. That is triggered by the fact that there is a transom window on the 3rd floor hallway, which is already proposed to be recessed 1.8 meters from the property line. We've confirmed with the zoning examiner that if that transom window were to be deleted, there would be no variance required because the as of right side yard setback requirement for a sidewall that has no windows or openings is 0.45. So again, the trigger for this variance from 0.9 to 0.45 is because of the window opening. And it's this transom window that's on the 3rd floor, which is already set back 1.8 meters, well in exceedance of the 0.9 meters. So this is a choice by the architect to provide some additional sunlight into the hallway in that hallway and that location. Again, being in the transom window, it isn't a visible window, and it overlooks onto the neighboring roof, which has no windows. So that's the nature of the side yard setback variance. Next slide, please. Again, this illustrates where that is in terms of that transom window on the 3rd floor in that recess alcove. In relation to, again, illustrating that there are no windows or openings proposed on this side walls. Otherwise, that variance is only required because of that transom window. The other circled areas is where we're illustrating where the privacy screening is for that 3rd floor balcony and where the walk-up stairs to the basement was deleted. Next slide, please. So this illustrates just a record of what is in the existing area in terms of other existing dwellings. We understand that there's concerns from the residents about the proposed new lot and new dwelling. I do want to point out that in reviewing the existing neighborhood, there are it already consists of a mix of single detached dwellings, semi-detached dwellings, and row houses. And more importantly, there are many small, similar sized single detached dwellings that exist today in the neighborhood that are approximately 5 meters wide. So we know that from the surveyed information. There's one just 3 doors down at 7A Kimberley, which is 5.16 meters wide, again below what the minimum frontage of lot frontage of 6 meters would be.
Excuse me, are those detached homes or semi-detached?
Those are detached homes. Yeah, those are all detached dwellings, examples of similar detached dwellings in the neighborhood. They're all scattered throughout. These are 4 that I've just selected. They're all in that 5-meter range. While we recognize that the proposed new lot is slightly smaller than that, it's about 2.5 feet smaller than the example 3 doors down in terms of lot width. So again, they're similar size. There are already existing small single detached dwellings in the neighborhood of that caliber. So next slide, please. Just
I'm going to ask you to go through these fairly
yeah,
quickly.
I'll go through them very quickly in terms of for the retaining lot. The variances pertain to the lot frontage, which I've discussed. A side yard setback for the retaining lot being reduced, and then an associated roof eaves reduction because of that reduced side yard setback. And then a fourth one related to the front yard soft landscape area, which is really a recognition of the existing condition of that semi-detached lot. And then onto the next slide about the new lot. Again, there's only 4 variances that has been identified by the zoning examiner. First one being the minimum lot frontage going down to 4.28. The FSI, the maximum floor space index, although it is going from 0.6 to 0.79, that's relatively minor. The increase area is really a difference of about 132 square feet of floor space that's being added or above and beyond what the maximum permitted floor space would be. I would note that because there are no variances required from a building length standpoint, lot coverage standpoint, any other front yard or rear yard setback standpoint, or building wall height, the additional floor space is really contained in that same roof line profile on that third floor. I think it may help if we go back to that elevation slide for the committee and the public to see. Really, that additional floor area would otherwise be in that same massing in the roof line where that third floor would be. So if we were to go back to or comply with a 0.6 times floor space index, the massing wouldn't change per se because the roof line will still be there. And the additional 132 square feet is built into that roof line. And then lastly, there's a very minor slight decrease in the minimum front yard soft landscape area, down by about 0.8%. So it's, again, very slight. So I'll wrap it up very quickly. In my opinion, the proposed variances maintain the general intent and purpose of the official plan and the zoning bylaw. It is appropriate and desirable for the appropriate development of the lands, and consider the variances to be minor in nature.
Great. Thank you very much.
Appropriate. Yeah.
I'm going to hold questions because we have a number of speakers here today. So we have some folks here in person. You up first? Okay. Come on up. Good evening.
Good evening, Chairman.
Could we have your name and address, please?
Sure. My name is Rob Mayer. I live at 3 Kimberley, the property south and adjoined to 5 Kimberley. And today I'm going to be representing the 22 neighbors that live within 300 meters of this property that have objected. We're trying to not repeat information with various people.
Thank you so much.
I do invite, we have a lot of people on the phone as well, and if I miss anything, I think they may want to add to my comments.
Okay, it's a lot of pressure.
Yeah, a lot of pressure.
A lot of pressure.
And it's late.
Okay, you have 5 minutes, sir.
Okay, first of all, thank you very much. I want to communicate to the committee that the community is supportive of urban development, and we don't necessarily want this development shut down outright. Since the property was purchased in August, the developer did contact immediate neighbors 4 times, which is documented. On all 4 of those occasions in the discussions, we requested to get information about the planning and the strategy for the property. They were not shared. We provided feedback. That feedback was ignored. The proposed development is just simply too large, too dense, and too intrusive for the community, and also introduces safety concerns. Our objective today is to show how it fails the 4 tests. First test, are the variances minor? No, they're not. There doesn't appear to be any compelling reason for the city to approve variances of this range and magnitude. For file 760, building a new dwelling, the variances are 29, 32, and 50% for minimum lot frontage, permitted floor space, and side yard setback. 763, rental of the existing building, has variances of 16% and 82% on frontage and yard setback. In reviewing these numbers with the community, we've identified a discrepancy in the front yard softscape variance that's been reviewed with the city planner on January 12th. We confirmed we were using the right calculation. We confirmed we were using the right data, and our numbers do not match what's in the public variance request. Almost all the homes on Kimberley Avenue, 66 of them, meet the 6-meter frontage. The 4 houses that KLM planning identified do actually set a fantastic precedence. The average of those homes has frontage of 5.2 meters. Both of these lots, as created as planned, are going to be below the average. The smallest, which is 4.28 meters, is 17.7% less than the precedent of the entire area. The density variance also requested allows the maximum length of the building to be 17 meters. This makes it the longest, thinnest home in the street with the highest density, not aligned to the neighborhood. 2 tree protection zones for mature trees were also not identified in the request. Would the variance result in desirable appropriate use of land or building? First of all, there are 38 objection letters from 22 neighbors. There are no letters of support other than documentation provided by the planner. The planner and the developer have no stake in the community. The dwelling extends 3 to 5 meters into the backyards of adjacent property, blocking light, airflow to existing decks, sunrooms, and intruding on privacy. 3 Kimberley has 8 windows facing the development, which will all be blocked. The bottom line is the proposal is just too dense for the community and incompatible with the street. Does the variance maintain the general intent and purpose of zoning bylaws? Test 3. The property is in a city-identified flood area. This property's entire backyard is identified in the city flood map. The bylaws designed to protect flooding risk via softscape absorption are being ignored. Downspout requirements do not address pluvial flooding that is caused by the density and the positioning of this property. Kimberley currently has drainage issues in the south end of the street, which are identified in many of the objection letters, which have not been resolved by the city for many years. Setback bylaws intended to reduce fire risk are also being ignored. Does the variance maintain the general intent and purpose of the official plan? Right from policy 1 of healthy neighborhoods, it does not meet it. policy reads, neighborhoods are low-rise and low-density residential areas that are considered to be physically stable. Development in neighborhoods will be consistent with this objective and will respect and reinforce the existing physical character of buildings, streetscapes, and open patterns of these areas. This proposal also does not align to the inclusionary housing policy of the official plan, which is meant to provide more housing for households with annual incomes of less than $92,000. This is not a cheap house that's being designed here. Our request from the community is simple. We respectfully request the committee to decline these files and allow some time to work with the developers so we can come up with a realistic proposal that meets the needs of the immediate neighbors, the community, and the city in whole. We request the city to also mandate the developer, because of the lack of communications and poor communication from the developer. We'd like to request the city to mandate the developers work with representatives from the community group to come up with a proposal that works. We're not opposed to that. We request the city, in the current state of these requests, we request the city to complete and publicly communicate due diligence into potential variance errors that have been identified in many letters, fire and flooding risk assessments that have been identified again in many letters, and alignment to the official plan, which has not been addressed by any of the information that's been put up on the public site. We're just looking for...
I'm going to ask you to wrap up if you wouldn't mind.
That's about it. That's a late night.
Okay. I didn't mean to cut you off.
Nope.
Thank you very much. Panel, any questions of the speaker? No? Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, who do we have next?
Through the chair, everyone I have is virtual. Is there anyone else here in person that wishes to speak to the file before I go to the virtual speakers? Very well. With that, Gary Goldberg, you have been unmuted.
Hello, Mr. Goldberg.
Hi, Gary Goldberg, you have been unmuted. I see that you're muting yourself here.
Can you hear me?
We can, sir.
Oh, okay. Well, first I'd like to say that...
If we could, I'm sorry, sir. I don't mean to interrupt, but if you could just give us your full name and address, please. And I would just mention to you, and I know there's a number of other speakers, we got a good presentation from the last speaker. Try not to duplicate or say the same things, if you wouldn't mind.
Nope, I am going to agree that Rob Mayer has...
I just need your name and address first.
Okay, my name is Gary Goldberg. I reside at 9 Kimberley Avenue.
Great, thank you.
Okay. I agree with most of the points that Rob Mayer has already spoken of, and I am most concerned with fluvial flooding in my backyard. We already have flooding issues, and I believe that this property being built will raise more concerns in that area. And my wife is actually on the list to speak, and she's got more points to cover. So I'm going to hold it there and rest, and you can go on to the next speaker.
Great, thank you very much. If we could have the next speaker. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Do we have another speaker from 9
Through
Kimberley?
the chair, if Gary's partner Charmaine is on the line, then this would be a good chance.
Yes.
Oh,
Yep, she is.
Can you hear me?
We can.
Hi. Yes.
Hold on, I'm just going to, for the record, your name and address, please.
Charmaine.
Thank you.
Charmaine Carche. Address is 9 Kimberley Avenue. We
Thank you.
are 3 buildings down from the proposed development.
Okay.
My biggest concern in this area is the flooding. and the issues around that. From what we understand, the previous owners of this property were well aware that that piece of land where they are proposing the development would flood every spring. There's a lot of hard surfaces in this neighborhood and in this particular area. With our climate changing radically and more water, I do not see how this is going to be a good idea to build here. Just because there is a small, teeny bit of land does not mean that we have to develop it. We understand that there is a housing shortage in this in Ontario, never mind the city of Toronto, but it does not address affordable housing. I agree with everything that Rob has proposed on behalf of the neighborhood in the street, and I'm very concerned about development in this neighborhood, the lack of character, and just because there are the developer or the architect who spoke earlier, Billy, proposed those 4 pictures of those homes. It does not mean that we accepted those homes. And it is the home that they are proposing to build is a lot smaller than anything that was shown in those pictures. So I do not want people just visually becoming consumed with those 4 pictures of how our street looks. And that is about it for me. And I thank you for taking the time to listen to us today.
Great. Thank you very much. Can we have the next speaker?
Catherine Byrne, you have been unmuted.
And through the chair, you're also holding any questions to the speakers until the end?
Yeah.
Good evening, I guess it's evening. My name is Catherine Byrne. I live at 8 Kimberley Avenue. I don't really have anything to add to what my neighbors have said. Just confirm that we do support development. It just should be done in consideration of the character of the neighborhood and in consultation with the neighbors. And consideration of the flood risk too. I don't have anything else to add. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, next speaker.
Emma Hunter and Thomas McMillan, you have been unmuted. Hi there, Emma Hunter or Thomas McMillan, are you there? We have you on the speakers list and you are currently unmuted. All right then, moving on to the next speaker, Luke Reitmeyer, you have been unmuted.
You're batting
thank
0.
You. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. If you can state your name and your address, please.
My name is Luke Reitmeyer. I live at 6 Kimberley Avenue. I didn't realize it had been added to the speakers list. I don't know that I have anything new to add other than it appears the developer has not been forthright with their building plans. And I think that's as much a concern to the neighbors as anything, that there hasn't been clear and transparent communication about what their actual plans are, what they hope to achieve, and how to do it. And I think that's largely at play here as well. That's all I have. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. Any further speakers?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I have attempted to establish contact with the other speakers, those speakers being of 24 Lyle Avenue, 53 Beaufort Road, 18C Kimberley Avenue, 30 Lyle Avenue, and 18B Kimberley Avenue, and they have not responded to requests to participate in the virtual hearing.
Great, thanks very much. I think it's probably fair to say that Mr. Meyer reflected, if not all, certainly many of the concerns from the surrounding neighbors. Before we move back to, were there any questions from the panel of any of the speakers that we've heard today? Hearing none, we'll invite you back, sir. Okay, if you wouldn't mind responding to some of the concerns that you heard today?
Yeah, certainly. In terms of the, it seems the majority of the residents are concerned about flood risk and fire risk. I'm going to speak to those items first. In terms of flood risk and stormwater management matters, again, these matters are dealt with by the city's Development Engineering Services Department. I do note that they've provided conditions to the severance approval should the committee approve the severance, and that entails more detailed analysis and drawings related to grading and drainage and stormwater. So that those are standard matters that development engineering requires through the creation of new lots. They are cognizant of these matters, and this is something that will be dealt with as a condition of the approval. Just to clarify, if for whatever reason these matters cannot be met to the city's satisfaction, the lot doesn't get created, right? So that is a standard requirement for any new lot development. In terms of the fire risk, again, that would be a building code matter, but I do note again that the variance for the side yard setback is really triggered by that transom window that's already recessed further than the required setback for that window. And there are no other openings or windows along the side walls. Again, that meets the intention of that zoning bylaw requirement for the 0.45 meters. And then I've spoken to my client. If that is really a concern, the transom window, they can remove that transom window, and the variance for the side yard setback could be dropped. That's a matter that, again, in recognition that we understand the 0.45 meters is, as of right, setback permission for sidewalls without openings, and if they're open to that, if that would address concerns from the neighbors about this recessed transom window that's being proposed. In terms of the density and intensity of the proposed development, I do want to keep in mind that while the development applications, and particularly minor variance applications, the review in terms of the nature and how something is minor, it isn't a numbers game. It isn't reviewed in terms of the magnitude of the difference. Is really the impact and the effect of the variances that are being sought. So in terms of the floor space index, for instance, going from 0.6 to the 0.79. Again, I want to contextualize that the proposed new dwelling is 1,750 square meters or so. It is not an oversized building or a very large building in the context of the neighborhood. It is a, rather in today's terms, a modest single detached dwelling. The variance to increase that floor space index in this context is to permit for that additional 132 square feet of floor space. Again, because there are no variances required for the building length, building lot, the building coverage, wall height, building height, any of that. That floor space index in terms of a building mass and building envelope, as it's regulated by every other development standard, would still result if we were to if this development were to comply with that 0.6 floor space index, it would still have the same massing because that floor space is really built into that roof line on the third floor. So there really is no additional detrimental negative impact as a result of approving this variance for the.
Just going to ask you if you wouldn't mind just to wrap up.
Sure, sure. And then lastly, just the that really speaks to the intensity consideration. Now, I know there's concerns about, and some of the residents have expressed that, well, these other 4 examples that I've cited of small existing single detached homes, they may be there, but, that they don't necessarily approve of it. I do stress that those are only 4 of many examples in this neighborhood. This neighborhood is a mix of small singles, larger singles, evidenced by the one to the south of this property. There's a variety of different housing sizes in this neighborhood, and I think that is really the makeup of the character of this neighborhood, is that variety in different housing forms and housing sizes. And those examples of the smaller single detached dwellings, they are part of the fabric of this neighborhood. Most of them weren't created by way of variances before a committee. Most of them were just part of the neighborhood fabric from the beginning. So
Just going to ask you to kind of stop there.
Sure.
That's okay.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Panel, any questions?
A very quick question.
Aaron, go ahead.
So that I just want to make sure we understand each other. Could our colleague in this controlling the screen show a page? It's basically the south elevation where the dormer is. Just want to make sure that's what he meant by that side setback variance. Oh yes, this is the one. So to the applicant, do you mean you are removing this? And also the variance, is that the dormer you're referring to? I'm just trying to understand how that impact your variance.
Through you, Mr. Chair, the variance for the side yard setback is triggered by those transom windows on that side wall. So if those recessed transom windows are removed, there would be no need for a variance. Again, the overall side yard setback at the 0.45 to the balance of the dwelling meets the bylaw requirement at 0.45.
So I think the members sort of asking you, it's kind of in your court.
Yeah.
Are you
whether or not
proposing to remove that window?
If you can give me a moment, I will just confirm with my client whether or not they will just.
Is your client here?
Yes.
Okay, sure.
Okay. 1 second.
Yeah, please. Thank you.
Okay. Yes, through you, Mr. Chair, yes, he is willing to delete that transom window.
So that would involve a deletion of one of the variances as well?
That would eliminate the need for the side yard setback.
So that is?
For the side yard setback for the new dwelling, yes.
So that is variance number 3? So that's a minimum side yard setback of 0.9 meters. The altered dwelling will be located 0.45 meters from the sides.
Correct.
So that's variance number 3. So you're proposing to remove that variance.
That variance will be removed because there's a subsection to that setback that allows for 0.45 where there are no windows or openings.
Okay.
And through the chair, for the record, that is pertaining to file number A0760/23TEY.
Yep. Okay. Okay. Any further questions? Aaron, does that answer your question? Great. Okay.
Yes, it does, yes.
Thank you very much, sir. We will take this into committee for a decision. Anyone have any initial thoughts or suggestions or comments?
Yeah, I guess I can start first, or
Okay,
I'll let you
Aaron?
start first, sir.
Go ahead.
Me? Okay, all right, yes. So I think the numbers and the drawings doesn't show it overbuilt to me. It's a very sensible, I mean, it's bigger than the units around the neighborhood, but if you look at it as a Toronto building, it is pretty reasonable. I really don't think the numbers is overbuilding, and I think the fire issue and the stormwater issues are basically will be resolved with the building department. I don't think they will get the building permit to start anything that would create flooding, or the fire wouldn't save anybody. So if those two reasons are not something, I mean, just telling the neighbors that there's a system in the city that protect us from, having flooding and the firemen being able to save us. And if we take out those conditions, I think the numbers make sense to me.
Okay, thank you. Phil?
Yeah, if I look at the variances and the variances on both properties, they're very small numerically what's being sought. And with the possible exception of just the lot frontage on 31C on the new lot. And so then the question becomes, if none of the actual variances being sought have much of an impact on the neighborhood, what's the impact of allowing such a narrow home? And I would say the impact would probably be the greatest on whoever's living there. And if someone is willing to live there, and I'm not the one to stop them. So I look at it as, on the whole, as adding another unit, and I think there were examples that there are homes of different sizes. So I would say it's supportable, and if we look at the necessary variances to the existing property or to the property that will contain the semi, I don't see it much of concern there either.
Okay. Lois?
I don't disagree with my colleagues. I do note, however, a bit disparaging that there were a lot of neighbors' comments that no communication was forthcoming. And perhaps there wouldn't have been this level of objection or opposition if, there had been better communication on the part of the applicant.
Thank you. I'll weigh in on this. I'm going to take a contrary view. I'm of the view that not every lot should be severed, and I'm not convinced by your argument that there are similar lot frontages in this neighborhood. Your proposal is considerably less than what you demonstrated to be the smallest ones that you could find on the street. I think over 1.5 meters less than what the bylaw requires in this neighborhood is frankly too little for a new semi-detached, a new single detached home. I just think it's, I'm not a big one about character and fabric because I think most streets and neighborhoods are in transition. But in this case, I do think that the arguments from the residents are valid, that this squeezing this type of a structure onto this size of a lot is not in keeping and does not reinforce the fabric, urban fabric in this neighborhood. So we find ourselves in a situation now where residents don't have rights of appeal, third-party appeal. And I appreciate that that's what the government has decided, but I think that places the residents in this particular application at a disadvantage, and approving this would not allow them to take it to another authority. So for those reasons, but principally the size of the lot and squeezing a building of this size and width into this lot, I just don't think is appropriate. I would reiterate that not every vacant lot is a good candidate for severance. So I won't be supporting this application. So I will look to a member for a motion.
I'll move. I take your comments as, well put, but I defer in my opinion. I think it takes creative solutions in using every piece of land that reasonably can be developed, and that's where I think we deferred. Your view is that it's not, but I think it is, and so I would move to approve. Through you, Mr. Chair, to Madam Secretary Treasurer. Does this require 3 motions?
Through the chair, it doesn't. However, you have to be specific if there are any conditions about which pertains to which, either the consent or the minor variance and the file numbers, as well in terms of the planning condition. If the agent has revised the plans to include this privacy screen, however, also offering to remove the window from the plan, it wouldn't be sensible per se to tie this to a plan if you were inclined to do that as a condition, unless you were to specify in brackets, with the exception of the window on the 3rd floor, is an option, or another option.
We remove the variance, don't we?
I have no concern about tying it to the plan about the privacy screening, because we'll continue to include the planning condition that specifically mentions privacy screening. So it is, in effect, that will still be covered.
Right, but on the same hand, the agent was specifying about removing the window on the 3rd floor, which is shown on that plan. So if you want to...
That's why I wouldn't tie it to...
Okay.
Yeah, you were saying the same thing, I think.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, so my motion will be to approve to grant the consent and approve the variances for 31B and 31C with respect to 31B that is subject to I don't believe any conditions, and for 31C that's subject to the planning conditions and the engineering conditions.
And through the, as amended.
It's amended, and you're removing variance 3.
Yeah, as amended to remove variance 3 from 31C.
Okay.
And through the chair, in terms of the consent application and the engineering conditions and the urban forestry, there are also urban forestry condition number 3 pertaining to the consent only.
Okay, thank you, and I will include that in the motion.
I want you to repeat the whole thing.
Urban forestry number 3 for the consent application, and of course the engineering condition for the consent. I think that's key because it deals with flooding.
Okay, Nicole, have we got all that? Okay. So we have a motion to approve by Mr. Ghosh with the various conditions that he has cited. Do I have a seconder? Seconded by Mr. Chang. All in
And I do
favor?
want to mention that
All in
the
favor?
width is actually...
I'm sorry?
Yep, go on.
I'm cutting you off. I'm sorry.
I'm just trying to add the comment that I agree with your point, but the meter that brings down to the width is about 14 feet wide. It is still a very commonly used as a plan for a house.
Okay.
Mostly used semi-detached, but as a detached, I think it is acceptable too. That's why I'm supporting it.
Okay, thank
That's
you.
what I'm seconding.
So you're seconding the motion. All in favor? Opposed? So the motion is carried. You have your approval, sir, with those conditions.
And through the chair, you are dissenting?
I did.
And, sorry, did Lois, Ms. Fegg? Okay.
She supported.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Sorry, I missed that on the screen. It didn't show up.
Oh, okay. Yep. All right. We move on to application number 32. 215 to 217 Lee Avenue, and this is Again, another application to sever 2 properties into 3 residential lots. And we have a variety of variances, 3 variances associated with each of the new lots. And I'm just going to read into the record the materials that we have. So the committee has a copy of the draft plan of survey, copy of plan of survey, site plans, floor plans, and elevations, revised site plans submitted December 15th, revised zoning notices received December 15th, 19 photographs of trees on the subject property, covering letter from the agent, two covering letter from 2 different agents, one dated October 13th, one dated December 15th, presentation materials from the agent, and email correspondence from community planning, staff reports from engineering, community planning, transportation services, and urban forestry. We have correspondence in concern from 219, 221, 223, 225, 227, 229, 231 Lee Avenue, and 207, 209, 211 Lee Avenue, and another correspondence from 211 Lee Avenue. We also have materials and interest from 63 Leander Street, Brampton, Peter White. We have correspondence in opposition from 210 Lee Avenue, 214, 207, 209 Lee Avenue. So we have, I guess you, sir, are the agent. If you could introduce yourself and your address, please.
Yes, my name is Shamil Qureshi. The address is 2275 Lakeshore Boulevard West, Toronto.
Okay, now you have submitted a revised zoning notice. So are you making any changes to the variances before us?
No, the revised zoning notice is the...
Is the public notice?
Right.
Okay, good, great. Okay, sir, you have 5 minutes to present on this one.
Yes, could we pull up the presentation material which was submitted? Okay, so basically what we are asking for is a severance. That's one part, and then construction, which is to develop 3 individual dwellings on each of the new lots which will be created. Each of those developments has resulted in 3 variances each with regards to the rear main wall, the building depth, and the floor space index. Next slide. Over here, we can just see the diagram before the severance and after. On the left, you have the 2 lots, 215, 217. On the right, we have 215, 215A, and 217. Next slide. This is a site plan of the proposed development. I just basically want to point out here something which I will refer to later. If you will see from the street side, you can see that each of the dwellings are a little bit staggered. First we have 215, then a little bit pushed back is 215A, and a little bit more pushed back is 217. Next slide. This is a artistic rendering of the front view. Next. This is the same for the rear view. Next. So here are the variances. I just have a couple of comments to make for each of these. So let's start with the rear wall. So of course this pertains to the rear of the dwellings. It has no impact on the front, the street view, or any other negative impact for that matter. This is something that we actually discussed with community planning. We've worked with them very closely throughout this application, and we even offered to remove this variance if they felt it was something that was critical or would cause negative impacts, which they didn't. So we have let that be. It allows us to have a larger opening towards the rear bedroom on the 3rd floor of each of the dwellings. Next, we have the building depth. So the actual depth of the actual construction is 18 meters for each of the buildings. Because of that staggering, again, this is something that we were in communications with planning staff, and to sort of provide that positive impact to the street view of the staggering, they felt that that would be worth having the additional variance, especially for 217. We can see that that's a little bit over 19 meters. That's not because of the actual building, the length of the building, but because it's pushed back from the front lot line slightly. Lastly is the floor space index. Of course, this is related to the lot sizes because we are severing the lots. It has inflated the floor space index a little bit. But this has not necessarily impacted the massing or the external envelope of the building. So if we were to just imagine that the third floor was to be replaced with roof trusses, it would take away that, reduce the FSI, but the external envelope would still be what it is, and it is allowed by the bylaws. It's not impacting the building height or building area. Next. Speaking about the desirability of the proposal, we're adding an additional building unit. There's negligible impact on neighboring properties. It's going to be quality construction, which will uplift the neighborhood, and it is conforming with the setbacks and landscaping requirements of the city. Next. So, as I've mentioned, we have worked very closely with community planning, and the proposal has evolved as we've gone forward. We've reduced some of the variances. We've used some of the insights which they have proposed to inform the design. And we feel that we've come to a point where it is a very desirable proposal. We've also made a concerted effort to reach out to all community members, and we have received communication from them. We've addressed all of their concerns. We have a bunch of correspondence from them. It should be on file as well. It was set in a bit late, so you might not have had a chance to see it, but it is on there on record. So if we look at the neighbors to the south, 207, 209, 211, we have recently come to an agreement with them, which will result in improving their property, which will be beneficial for us, for them, for the city through curb appeal, improved curb appeal. With our neighbors on the other side, 219 to 231, again, we received a bunch of concerns. We have responded to their concerns. We have not heard from them after that. We did bump into a couple of them over here. Their concerns were mainly with regards to the existing driveway next to, on the north side of the property, and that not be damaged or disturbed. And we have tried to reassure them that, of course, we will take every precaution not to damage or disturb their property in any way. Although that may not be part of the scope of this proposal or application, but we've tried to make ourselves available to reassure them and answer any questions or concerns that they may have. Thank you.
Great, thank you. So I heard you say 207, 209, 211, you've come to an agreement with them?
A tentative agreement.
Okay. They're scheduled to speak today, so I guess we'll hear from them.
They're here.
Okay. Great, thank you very much. Panel, any questions of the agent? No? Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Okay.
We'll move to the next speaker who is present in the room. If you could approach the podium, please.
Good evening.
Evening, Mr. Chair, committee. My name is Tian White. I'm the resident and owner at 207 Lee, along with my wife, Christine.
Okay.
I'm speaking on behalf of the residents and owners at 207, 209, 211.
Right.
To make matters quick, I filed something for the committee last week. I appreciate your diligence in review. Those were concerns. The owner team and the builder, we've been in communication. We found them to be very constructive. They've met our concerns. They've addressed them one by one through correspondence. Late in the night, early in the morning, it's all been favorable. In that respect, I withdraw what I have filed, along with the late submission, which was a request for deferral to provide time to make such a conclusion. So from our side, we are comfortable. We feel that they've been very constructive, and we support his approach to resolving those concerns. I also want to mention Peter White, 63 Leander, that's my father, retired engineer, 45 years of experience. He was going to speak to those concerns, and he's also reviewed the proposed solution with the builder, and he's comfortable as well.
So your withdrawal is also, you're withdrawing by proxy the concerns from your neighbors as well?
207, 209, and 211, correct.
That's great. Thank you very much.
That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the room registered to speak? No?
Jennifer Ryan, you have been unmuted. Hello, Jennifer Ryan.
Hi, I am Jennifer Ryan at 225 Lee Avenue. I don't have any prepared remarks. I just wanted to say that the builder has been in contact with the neighbors on the north side here, our collective, and we've had ongoing conversations, and I appreciate the sense of community here and being able to work with us to make sure we come to a common understanding. So thank you very much for the opportunity to be here today.
Great, thank you. Anyone else?
Sydney McDougall, you have been unmuted.
Yes, hi there. I'm the homeowner at 290 Lee Avenue, so we're directly beside development. So we do have a couple of concerns that we haven't, I'm not sure, one of our neighbors has been speaking to the builder on behalf of all the residents at between 219 and 229 Lee Avenue. But the main concern is the potential reduction in the width of our laneway that is directly attached to the property at 217 right now. So in the plans and drawings, we haven't seen a defined solution there as to what they're going to be doing to split the property line and our laneway. Right now, we're very restricted in the width of our laneway, so the concern comes from us being able to actually access the laneway once the property line has been split. And then there's a couple other issues in terms of around the development process, because we were told that our laneway was going to be restricted for 3 weeks during the development, which does pose an issue, especially there are people who have electric vehicles. And so I'm not sure what the solution would be there, as we would need to park our vehicles elsewhere, and we are very limited in our neighborhood right now, as there's been a lot of parking in our neighborhood that has been taken away over the last few years. And then also just the direct impact of our house, as we are directly beside the development. And so in terms of excavating and changes to the land, that's just one concern that we have in terms of, again, the direct impact on our foundation and home.
Okay, thank you very much. Any panel, any questions? Yes, so I think one of the members has a question. Hang on.
So the laneway, we know that there's an access between your home and the existing property to that laneway. Is that the only way in and out of that laneway, or it's hard for me to figure that out, and maybe you can assist with that?
Yes, that's the only direct access to. Right now it's at least 7 vehicles that park in behind there, and that's the main and only access.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Through the chair, Sydney, can we just grab your address? I believe it sounded a bit muffled when you were saying it initially.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. So we're at, I'm the homeowner at 219 Lee Avenue, so directly beside the north side of the development.
Great, thank you. And then in terms of the next speaker, Joel McCoy, you have been unmuted.
Hi, thank you. Joel McCoy, 219 Lee Avenue as well.
Are you're with Sydney?
I'm her spouse, yes.
Okay, do you have anything in addition to what Sydney shared with us?
Yes, just briefly, if I may proceed.
Yeah, if you can go ahead.
Yeah, the issue with the excavation and the necessary retaining wall is also something that hasn't been addressed, and how that may adversely affect the adjacent properties. It's going to be likely a massive retaining wall, potentially 2 to 3 meters in height and 130 meters, 43 meters long, 130 feet the length of the property necessary because of that laneway. And the overall variance of the property size that's going to be built is roughly 85%. And we have really no information about how a property that size is going to be impact the ability to maintain that necessary retaining wall to ensure that the access to the laneway is not impeded going forward.
Okay, we'll be putting that to the agent. Thank you very much. Any further speakers?
Jennifer Ryan of 225 Lee Avenue, you have been unmuted.
Hi, yes, this is Jennifer Ryan at 225. You unmuted me before. I do not have anything to add other than what has been expressed in the letters and what Joel and Sydney presented before. And we have, as noted before, we have been in communication as a group with the builder. So we have been having these ongoing discussions of how to address these concerns.
Great. Thank you very much. Any further?
Yep, the final registered speaker I have on standby would be Seamus Smith of 227 Lee Avenue. Seamus, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. I've got nothing further to add, is that we're in ongoing discussions with the builder, and as yet to my knowledge is that not to our total satisfaction thus far.
Okay, thank you very much. If we can have the agent back today now. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chair, permission, I would be sitting here just in case if questions arise. I won't be participating unless I'm asked to.
And you are?
Andrew Hart, I'm the builder for this project.
Okay.
Thank you.
Structural engineer, Andrew Golovna.
Okay.
Thank you.
Did you guys get the names? Yep. Okay. Thank you very much. Okay. So a lot of people are thankful for the discussions that you've been having, and some people have indicated that they're still ongoing. So if you could maybe try to address what you heard, that would be great.
Right. So as I alluded to in the presentation, what they're mainly concerned about is that we would somehow damage or impede their access to the laneway, which is to the north of the property. Which is, of course, not our intention at all. And what we have proposed is to provide a shoring wall along that property line, which will make sure that their property is not impacted in any way. And if there's, if more details about the structure or anything, technical details are required, then I can defer to my colleagues over here. But that really is not a concern because, we don't intend to harm their property in any way at all.
Is that's so the structural integrity of the retaining wall and shoring, et cetera, that will be covered under the building permit process? Okay, and that would be subject to inspection and everything else that goes with that? Okay.
Right.
All right, panel, any questions? It sounds like you're continuing to have discussions with a couple of the neighbors to resolve anything that's outstanding.
Yeah, I mean, I believe that is just natural. They're concerned, you know, they don't understand the technical aspects of this. So we understand their concerns, but this is not a issue that we can really resolve at this stage or for the purpose of this application. And that is things that, of course, during the building permit process will be addressed in any case.
Okay. Lois? Did you have
Your concerns about access to the laneway. Is there anything that you wanted to say about that?
So the tentative agreement that we had with the neighbors to the south is that, again, this is not really formally part of the application, but it was that we would use open excavation that would if they were interested in this, that we would use open excavation, which would temporarily restrict access to their laneway because we'd have to dig out about half of it, and then we would rebuild it, so they would end up with a new driveway, which we are moving forward with the neighbors on the south side. We have offered the same to the north. Of course, it's up to them whether they accept or not. I believe that they may have misinterpreted that to mean that we would somehow be impeding their access to the laneway.
But you're not impeding their access?
No.
Okay. Great, thank you. Anything else, Phil?
Sorry. The shoring makes sense to me, but it is a construction issue, less one that's before the committee. I think the one other area with this laneway that I would like an assurance on is the width of it in terms of being useful. So it seems to me that even though there doesn't seem to be an official right-of-way on your property, the two driveways are side by side, and so no one is worrying about scraping their car at the moment. What can you tell me about the width of the laneway? And it's also unclear, sort of from the survey, how it ends and rounds the corner.
Are you speaking to the one to the north or the
north? To the north.
To the north. So.
Permission to answer?
Yeah.
Yes, please.
Okay, so existing laneway, which serves the community of houses from 219 up to 231, 8 households, I believe, they have their own laneway, which is positioned on their own land. We don't have any intentions to touch it or to restrict their movements within that laneway in any way. Alternatively, we put a proposition forward to them that if they like, we can utilize part of their driveway for the time being of maybe a couple weeks to do our excavation and in exchange build a new driveway for them. But it's up to them to decide. If at least one owner of those households is in opposition to that, we have all the means necessary for us to build a shoring wall on our property entirely. That shoring wall would be sticking up the ground very little, just to ensure that no occasional stone or anything falls from the driveway onto the people working down in the foundation pit. But there'll be nothing sticking up significantly to cause any brushing of the car or anything else. It would be a construction fence in there which restricts people from falling from their driveway into our excavated pit. But it's a regular construction fence which is intended for that purpose. So another general note, we did have a very productive conversation with a group of neighbors from 219 up to 231 and with a group of neighbors of 207 to 209. The smaller group of neighbors was able to work with us on a quicker turnaround time, and therefore we were able to find a very amicable solution with them, and they withdraw their application. And we are very much hoping to work with them beyond this committee meeting to continue this project to favor us and them, and quite frankly, city as well. We are having exactly the same approach with the other group of the owners. It's a larger group of people, and they will not be able to turn around as quickly to get to this point with us. We made ourselves available to them. We provided all the answers on the concerns they had. Out of 11, I believe, concerns they had, and they are on the file, we addressed every single one of them, demonstrating that we can do the work within our land without any involvement of theirs. So it's achievable, it's doable, but we are also open to working further with them to generally improve the area, which would be beneficial for us and them.
So I appreciate your response. It actually didn't address my question at all, which was not about construction impact. What you were talking about was construction impact to the neighbors. And I appreciate that you've had very constructive conversations with the neighbors on both sides. So that, I think, is a good approach, and I commend you for it, and I would encourage you to continue. What I'm asking is, so we're looking at considering a severance and whether that's appropriate in this case. And the severance is going to place a building much closer to your property line and therefore much closer to the laneway at the end of the day, not during construction, but when it's all over. That is going to be significantly closer to that laneway than is the existing condition. And I'm wondering whether you have any response to whether that lane is going to be wide enough.
Okay, sorry I mistook your question originally. So new building will be 0.9 meters away from the property line. So even the vehicle with extended rear view mirrors wouldn't reach our building. Obviously, if you have a rogue driver who is going into our property altogether, then he or she may hit our building. Importantly, we are planning to have no difference in elevation of the ground in between of their existing property and ours after the construction is complete. So if we and them decide to have a former fence in between the properties to separate them, that's acceptable to them and to us, and yes, we do it. If there is no physical barrier, it would be just kind of visually more open space, and if somebody kind of varies the car slightly to our side, there'll be no impact to us and to the car. So we kind of, I hope I answered your question.
That was more along the lines of what I was asking. Thank you.
If you allow, I can add one small comment. Like on south end, like the driveway is 2.39. Like on north side, like yeah, we got 3.10. So like it's a wider driveway, and like we don't see any issue with that.
Okay. It's actually wider than the lane on the highway.
Okay, thank you.
That's great. Thank you very much. Any further questions?
If I may address a few concerns which were voiced by the people on...
If you could just do it fairly quickly, that'd be great.
Absolutely. Sorry about me.
No worries. No worries. It's Phil's fault.
All right. So the resident of 219, Sydney McDougall, she has three concerns: laneway concern, electrical vehicle concern, and excavation impact. So laneway concern, we already addressed that we either don't touch it at all, do what you like with it, use it, or additionally, we can talk to those people to have something done better. Electric vehicles, I'm sure each individual owner will find the solution if temporarily they have to park their vehicle somewhere and it needs electrical charging. They'll do that, but it's beyond the scope of committee of adjustment. We're still willing to work with those people. I mean, if we can park that vehicle somewhere and give it a charge, why not? And third part of it is excavation impact. Regardless which way we go, either with a shoring wall or without it, their property is so far away from our area of work, it's over than 4 meters, then even with a stretch of imagination, no, there is nothing our excavation could do to the building. And obviously, at the time of building permit application, engineers of the city will be reviewing that as well. And if there is a concern, I'm sure they will point this out to us. One more note to the resident of Joel McKay, I'm sorry if I'm pronouncing it not correctly. The two concerns were retaining wall and size of the building overall. So the size of the building we already addressed, that we are very much within the community there, or the recent committee of adjustment decisions. As to the retaining wall, our retaining wall for the purpose of our driveways is very short. It's literally 2-3 feet tall, and it's within our land to hold the landscaping, our landscaping, from falling onto our driveways. I have a feeling, however, that the person was actually thinking to ask about the shoring wall and misspoke and said the retaining wall. So the shoring wall I already addressed. It's a structure temporary in place to, obviously, as you all know, to hold the soil and the driveway of the neighbors to make sure it's not disturbed.
Okay.
I think the rest of the people were more general or withdraw their comments, so I can only appreciate everyone having the input and helping us to be in contact with the neighborhood and find a common solution for all the issues raised.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Any further questions from the panel? Thank you very much, gentlemen. Really appreciate it. In fact, I think you should be commended. It sounds like you're doing some really good outreach with the neighbors and looking for solutions, and you seem to be quite open to their input. So that doesn't always happen in these kinds of developments. So
I rephrased happy wife, happy life.
happy neighbor, happy life. Yeah, I hear you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Okay, we are going into committee. Anyone have any thoughts, comments? Anyone want to start? Aaron, what do you think?
Very supportable. I mean, I think not just the rendering looks good, but the numbers actually make sense. And I would say you probably would, if there's an award for the best neighbor, I think he's probably going to win it tonight. I've never seen any people coming in and say they are changing their mind and stuff. So I think they've done a good job, and hopefully they can continue and complete the project. So I have no issue to support this application.
Yeah, I would agree. I think that you look at the lot fabric, and this is 7.6 meters, which is a reasonable frontage for these kinds of structures. The variances before us are really quite minor. It sounds like the proponents are doing a really good job of having discussions with the neighbors to resolve outstanding issues, which it sounds like if they're not resolved, they're certainly on a path to get resolved. The structures seem to fit quite well into this neighborhood. It is a reasonably affluent neighborhood which is undergoing transition. You can see a number of redevelopments happening both on this street and in the surrounding neighborhood. So I would agree with you. I think it's supportable. Guys, anyone else? No? Okay. Okay, I'll look for, this is a complicated one, so I'll look for someone willing to take the motion on this. Everyone.
I'll try this time.
Did you? I don't, chair doesn't make motions, so Lois, do you want to try? Okay, Aaron, poor Phil, we've made him work very hard. So Aaron, do you want to try this one?
Okay, it's my turn. Okay, so I would like to make a motion to approve the application.
Do we want to separate for severances and the variances, or would you like them, can we roll them all together?
Through the chair, you can roll it together, but again, you'll just need to specify the conditions for the consent and the separate minor variance application.
Okay. Okay, Aaron.
Okay, so I don't think we're changing any variances this time. And I think there is a transportation.
So there's engineering,
there's
there's planning conditions which are tying to the plans.
Right.
There's transportation conditions, there are forestry, but they're specific to different parts.
So through the chair, we actually received in the late materials some clarification from Urban Forestry with their conditions. Maybe just for the sake of clarity, we'll have staff put on the screen. We'll start with the engineering conditions, just so we have them on the screen.
Okay.
So the engineering construction services conditions.
Are they the standard consent?
Yeah, so we'll have the standard consent plus these two specific conditions that engineering is requesting. Number one relates to the applicant submitting revised site plan drawings to show that the driveway will each have 2% to 4% positive slope within the public right-of-way. And then number two, regarding contacting municipal numbering. These are also on the screen for the public. Secondly,
Right.
so, and that's pertaining to the consent application. Secondly, we have the conditions recommended by community planning, which is also up on the screen. So they're separate conditions per separate minor variance application. They're on the screen. They're pertaining to tying to plans. And then thirdly, we have conditions pertaining to all the minor variance applications only from transportation services. Those are also on the screen regarding identifying the closure of curb cuts and installing the 3 new curb cuts and the application for curb cuts. And then lastly, we have in the very late materials folder from Urban Forestry. Just give staff a minute to pull that up. If you can just scroll down, Jacob, thank you. Sorry, go to the top, please. Is this, that's not the right one. So the very late materials folder. Oh, that's the one for Northcliffe. Okay. So for Lee, so we had received, I have an email for, yes, that's it, thank you, perfect, highlighted. So on the screen, we have from Urban Forestry, condition number 1 from Urban Forestry pertaining to 215 Lee, and then condition 1 and condition 3 from Urban Forestry pertaining to 215A Lee, and then condition 3 only pertaining to 217 Lee, and no Urban Forestry conditions pertaining to the consent application.
Great.
That's what you meant to say, right, Aaron?
So exactly. Thank you so much. I'm glad I don't want to repeat that.
No, I won't. Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Chang.
Thank you so much.
We have a motion by Mr. Chang to approve this application, both the consent and the variances associated with the 3 parts, subject to the lengthy list of conditions that were just read off. I'm assuming that the applicant is aware of all those conditions. Do I have a seconder? Lois is seconding. All those in favor? You have your approval. Thank you very much. Yes, okay, we'll take just a 2-minute break. Okay, folks, if we can get restarted again, that would be great. You better not be.
Yeah.
Okay, we're reconvening. Thank you very much for your patience. We move on to item number 33, 8 Windley Avenue. And this is an application to construct a new 2-story detached dwelling with a rear ground level deck and a front integral 2-car garage, and also to reconstruct the front driveway and to reconstruct the rear in-ground swimming pool. The existing buildings on the lot will be demolished. The committee has before it a copy of the minutes from the August 30, 2023 public hearing, and the materials submitted for consideration, copy of plan, survey, revised site plan, floor plans, and elevations. I haven't got my microphone on, I apologize. Revised front elevation received January the 10th, an annotated neighborhood map, the staff reports from Ravine and Natural Features, and Urban Forestry. We have support letters from owners occupants of 6, 7, 9, 11, 14, 15, 16, and 18 Windley Avenue. And we have correspondence in opposition from 10 Windley Avenue and 12 Windley Avenue. So do we have the agent?
Through Mr. Chair, we have the agent attending virtually, and then we also have a lawyer on behalf of the homeowner attending in person. I'll leave it to them to decide how to divvy up the time.
Okay, so let's just start with the agent online.
Good evening.
If you could give us your name and your address, please.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of committee, and members of staff. My name is Giorgio Lolos, 220 Duncan Mills Road.
Thank you, and we'll introduce your colleague while we're at it.
Good evening.
I believe his name is Matthew.
Good evening, members of the committee. My name is Matthew.
You want to make sure your speaker's on, your microphone's on.
Good evening, members of the committee. My name is Matthew Rutledge. I am the lawyer for the homeowners and applicant of this with respect to this
Great,
application.
thank you very much. So, Mr. Lolis, I'll defer to you. How would you like to proceed?
I will represent the technical aspect of it all as far as where we were back on August the 30th deferral and where we are today on January the 17th hearing dates. I will compare our old and our proposals to date based on navigating through negotiations with the neighbors. First and foremost, let's just recognize that this particular lot is in a particular sort of TRCA lands, giving us a little bit more restrictive conditions that any normal lot would be. I'll defer to our item number 1. Originally, we had shoreline hazards. Originally, we're asking for 2 variants of TRCA, which we originally got approved at. 7.9 was original and 9.47. And the most current one right now to date, as of today, no hearing notice, is 8.11 and 8.89. This alteration is actually related to the fact that we actually took the rear yard covered porch area and shifted toward the west, and it actually relates to item number 2 on the setback along that side. Item number 2 was the side yard setback along the easterly wall. Originally, it was 0.49. Today's variance is 0.64. And again, that's by shifting the stairs over and the rear yard covered loggia over. It altered the item number 1 shoreline hazard conditions. But again, TRCA has recommendation approvals on this, so I believe we're out of the woods on this one. Item number 3, it contains the building height. Now, on January I think it was the 9th, recently I submitted a new elevation for the front lot heights. Originally, we were asking for, proposing today, originally we were asking for, the notice was 11.77. Today, we're asking for 11.39, a difference of almost 0.60 from the original August notice.
Okay, so you're amending, just to be clear, you're amending variance number 3.
Correct. And if I can have the technician pull up late materials 33D, and I want to just represent that the overall roof line, the 0.39 that we're asking for is only a ratio of 1.6% of the overall massing of the roof, and it's illustrated in a hatch pattern on the late material 33D. That is the item of that picture, that image that was filed.
Okay.
I don't see it up. That's it, right? So the hatched areas represented in the massing of the overall roof, those hatched areas is only the percentage of the roof of 0.39 that we're asking for. The overall balance of the massing of the roof complies within the height restriction. Just want to be clear on that, okay? And really, the truth of the matter is, it's because of our proposed English-style home that our front gables and our rear gable has a parapet characteristics. Any other time, a parapet roof would not be considered it would be part of the allowable on the height restriction. But in this case here, because it's an 8-foot condition, it is taken to the highest point of the parapet itself. That's where the actual height is considered. Item number 4, which is the building length. Originally, we were asking for 18.57 meters. Today, we are at 17.98, a difference of 0.59 in reduction. The overall floor space index, which is item number 5. Originally, we were asking for 0.71%. Today, we are in front of the committee for 0.68. Now, take this in consideration. There's about 25 square meters that we cannot allocate in our lot area because of TRCA requirements. If we had a conventional lot with no TRCA restrictions, our true percentage that we're asking will be 0.65. But because of TRCA lands and type of boundary conditions that they automatically div up, our number is actually technically incorrect in true nature. So technically speaking, we're asking for 68, but in actual, if we didn't have a boundary, we'll be asking for 65. But the numbering question and the numbering request is 0.68. Item number 6, which is the most controversial well up right now, in related to the unsupporting letters from address of 10 Windley. I'd like to be very clear on this. There is a front yard setback request of 9.19. That is to the east side of the property. Our property and our design was developed in taking consideration of the neighbors to the west. That's why our west wall side is pushed back 2 more feet. So the front yard setback to the east side is 9.19. The front yard setback to the west side is 9.8. Also, that has an impact as far as the building depth along that side as well. Did I miss a building depth? The building length? No, I didn't. So item number 7, and this is in relation to the side yard setback. The west side yard setback, we're asking for 0.96. That 0.96 ratio is only a 4.39 meter, or 4.36 meter length of wall, which encroaches into not the allowable setback of 1.2 meters. Out of the overall 17.64 meter of length of that wall along the west side, only 4.36 meters of that wall is a request for that 0.96 setback, a percentage ratio of 24%. So out of the overall length of that wall, which complies 24% of that wall, 24.71 is what we're asking for in relation to the 0.96. The rest complies. I leave it to my colleagues.
Sorry, Mr. Lowe's, can we just clarify, you're asking for a setback of 0.96, did I hear?
Well, it's 0.96, located 0.96 correctly, to the west side. It's indicated on the notice, isn't it?
No, right on the notice, what we have is 1.09 meters.
1.9, I'm sorry. 1.9 meters. I'm sorry. I got confused. 1.9 meters. Correct.
1.09.
1.09. And again, that is only the a 4.36 meter length of wall that we're seeking this variance for.
And just to continue on, and it's on the west side, and then 0.49 meters on the east side. Is that correct?
Correct. 0.49 meters on the east side. Now we know that we're pushing the envelope on that east side, but it actually has a tangible link to this proposal. Because at the end of the day, what we're trying to comply with the neighbor's request, there's one particular tree along the east side that we're trying to save. According to our arborist recommendation, by us removing and reconstructing a new wall on that side, it's going to have a detrimental impact on the root line systems and the health of this tree. So based on our arborist recommendations, we are maintaining that existing east wall along that east side as indicated on item on 33D as highlighted on the site plan. So if we can pull up that.
You're quite considerably beyond your time, Mr. Lolis. I'm
Okay.
just wondering if I could ask you to wrap up, please.
Well, again, I believe in fairness that all the common accommodations that we try to provide, I think is all within keeping of meeting the four tests of the bylaw, sir.
Okay, thank you very much.
Through the
Thank you.
chair to the applicant, so you're proposing an amended application, just clearly for the record. Variance number 3, you are revising to what height?
11.39.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Thanks very much. Do we, I'm sorry, your time, he ate up all your time. So do we have the person of interest?
Through Mr. Chair, the person in opposition is also in the room. So Jasmine, we'll ask you to come up to the podium, and we'll ask Matthew to sit aside, please.
Hi, good evening.
Good evening. My name is Jasmine Fraser. I'm a lawyer at Airden Burles, and my address is 181 Bay Street, Suite 1800, postal code M5J2T9.
Great, thank you. Floor is yours. You have 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you so much. I know it's a late night, so I will try to keep this as brief as to the point as possible. So I represent the owner of 10 Winley Avenue, the house immediately to the west of the applicant. And I did submit a letter of opposition, which I will ask staff, if possible, to pull up. As I noted in my letter of opposition, my client's primary objection to the application is with respect to the front yard setback. So I wanted to, if you can pull up page 7 of my letter, there is a photograph of the existing condition on the site, as well as a site plan. To the left side, it shows my client's site at 10 Winley, and to the right is the proposed new build at 8 Winley, as well as the outline of the footprint of the existing dwelling. And what I want to show you here is that, as you can see in terms of existing condition, both houses right now are an L-shaped property. And there is an existing 4.7 meter side yard setback between the existing dwellings. And if you can scroll down to page 9 and 10 of my letter, which, yeah, this one here, this shows, again, the existing condition between the two sites. And if you go to the next one, this is the unique impact that the proposed new dwelling will have on my client's site. And as you can see, because my client's property currently is an L-shaped building, the front entrance and the front porch is tucked in, such that the eastern portion of their front wall is significantly set back. So when the applicant is proposing a much larger, longer, and taller building that is squared off at the front, essentially what the significant impact it will have on my client's site is that there is going to be an 8.8 meter wall that will be seen the moment my client walks out of her front door. to this proposed new dwelling. And if I can ask that you flip to page 3 of my letter, you will see that impact. And this is, I would just add that this is unique to my client. So even though there were 7 or so letters of support, I would just note that 4 of them are across the street. It wouldn't impact them directly. 3 of them are down the road. There's only one, which is 6 Windley on the east side of the property, that has offered a letter of support. But as you can see, this impact is unique to my client. And if you scroll down just a little bit more, you will see that where the red line is, that shows the moment my client walks out of her front door, that is the magnitude of the size of the brick wall that she will see and will have to live with every single day. And I would just say my client has tried to reach a compromise with the neighbor, but unfortunately, those conversations did not come to any fruitful discussion. And I would add that there is no mitigation measures that's being proposed to mitigate that significant, massive wall. So in terms of the front yard setback variance, I submit that it does not meet the 4 tests. And I'm not going to go through every single one of them, but the one that I wanted to point out to you is that the intent of the zoning bylaw provision for front yard setback is clear. We're not looking at the average setback of all the houses on Windley Street. We're looking at the average setback of only the abutting neighboring property, so only 6 Windley and 10 Windley. And in this case, the as of right proposed front yard setback is 11.17 meters. So what the applicant is seeking for is almost a 2-meter major deviation from the zoning bylaw. And this, we have done a little bit of research in terms of over the past 10 years in this area, what front yard setback variances have been requested and granted over the past 10 years. And we found that out of 21 applications, only 3 applications requested for a front yard setback, and only 2 were conditionally approved. And I want to point out that one application is the one located at 3 Windley, which is at the end of the street. 3 Windley, even though the front yard setback is about the same, that was approved, but the major difference is that the front yard setback that was approved is recognizing an existing condition. Whereas this one here, it will set a precedent, which in our submission, it is not desirable. And if the committee decides to approve this front yard setback, it's going to push the average of the front yard setback for not just 6 and 10 Windley, but it will have a trickle effect.
I'm just gonna, you're past your time, I'm just gonna have you wrap up, please.
Thank you. So just as a concluding statement, so in terms of what the requests that we're asking the committee for, we ask that this particular application, when considered as a whole, it does not meet the 4 tests, and it needs to meet every single one of the 4 tests. But if the committee is inclined to approve this application, then we ask and urge the committee to approve this application, but without the front yard setback variance, because that does pose an undue impact on my client's property.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Any questions, panel? I have one. Jacob, if you could just scroll to figure 2 in the presentation we just saw. Down, yeah. The next one? Yeah. That is the one which you've highlighted the section of the proposed new build that your client would see upon exiting and entering their front door. Do you know, like, I'm assuming that the existing build, I mean, that's not all, that area in red isn't all new. There is an existing dwelling there now.
That's right.
Like what would be the incremental addition to beyond what is there now with the existing building relative to the new? Do you know what I mean?
Yes, thank you for the question. So I can only look at the measurements.
Would it be roughly half or something like that, would you say?
I would say in terms of the existing build, because the 8 Windley is an L-shaped building, the portion of the front wall on the western side, it's set back behind my client's front yard, the front wall. And so I would say it would be at least, perhaps it is about halfway.
Yeah.
About 3 meters. 3 meters that would project over the existing building. At least 3 meters, I would say.
And I'm just looking at your client's home, and their driveway is on the opposite side to where the proposal is. So does your client generally use that door for egress and exit? Do they typically use what looks like a door on the opposite side? I'm just trying to get at use more than anything.
Absolutely, yeah. My client is in the room right now, but I can say definitely, if you look at the last photograph, so on page 10 of the letter, you can see their front porch is nicely landscaped. It is nicely maintained. It is used on a frequent basis.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And which is why this particular variance is of such concern to my client.
Thank you. All right. Thank you very much.
I appreciate it.
Okay, we don't have any other speakers? Okay, so if we can have the agent back. I don't know who's speaking this time. They've got a lawyer, are you the?
I will be speaking, thank you.
Okay. Can you just refresh for the record your name and?
Yes, for the record, my name is Matthew Rutledge. I'm a lawyer at Fogler Rubinoff LLP, and I'm the lawyer for the homeowners.
Great, thank you very much. Okay, you guys can respond to what we've heard.
Sure thing. So first of all, I would just like to address the comments with respect to what the owner at 10 Windley will see when they walk out their front door in terms of the difference between what the existing condition is and what is being proposed. So as you can see in this photo right now, when you walk out the front door at 10 Windley, you see already a brick wall for a house that is existing there. And in terms of the difference between what is being proposed as far as a front yard setback and what currently exists, the current front yard setback with the existing house is 10.63 meters, and what is being proposed by my clients is for a setback of 9.19 meters. So what that is it's actually a difference of 1.44 meters. So that is the additional difference in terms of what would be between what exists and what would be proposed in terms of the additional wall that would exist. I'd also submit that, they're not just staring at a blank brick wall, it's a beautifully designed house, and they also have their own landscaping, and as they put out gardens between there that they enjoy. So I don't think there is a significant visual impact on the adjacent property owner. With respect to the front yard setbacks in general, it's important that it is understood that the neighboring property at 10 Windley is an anomaly in this neighborhood, as it is much further set back than the rest of the houses along the street. So if you actually go to, I believe it's it's further down in the letter here. I believe it's page 12. Oh, sorry, I think we went. Yeah, right here, this diagram. And if you could just zoom in, please. So first of all, we're just gonna have to take this as face value because I'm not sure where the measurements came with respect to this diagram. And I believe that the illustration with respect to the subject property is based on the previous rendition of all the variances. But if you see 10 Windley immediately to the west, it's set back 12.43 meters, where the rest of the houses on the street are generally within the range of 8.82 to about 10.34 when you're looking at the north side of Windley. And along the south side, they range from 9.15 to about 9.28. So because of the way the bylaw provision works, you essentially take the two adjacent houses and you average them out, and that's where you're getting the standard for the required front yard setback. But because 10 Windley is such an anomaly, it basically requires my client's property to have an increased setback than would otherwise be required if it were not such an anomaly. And notably, when you look at the streetscape otherwise, you'll see that there's front yard setbacks that are below 9. There's plenty that are below the proposed front yard setback of 9.19. So you see at 21, you see at 17, you see at 15, you see at 9, and you see at 5 all along the south side of Windley. And on the north side, you see at 20, you see at 18, you see at 14. So there's plenty of examples here that the proposed front yard setback is totally within the streetscape of Windley Street. And as stated in Airden Burles's letter, policy 4.1.5F of the official plan provides that the prevailing setbacks of the buildings from the street are to be respected. And that's what really the underlying intention of this zoning bylaw provision is. And it's my submission to you that a setback of 9.19 meters is totally within keeping the intent of this official plan policy as well as the zoning bylaw. Further, I think when we're looking at the extent of the variance which is being requested, while the required front yard setback under the bylaw would be 11.17 meters, when you take into account the existing condition of it actually already only being set back 10.63 meters, the total variance which is actually being sought from the existing condition is only 1.44 meters. So overall, I believe that the variances, when you look at them collectively as a whole, they maintain the general intent and purpose of the official plan policies, of the zoning bylaw, and as demonstrated by the numerous support letters that were filed in support of the application, it is desirable and it is minor. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Panel, any questions? Okay. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, we will take this into committee and we'll open it up to your thoughts or comments. Anyone? Bill?
I just have a sort of preliminary comment or thought on the presentations we got from the Council for the Neighbors and Council for the application, and other presentations we've had over the day as well. Overall, I don't find it very helpful when there's all this reference to precedent, be it precedents of previous decisions or watch out, don't approve this because it's going to be a precedent, given that that's not actually a consideration at Committee of Adjustment. We're not bound by previous decisions. Every case is considered within its context, and that context being sort of the localized area. And so I mentioned this because I think I found the applicants look at, here's Windley Street, here's the other setbacks on Windley Street, here's, the neighboring property is maybe a bit of an anomaly when you look at the other setbacks on the street. I found that more persuasive than saying, oh, the other variances in the neighborhood have not had that same setback approved before.
Okay, thanks. Anyone else? Was focused a little bit on, it really is an unusual situation where the front yard or front door of the adjacent property is angled almost into the next door neighbor, which is, I appreciate these are large lots, prestige lots in a nice neighborhood. But that is the reality, is that most front doors kind of face directly out into the street. So this is an anomaly in some respects. I accept, I think, the proponent's argument that based on what is there now and the incremental amount of building that will go towards the street is it's less than 2 meters. I think it was 1.7 something or other, which, you know, that's what, 4 feet, 5 feet? That I don't think is necessarily an undue burden, and I do acknowledge the point that there is landscaping and vegetation in between the properties right now, which would, I think, you know, afford a degree of screening already. So I'm in general, I think, and the fact that the applicant has come back with revised variances which have been reduced from what was before the committee. And I think the committee was looking for that when it was deferred last time. It was looking for some consultation. And I appreciate that, you know, you do consultation, you don't necessarily always get agreement, but I'm satisfied that the requirements and the conditions that were established by the previous committee hearing have been met. So I think it's a supportable application. I'll look to, if anyone else has any comments, or I'll look for a motion.
Sure, I'll just go ahead and move to approve the application, subject to forestry conditions 1 and 2.
Great, thanks very much.
TLCA is waived, right?
Through the chair, yes. There's also a ravine and natural feature protection, condition number 1. And then
Right, that one.
there is also a TRCA condition from the previous deferred package, which states that they are looking for the applicant to submit the TRCA plan review fee within 60 days of the committee hearing date.
Great.
Right. If they still have variance number 1, I think it's related to that.
Yes, and Member Fig, yes, this is amended, as amended,
Yep.
and as variance number 3 is revised.
I thought I heard them say they've got the permit from TRCA, but I guess they haven't paid for it yet. Maybe that's it. We'll include the condition regardless.
It's worth including the
Yes,
condition, 'cause if
absolutely.
they've resolved it, it'll be easy to clear.
Absolutely.
I'll get my motion right one of these times. So subject to forestry 1 and 2, subject to the ravine condition and the TRC condition.
As the amended
as amended.
application. Okay, we have a motion from Mr. Ghosh. Do I have a seconder? Lois? And all in favor? Thank you very much. You have your approval. Okay, on to number 34. This application is 501 Northcliffe Boulevard. This application is to alter the existing one-story detached dwelling by constructing a complete second-story addition with a front balcony, a rear ground level deck, and a rear basement walkout entrance. There will be 3 dwellings on this lot. The front porch will be maintained and the front stairs will be altered. Committee has before it a copy of the minutes from the November 8th, 2023 hearing, committee hearing, and materials submitted for consideration. Copy of the survey, revised site plan, floor plans and elevation, staff report from Urban Forestry, and correspondence and support from 508 Northcliffe. Do we have the agent online?
Marco
Good evening,
Vieira.
Mr. Chair. Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is Marco Vieira. I'm at 257 Dunraven Drive, the agent for this application.
Okay, we don't have anyone registered to speak on this one. You had a deferral from previously. Maybe just tell us what you've done since then.
Certainly. Through you, Mr. Chair, we did ask for a deferral because we had made changes to the original design in adding the 3rd story, and we made one of the proposed units a little bit larger to accommodate additional bedroom, and we wanted to make sure that we weren't going to trigger additional variances as the wall height had been given as a variance, but under the RM zoning for units, this would not apply. And then we did get an email confirmation from the zoning examiner, and then we did submit a revised zoning to confirm that. We only have the 3 variances required. Those are the variances that are before you, in which we are building a second and third story, essentially in line with the existing 1-story dwelling that is there.
Okay, thank you very much. Panel, any questions? I just wanted to revisit the rear landscaping. I don't recall, I don't know what your request was previously, but you're at 39%, 50 is required. You do have a lot of concrete back there. Is there any way that you could reduce the amount of concrete and add some more soft landscaping?
Through you, Mr. Chair, that's we have done some of that already as part of the proposal before you. That's how we were able to reach 39% by increasing soft landscaping and also by removing part of the 1-story addition that is there. We could introduce some permeable paving in front of the existing garage if that's an option. That would allow us to keep and maintain access to the existing garage.
Yeah, I think that would be, I think, preferable. If your client is open to doing that, I think that would be helpful.
Okay, Mr. Chair, I can speak to him. I'm not sure in terms of how much area, but the area directly in front of the garage, so basically from the proposed walkway extending back to the garage, we can definitely introduce permeable pavers.
Good.
Right where it says lot 15.
Yeah, I don't think we're gonna ask you for quantums. I think that description will satisfy us in terms of replacing that concrete with permeable materials. That would be great.
Certainly.
Okay, thank you. Okay, any panel, any further questions? Okay, we'll take it into committee for a decision. Anyone have any thoughts? I think this is an improvement from what we saw previously.
Right. I think it looks like the landscape that's the best they can do. And then the rest are quite straightforward.
I agree. You want to move a motion, Aaron?
Yeah, please. So I will move a motion to approve this application. And I think the forestry staff report will not really.
Forestry number 1 and an advisory memo.
Advisory memo, that's right.
And do you want to put a condition in that the area in front of the garage be replaced with permeable pavers?
Yes, please do, yes.
Okay. Great, thank you. So we have a motion by Mr. Chang to approve with those conditions. Do I have a seconder? Mr. Ghosh? All in favor? That is approved. Thank you very much, sir. We move to number 35, which is 519 Pape. The application is to alter the existing 2-story detached dwelling by constructing a complete 3rd-story addition with a rear 3rd-story Juliet balcony, a front basement walkout. Also to construct a secondary suite within the basement. The existing rear 2nd-story deck will be maintained and unaltered. The panel has before a copy of the minutes from the December 7th, 2022 public hearing. We have a copy of the survey, revised site plan, floor plans and elevations, presentation material from the agent, and a memo staff report from Metrolinx. So, Miss Evangelista.
Evening. We're at the 10-yard line. This particular application is 519 Pape. So back in 2017, actually to be exact, August 16, 2017, this was in front of Committee of Adjustment. The current owners purchased the house in 2019 with this decision that, runs in perpetuity with the property. And since they've purchased it, things, the demands of the family have changed. Family's growing, multi-generational is now being introduced. We were in front of the panel about a year ago. And at that time, both planning and transportation were not satisfied with what we were proposing, and that was we were proposing a driveway. Everyone was okay with the secondary suite, that was fine, but it was the driveway because it diminished. We didn't have front yard landscaping. We lacked the front yard landscaping. So what have we done since? We have the secondary suite remains. We have removed the driveway. We now do not have any landscaping variances. So what has also changed from the decision 2017 to 2023, and the reason why the old variances have come up is because the current owners have not actually capitalized on that last decision. So before they started doing construction per that decision, they wanted to get the secondary suite going so they can get approval and they can do everything at once. That being said, the only difference from then to now is the stairs. And you can see from the front page of my submission, you'll see the topography of the land. You'll see that the stairs where they start are right at that front lot, and that's required because it's, this is something that's been there, and that's to access the front of the house, the lower portion to access, and then that will take them into also into the basement area. So in closing, I am aware of the advisory comments from Metrolinx, and I would purport that, planning has made no comments, transportation is okay, and with what you have in front of me, in front of you, I say that it's a form that meets the 4 tests, and I respectfully submit that is desirable and acceptable for and appropriate for the subject lands. And open to any questions.
Great, thank you. I don't think we have any questions on this one. I would just note, I recall this one when it was before us previously, and it was principally, the problem was the proposal to put a driveway in front of the house, and that was unacceptable. So you've come back and removed that, and I think otherwise this is a reasonable application. Anyone else have any comments?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, thank you. Panel, any questions? Great, we'll go take it into committee. Anyone have a motion on this one?
Sure, I'm happy to, or you were going.
Lois, I think we'll hear from you.
Yeah.
Time? Okay. I think that this is an application that we should accept. I think all 4 of the variances are relatively minor. I do note that there are conditions from Metrolinx. There are letters in support. So I move that we support this application, noting the conditions from Metrolinx.
Okay. Motion by Ms. Fig to approve with the condition. Do I have a seconder? Mr. Ghosh, all in favor? You have your approval. Thank you. We move on to item number 36, 744 Dufferin. This is an application to alter the existing 2.5-story semi-detached dwelling by reconstructing and extending the rear second-story addition and to construct a 2-story front addition, a ground floor, front veranda and stairs, as well as new front basement patio and walkout. Also, the basement will be converted into a secondary suite, and the existing garage in the rear yard will be demolished and replaced with a parking pad. Panel has before it a copy of the minutes of this December 13, 2023 public hearing and the materials submitted for consideration. Revised site plan, floor plans, elevations received December 18th. Covering letter from the agent December 18th. Correspondent from the agent December 18th as well. Email correspondence from transportation and a staff report from urban forestry. So do we have the agent online?
Graham Barrett.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Barrett.
Good evening. Graham Barrett, SGL Planning and Design, 1547 Bloor Street West, agent for the owner of 744 Dufferin Street.
Great. Just one moment, please. This is a very, very straightforward application. Frankly, I don't think we need a presentation from you. I think the panel has read the material, is comfortable with what they have before them. We'll take it into committee, but before we do, is there anything you'd like to share with us?
No, you've hit the nail on the head. It is quite straightforward due to the fact that it's regulated only by bylaw 43886 and not 569/2013. So only the one variance is required, and that pertains to the setbacks from the original center line of the lane as measured to the additions. I know you already mentioned community transportation has no concerns, community planning have no concerns. We do have an urban forestry condition, and that's triggered by the removal of the garage at the rear of the property. However, there will be no excavation, and it's unlikely there'll be any impacts to the small city trees located in the area behind the home, which is adjacent to a parking lot. It's kind of an interesting little pocket of the city. Actually, it's a bit of a DIY public space that the neighbors all use. But the owner has spoken to several of his neighbors, and they've expressed their support verbally. I'm told the attached neighbor is aware, and they've signed a party wall agreement for this proposal. So I think that indicates support. Otherwise, this certainly passes the 4 tests. It's quite minor, and I won't take up any more of your time this evening.
That's great. Thank you very much. We'll take it into committee. Again, as I think as the agent laid out, this is a very straightforward application.
Chair, I move we accept this application. It's a very minor variance, subject to forestry condition number 1.
Great. Ms. Fig moves approval, subject to forestry number 1. Do I have a seconder? Mr. Ghosh? Oh, no, I wanted to get Aaron, Mr. Chang in there, so this is seconded by Mr. Chang. Thank you. All in favor? You have your approval, sir. Thank you very much. We move on to the last item of today's agenda. Hold your applause. 34 Westminster Avenue. We have, the application is to alter the existing 3-story detached dwelling by constructing a rear 3rd-story addition, a 3-story rear addition with a basement, covered porch and stairs, a rear ground floor deck and stairs, a 3rd-story front dormer, as well as a rear 3rd-story balcony. The existing garage in the rear yard abutting the laneway will be maintained and unaltered. The committee has before it a copy of the minutes from the December 13, 2023 public hearing, copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, presentation material from the agent, email correspondence from Metrolinx, and a staff report from Metrolinx. So, do we have the agent online?
Brenda, you have been unmuted.
Mr. Chair. Thank you.
evening.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. This is Brenda Eisen. My address is 91 Tychos Drive, and I'm the agent for the applicant.
Great, thanks very much. Panel, would you need a presentation on this application? Okay, maybe just Ms. Eisen, maybe just a very, very brief, it's the end of the day, a very brief overview of what you're proposing.
Sure, I will make it as brief as possible. Thank you for taking the time to listen to our application. So this is for a renovation and addition to an existing 3-story home. Today we're seeking 7 variances to the bylaws. And of those 7, 4 are actually for landscape or exterior related items, such as the front steps, front canopy, landscape percentage, and the side setback for the rear deck. And the other 3 are for the house proper. I have in my supporting material 1 page per variance. I can go through any of them or answer any questions that you have, but ultimately I think that this house is very contextual within the fabric of the neighborhood, both with the existing original homes, because we're maintaining a lot of the front exterior of the house and keeping the pitched roof from the street view. And in addition to many of the homes of the neighborhood that have been updated over the years and have additions to the back, and the supporting material and the variances and neighborhood context and previous decisions reflect that. As I said, I can go into detail on any of the variances or answer any of your questions, but overall these variances are extremely minor in nature. I think they easily meet the 4 tests. Planning staff has indicated that they have no issues with our application. The homeowners were also very diligent about meeting with their neighbors and going door to door, and we have no opposition from the surrounding neighborhood. We've already submitted a pre-application to Metrolinx based on their comment and on the comments they submitted, and we are working with an arborist towards an application for urban forestry for the injury of the city tree based on the front walkway, which is pretty much just an existing condition. So we are in progress with everything, and everyone who we've consulted seems on board with the application. Thank you for listening, and if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Okay, we have questions. Ms. Fig?
I wondered if you could speak to variance 5, because that is about half of the rear yard landscaping, soft landscaping. You've put at 26%. Maybe you could speak to that.
Of course. If staff can go to page 7 of the supporting material document, I think it's that one. Yes. So this is the one that, oh, sorry, the one before. Yes. Perfect. Thank you. This is the one that relates to the rear landscape. The house backs onto a laneway, and so there's an existing garage building and walkway that takes up about 50% of what's defined as the rear yard. So we're calculating the rear yard from the rear wall of the house to the rear property line. So as you can see here, the pink area is the existing garage. That takes up about half. And then of what's remaining, the grassy area is the lighter green, and then the deck is the darker green. We are maintaining over half of the area as grassy, but this takes us to 26% of soft landscaping. However, the remaining portion is the rear deck, and we're proposing that this will be a wood deck with gravel underneath. It's not going to be a hardscape patio. So rainwater will be absorbed in this area as well. Basically everything that we have between the garage and the house will be capable of absorbing rainwater.
And that concrete walkway area?
The primary way that the homeowners will access the house is to arrive by car through the laneway and into the garage. And so they need to be able to walk from the garage to the house in all weather conditions. We are open to a condition if you'd rather have, pavers there or permeable pavers. That's fine as well. It just needs to be something that can be suitable for all seasons.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Bill?
No, Lois asked the question I was going to ask.
Okay. Great. Thanks very much. I don't think we have any further questions, so we'll take this into committee. And I'll look for either comments or a motion.
Yeah, my only concern was variance 5. I like the idea of the permeable pavers in that concrete area, if the applicant was agreeable.
I think they were. I think they indicated that they would be amenable to a condition that would require the walkway be made of permeable pavers.
Okay.
Yeah, and my only comment
Agreed
is
on that.
that the whole, all of the variances are very small in terms of the ask, with maybe the exception of the wall height, but I can see that or the extent of the tall walls, but that's because they're trying to preserve the look from the street, and so they've boxed out their third story. So to me, that actually makes sense and is helpful, and the landscape, which I think the wood deck and the walkway address. Yeah.
Okay. I'll look for a motion then.
Sure, I'll move it. I'll move
Through the
that.
chair, one last comment, just for the members to consider. In the deferred package, there was conditions from urban forestry condition number 1 and number 2. That was in the deferred package.
Right, those still stand. Right. Okay.
Okay. So I'll move subject to forestry conditions 1 and 2, and subject to a condition that the area indicated as the concrete walkway in the applicant's presentation materials be altered to be a paving with a permeable material.
Great. Okay, we have a, no, the deck it's wooden, so I think we were comfortable.
Or were you thinking that that should be tied to plans, or?
I just thought we should specify it, but.
Well, her plan didn't mention about that. It was only in the presentation package.
Yeah.
Oh, I see.
So it's noted as a wooden deck, so I think we're probably fine with it. Okay, so we have the motion from Mr. Ghosh. Do I have a seconder? Okay, Ms. Fig, all in favor? You have your approval. Thank you very much. And with that, that draws to a conclusion today's proceedings. We are adjourned at 8:27.
Oh.
Is that what it is? What do you get? What have you got?
8:26.
Oh, 8:26. Well, the clock is 1 minute fast.
That's our minute back.
Thank you, everyone, for your patience. It's been a long day. Thank you, staff. You guys, as usual, have done a fabulous job. Really appreciate it.
Thank you,
you
panel
so much.
members and
Right.
staff.
Good night, Billy.
Have
Good
a great
night,
night.
Good night, John
Thank you
Boy.
so much. Bye-bye.
Okay, see you, Aaron. Aaron, are we ever going to see you in person ever again?
That's